Automations in GoHighLevel can save you hours, but most beginners never set them up right. Watch this video to build workflows, automate tasks, and follow up automatically. Also, make sure you complete the free action step guide I have at the end of the video to help you master automations even faster. Let's jump right in. So if you made it all the way to part number 5, which is automation, and this is one of those things that is like, if you learn this in the wrong order, you will waste so much extra time. The automations make sense. And to go even further, it's that the triggers and the actions inside of automation, and if you don't know what that is, you're going to find out here in a sec, that all has to do with all of these. Automations aren't just a thing you do. It's just automating the rest of high level. And so many people come in and they learn automations first, and they'll be like, Declan, can you look at my automations? Or how does this look? And none of their stuff works because they don't even understand high level. The reason I set up in this order, because it will save you the most amount of time and help you learn it the fastest. And like when I actually went through and just learned high level, I didn't really feel like I even needed to learn automations. I just went in and was like, oh, I understand that trigger. Oh, that's the action. Put them in together. Boom, time saved. Like it was so easy. And so many people don't focus on that and they do this first. So this is like so important that you learn automations last. So as you see down here, automations tie everything together. They save time, streamline tasks, and help your GoHighLevel account run itself once everything is set up. Big emphasis on once everything is set up. You do this last. It helps you so much more. Like the amount of time you will save is insane. So what I want to show you now in high level is what we're really going to be going over today. So we're going to be covering in depth, automations, what they are, how they work, how to create one. But more importantly, we're going to go in depth on both adding triggers, which you see right here, and then actions, the difference between them and how to marry these together. And just like I said before, once you understand all the rest of high level, triggers and actions make so much more sense. And when you start with automations first, you're just confused. You're like, what? How does that work? And it wastes time and you will literally stress unnecessarily. But with the order I have here, you're going to easily follow it and it's going to just make sense. So now that you understand this, let's just dive into the world of automations and let's master this fast. First thing I want to do before we jump into the video is break down the flow of this video and how this is going to go. We have 5 initial things we're going to be covering plus a bonus. And once you really understand the flow and really understand the bonus you're going to be getting at the end, this is going to help you learn automations much better. So pay close attention because this is going to be the framework of the video we're watching. And again, it's super long and it's super in depth, as you heard just like 2 minutes earlier in the video. So really prepare yourself because we're getting really in depth on automations. So the first thing we're going to be covering is a full automation walkthrough. Okay, so this includes an explanation of what automations are, how they work, and just all things automation. Secondly is going to be an A to Z walkthrough of the automations interface. Okay, this is probably setting up emails, understanding where to go to build an automation, how to select a recipe, just the basics of the interface so you know where to go. This is a big thing I see a lot of people really mess up on, is they just don't even understand where anything is. And this, I'm just going to show you where all your tools are so you can grab them and then build the automation. And I'm telling you right now, this middle part is going to help you so much. The last part of this is a full walkthrough of triggers and actions. Okay, so we're going to go and click every trigger and every action. This is going over all the buttons and what they do. This is huge because this is going to show you what's possible in automations. So really this first stage is just showing you what automations are, how to build them, and really how this entire process works. That way, as soon as you're done with this first part, you'll know, okay, this is what automations are and this is how I build them and I know where to go to build them. It's like knowledge is the first thing. Then we're going to move on to the second part, which is going over the first group of automations, which I'm going to show you how to build all of these. And this is sales automations. So this is going to be all of these automations. Okay, I'm going to walk you through building these. So this is AI-powered onboarding automation, AI-driven missed call text back, advanced automated reputation management, AI-driven database reactivation, Facebook and Instagram comment to client automation, AI lead nurturing and selling, AI client onboarding for websites, list reactivation, get clients fast with email automation, get clients fast with SMS automation. So we're going to be going through these in depth. So please pay close attention because we got a lot to cover. So that's really the first one we're going to be over is the sales automations. Then we're going to be going over the next batch of automations, which is turning leads into clients, which you may be like, oh, that's very similar to sales. Is it sales? No, it's a little bit different because it involves these things. So the first one is stop losing sales pipeline. So this is basically how to automate your pipelines so that everything is automated and you have a smooth sales process. Then we have the Facebook lead form automation. So this is if you're running Facebook ads, properly have the right automation so you can hit all of the leads that are coming in. Then we have the fast 5, which is as soon as a lead comes in, you can just absolutely hammer them with follow-up. So super, super important. Then number 4 is going to be the WhatsApp automations. These are a whole other category, and we got a lot of them. For my WhatsApp peeps, pay close attention because this is going to be huge for you guys. You have the WhatsApp powered reputation management, the WhatsApp delivery status, replies to inbound WhatsApp messages, WhatsApp onboarding, missed call WhatsApp back, WhatsApp appointment confirmation, reminder, survey, review request, and then WhatsApp no-show nurture. So me going in depth on all these. Then from 4, we're going to move into customer experience. It's going to be the birthday reminder automation, send an invoice, appointment confirmed reminder automation, then new review received automation. These are just basic things to basically make sure that you are, following up with people and you're building better relationships with said clients. Then number 6 is going to be the bonus. We're going to go into the contacts tab and how that works, because this actually plays hand in hand with automations. You can actually see how your automations performed in the contacts tab too. A lot of people don't know this, but the contacts tab is woven into almost everything in high level, but it is especially woven into automations, and you can actually run your automations from the contacts tab. You cannot do that anywhere else on high level, but you can actually run it in the contacts tab. I'm telling you guys right now, understanding contacts and automations is like the final thing for you to have all the infinity stones, for you to have the complete understanding of automations. It's this. So I put this in here for a reason, guys. I've spent a lot of time on this, but I want to make sure that you guys leave this video being automations pros. And the only way I can do that is if you also understand contacts, because it is such a big part of it. So guys, that's it. We got all this juicy stuff you're going to be learning. Seriously, gear up. We got so much stuff. We got just a whole power-packed video for you. So guys, pay close attention, get your notes out, and let's jump right in. So what we're going to do is we're going to come right here to automation, okay? And you're going to be brought to a page that looks like this. So what this page is, okay, is basically just a list of all of the automations that you have built. And you can, categorize them by folders and whatnot. You can create smart lists off them. It's basically just a categorization of all of the automations you created. And you can, delete them, edit them, do everything right through here. Add them to sub-accounts, which is really cool. So you can basically move automations from sub-account to sub-account. Really cool, yeah. Move to folder. I mean, you just have all of this really cool features, duplicate, all inside this first dashboard. But this is just organizational purposes. Then you come here and you have 2 different options. So we're going to spend the day and start from scratch because we're really going to be going over the nuts and bolts of this. But you can build pre-made automations. They come pre-packaged. They have all the stuff built out. You can literally just come right in here, click continue, and you'll have automations already built. Okay, but in this video, I'm not necessarily going to be going over strategy. Guys, I have a ton of other videos on exact automations to build. Like, okay, we're building this automation today. This is just going to be how to use the automation builder. Because once you understand that, you can build unlimited automations and you'll know exactly what is possible. So again, I have videos on the strategy, but for this, we're just going to be going over in depth, okay, what the automation builder can do and how powerful it is. Okay, so in this page, I'm going to just give you a quick tutorial before we dive into the exact triggers and actions. First thing is builder. This is where all of your automations will be. Okay, settings. This is just a place where you can add extra bits. So anything on contact, allowing re-entry, allowing multiple opportunities, stop and response, so a hard break. Okay, the time zone of the automation. Okay, this is really cool too. The window, you can pick that too. It's just specific time, but you can have default names and default emails and default numbers. So anytime it sends an email, an SMS, you can have a default number for this automation. Therefore, you don't have to go in and plug in the number. And this just gives you that entire basically default suite. So everything is prone and aimed at one email, one number. And then you can toggle and mark stuff on red. Okay, enrollment history. This is basically all the contacts that have gone through the email. So you have a list of all the people that have run through because it runs off emails. And then execution logs is how many times this automation has fired. So you can see on January 24th, 5 p.m., whatever, it just shows you all of that. Okay, and then up here, obviously you can name your automation, which you're really going to want to do. Let me hop right back in here. And then up here, you basically have toggling on and off. So this is publishing said workflow, makes it live or not. You're going to always want to do that at the end. Test workflow, this is just how you test it on a contact to see if it actually works. And then down here, we just have a couple other features to show you. Okay, so you basically have Okay, so right here, we have basically view stats. This will be all the stats you can see with said automation. This is really cool. You can add notes to your automation. So you basically have like, okay, remember on Thursday or whatever, or how, when Jimmy goes through, add this, just to give you a little visual representation. Then you can add sticky notes where you can add extra notes. Say if it's a really big automation, so you can basically plug it in and have that extra functionality. And then right down here, okay, let's get this out of here. You can zoom in on the automation. You can, zoom out, go super in depth, whatever you want. And you basically have access to all of those basic features. So that is the basic dashboard tutorial. So now you know where to go to figure out all the little nuts and bolts. Let's dive in. And this is going to be so in depth on how to basically do every trigger and every action that GoHighLevel has to offer. Okay. So if you didn't know, HighLevel's broken down So if you did not know, high-level automations are broken down into two different pillars: triggers and actions. A trigger is the beginning start of the automation, and an action is what happens after. And I bring this up again right here so it makes sense visually. A trigger, what starts the automation? Like when someone fills out a form. It is the beginning of the automation, and you can have as many triggers as you want. But a trigger is what starts the automation. It has to have a trigger event. Someone fills out a form. Someone calls you. Someone texts you. It's that first thing that starts the automation. An action, and you can have multiple of these, is what happens after the trigger. So sending an email. When the trigger pings, an action happens. And then another action, however you want it. So triggers and actions are how automations are built. And remember, again, the trigger is the start of everything. You don't have triggers later. You could technically, but that's not really an automation. But it all starts in the beginning. Actions is just what happens after. Okay, so to create an automation, you're just going to click Add New Trigger. Okay, and now we are brought to all of the triggers. So now I'm going to go through all of these so you understand what these are. So first, we have contacts. Okay, and these are all of the triggers that have to do with contacts. All of the contacts. This is every trigger that will happen on a contact. So first trigger is when a birthday happens. So on a contact, you have a birthday. If a birthday happens and it's Jim's birthday, this will trigger the next sequence. Contact change. This will trigger when basically a contact's information has been updated. Okay. Contact created. When a new contact gets created in GoHighLevel, it will trigger the next event. Then we have contact D&D. So when a contact puts on do not disturb, okay, that is a feature you can get in the conversations tab if you're bothering them. As soon as they put that on, it'll trigger then a new sequence, which can be great for a whole host of things, okay? Then we have contact tag. This is when a tag has been added to the contact. New lead, for example, would trigger the sequence of events. Custom date reminder is going to basically be any sort of custom date, an anniversary, a holiday, whatever it is. When it is on a contact, it will trigger and then start going right into actions. Then we have notes added. Okay, so anytime something happens where a note gets added to a contact, whether that be this is a crappy lead or, whatever you want to put something there, it will start the automation. So put them in a pipeline, whatever you want to do. Notes change. So similar to this, anytime a note gets changed on a contact, it will then trigger that sequence of events. Then we have task added. So anytime a task has been added to a contact, it starts the sequence. Task reminder, anytime an upcoming task basically is due or however you want to do that, it basically will trigger the automation. Anytime a contact's task is completed, so they finished loading the pipeline, whatever, it will then trigger the sequence. Last but not least, you have contact engagement score, which is just rating a contact on their engagement score and their interactions. Now, okay, so now that we finished all of contacts, we have events. So inside of GoHighLevel, this can be stuff in, forms, emails. This is basically an event happening. So something being more triggered on a bigger level. So let's go into all of these. Okay, first we have inbound webhook. By the way, this is a premium trigger, so this costs money. Okay, this is fired when basically data is sent to your system via a online webhook. So you may not be using that, but that is basically a premium trigger. So if you buy that, that's basically one of the triggers that they offer. Then you have call status. So whether the call was missed, connected, however that works. So whatever, somebody missed a missed call test bag got fired, whatever that sequence is for calling, it'll be basically a trigger. This is big, again, for a lot of call automations. You're definitely going to want this. Email events, okay, this is whether the email got opened, clicked, someone submitted, the thing in a form, whatever it is, that's basically the email event that gets triggered. Again, huge for email marketing automations. You're going to use that because a lot of people, depending on the open rate, you may want to send them an email and a bunch of other stuff. Customer replied is just if a customer replies to an email, a message, an SMS, whatever, that's basically just going to trigger, the automation. So that's great for the conversations tab. And again, a lot of the automations are going to be using to really, hit people on follow-up will be stuff like this. Form submitted, insights, go high level. They submit a form on a website or wherever, it's going to trigger the automation. Survey submitted, you create a survey. When someone fills out the survey, it triggers the automation. Real quick, guys, I just want to make sure we're following along. Remember, the trigger is the first event. Okay, and then you have actions. So all of the things I'm going over are a first event. So when someone comes to your website and they fill out a form or whatever you want to pick here, that will then start the automation. Okay, we're going to be going over actions here in a sec, but these are all the stuff that starts the automation. So just don't think like, oh, I'm kind of confused on what to do or how this will work. Just think, how will this work for me? Because once you have that and you understand your client's kind of pain points, you can just plug these in all across their business. Like I'm telling you, there's so many little golden cherries everywhere, like little things you can automate here and there. And once you understand all of these things, you can just start plugging in immediately and save them a lot of time and make more money. Then we have trigger link clicks. So if they click a specific link in an email or any sort of trigger link you created, it will then start the automation. Again, guys, this is all heavy marketing stuff. Facebook lead form submitted. If you're running Facebook ads and someone submits a lead form, okay, and you have to have Facebook connected to this, it will then start the automation. Again, huge for marketing. TikTok form submitted. If someone submits a form on TikTok, this then starts the automation. So if someone submits a form on TikTok, we can then maybe send them an email on actions. We'll get over that in a second. But that's another thing you can do. Video tracking. So depending on people watching your video, interacting with your video, however you want that on your website, whether it's custom HTML, embedded, whatever, this basically helps you track. So then you can start, if someone watched partway through video, you can send them emails or however you want to do that. Again, just great for tracking. Number validation. So when a number is verified or valid, it'll basically start the automation. Okay, that's great too when people, are weeded out of spam. It gets a start. Messaging error, SMS. So if there's an error with the texting, okay, this will plug them in automation, follow up with them, and do stuff like that. Okay, this one, really important. LinkedIn. Okay, now we have LinkedIn lead form submitted. Okay, this is when someone submits a form on LinkedIn. Okay, it triggers the automation. Guys, you're starting to see the pattern here. Little things you can do. So when someone submits a form, you then can have that be the trigger event, which starts everything. Funnel, website, page view. If someone visits, okay, depending on how you have it set up, this will then trigger the next sequence so you can make sure that you have retargeting or sending emails out to them. This is great. New review received. You can basically go right in here. And you can basically have, how do I say it? A Google review gets submitted, it then adds a tag or however you want to do that. This basically just helps you automate certain things within the review space. Reputation management. I'll actually show you right here. So you can do new review received. Okay, you can add filters, select. So we could do review source. Okay, select operator is, okay, and then you have Facebook, Google. You see what I'm saying? So it's whatever's plugged in, you can then add it, and that way you can filter down. And by the way, guys, for all of these trigger events, you have stuff like this, where you filter even further down, which I'm going to get more in depth once I go through all these, but that's another thing you can play with and add, which is great. Because what if you don't want Facebook and only want Google? Well, you're going to have to pick here. Okay, now we have appointments. So this is calendars, okay? So in high level, calendars. Okay, this is the automation for calendars. So anytime an appointment basically gets, so then you have appointment status. Okay, so depending on, is it coming up in 5 minutes? Is it an hour? Is it tomorrow? Did someone cancel? Whatever you want for said appointment automation, this basically then will trigger the event. Customer booked. So when someone books on your calendar, do you want to send them a follow-up email? Whatever, you basically can add that in just like that. That way you have an extra sequence, or if you want to get them on another call, however you do it, that's basically a perfect automation for moving forward once people book on a sales page or whatever. Okay, now we have opportunities, okay? So this bad boy right here, all of your opportunities. Hey, this is big for pipelines. Guys, you salespeople, this is big, okay? Because this is how you basically start automating all the opportunities. So when an opportunity status changes, are they hot? Are they cold? Are they a warm lead? Are they a bot? Are they a sold? Are they a booked call? This would basically be what you want to do. When it changes, it then triggers the automation. Then you have opportunity created. So when a new opportunity lead, okay, think lead, gets added to the pipeline, triggers the event. Opportunity change, okay, depending on, are they getting booked call? It's kind of similar to the first one. And then moves them. Pipeline stage. Do they move from pipeline to pipeline? Okay, and that's basically just to, and then pipeline stage change. So whether it moves stages in the pipeline, it then triggers the opportunity. Then stale opportunities. If an opportunity lead doesn't move in a while, there's something wrong with it, it's stale, it basically then can trigger the automation and move it. Okay, down here, you now have affiliate stuff. So this is basically if you've created affiliate program, okay, inside of HighLevel. Let me just show you right here in the affiliate manager. You then have this, okay? So when a new affiliate is created, it will then trigger the sequence. A new affiliate sale, someone bought your product or your client's product, it starts it. Someone enrolled in a campaign, so you have a new affiliate, boom. It basically starts that, gets it ready to go, and then you basically now can fire the automation. Now we have courses, okay? So in here, remember products, video courses, right inside the courses, this will be hand in hand with communities. Again, guys, quick note, they are constantly adding new automations. Keep looking at this because they're going to be adding course automations here too. I mean, they'll add random stuff and you just have to stay at top of it because there's always new shit coming in. So again, always be following up because there's going to be more stuff added. Okay, but this is for courses, online courses. So category started. Did they start a category which can be known as a module? Okay, so once they start that, it can send them automation. Category completed. So they finished a module. It's just different wording. It sends them stuff. Lesson started when they start a lesson in the course. This triggers the automation. Lesson completed. They finish a lesson. This sends the automation. Guys, I want to make this really clear. A lot of people have online courses. Okay. Kajabi, school, all these other shitty places, they don't have these kinds of automations. You have to use Zapier and all this third-party duct tape stuff. In HighLevel, if you have a course or you know someone that has a course, you can do so much with it. This is magic. You will save them so much time. Guys, you guys want to think money? This is so much money right here, and it's free as part of HighLevel, so use it. Okay, new sign up. When someone just got into your course, okay, triggers the sequence. Okay, offer access granted. Okay, once they get into the course and they were access, or granted access to said offer, which is how you get into the course. Each course has an offer. Offer access removed. So if you remove the offer, then you basically can have access removed. Again, a little quick thing. You can set up an automation here where if you remove someone's access, the action would be remove their contact from HighLevel, so you never have to see their faces again. Then you have product access granted, okay? This is a product, not an offer. Again, I have a full video on courses and all of these subjects if you don't know what I'm talking about. So you understand that product access removed, it removes them, okay? Same thing, triggers the sequence, product started, and goes, so they went right into the product, okay? Remember, category, lesson, this is within the course, okay? You have modules, lessons, product is the course. You feel me? So it's all of that stuff. So it's a step higher. Product completed, they finish the entire course. Okay, it triggers that user login. So when they first log in, it basically then triggers the sequence. Okay, now we're going into payments. So this is all have to do with the payments tab. So all of this good stuff, when payments are received, paid, whatever, you can do this. So invoice, if someone pays an invoice, it then can send them an email or whatever you want. And that's going to be an actions, which I'm going to go over in a second. Payment received. So when you get the payment, it can trigger that sequence. Order form submission. So if someone submits an order form, okay, in products, boom, sends that out. Order submitted, they've gone through and it's thorough. That can start the automation. Documents and contracts. So when someone signs a contract, triggers the sequence. Guys, there's so much. I'm breezing through this, but I want you to sit here and really think there's so many businesses that do all of these things manually. Do you not understand that? There's so many businesses that send out contracts, collect payment. That's really what every business does. These are just free automations. You guys get what I'm getting at? Okay, and these are new, by the way. So signs a contract, triggers the sequence, which can be send an email, send a text message. Estimates, okay? This is when someone receives an estimate, send it in a subscription. So a subscription in Stripe, recurring. When someone signs that, it sets the automation. Refund, when someone issues a refund, it then may trigger an automation that asks them to not, do a refund. Shopify, okay, this is for anything with Shopify if you're using, and plugging that in. So abandoned checkout, checkout was just left and no one paid. It triggers order placed. They put it in, it'll send the sequence. And then order fulfilled, they fulfilled the order. It then can trigger the sequence of events. So then start IVR trigger. So this has to do with phone. Okay, this is interactive voice response. So whether this be like, hi, welcome to Joe's business, whatever, that is basically like it triggers that, and they're trying to work through some sort of call support. Again, real quick, this is really important. They're adding the new AI voice bots, so there's going to be new automations on this. It's just, there's so much stuff changing, so that's definitely going to happen. Guys, huge Facebook and Instagram events. Someone, and these are beta, by the way, so they're being tested, but someone comments on a Facebook post, sends them a message. You guys see how awesome this is? Someone comments on an Instagram post, sends them a message. Just stuff like ManyChat, FlowChat, all these people do that. Then you can just do it right there, which is awesome. I mean, that literally can automate so much. Communities, okay? That will be right here. It's their newest feature, groups. It's pretty freaking awesome, okay? Group access granted. So someone gets in the group. Does it send them an email, a DM, whatever? Group access revoked. Does it take them away? Then it removes their contact. Private channel access. So in communities, you have channels. Okay, when someone gets access to a private channel, does it let them in? Private channel access revoked. Okay, when you take someone out, what does it do? Community group member leaderboard level changed. What does this basically do? Then you have community group member leaderboard level changed. So depending on the leaderboards, if that changes, it then fires the sequence. Then you have certificates, so any sort of certificate in training, so whether it's good job, you completed the module or whatever. When someone gets this, it then could trigger a sequence of events, which could be sending them all kinds of messages or whatever. And then you have uninstalled apps, which is doing third-party stuff. Last but not least, just on this, and I'm not going to go through every single one of these because once I show you one, you'll understand. But let me find one, for example. Let's go to this, okay? This is really important because when you add filters, okay, it has all of these other things. So we could do in pipeline, okay, and then you select which pipeline. Because see, guys, in a sub account with all of these, you have to have filters down. So if you have 5 pipelines, this doesn't just know what pipeline to hit. Does that make sense? You're going to have to go in when you set said trigger, okay, and you're going to have to plug it in. So we're going to just add this one because I'm going to kind of show you when I go over actions how to plug this in. But let's do in pipeline, okay, select, we're going to select pipeline 2, okay, add filters, and that's perfect. Okay, so that's going to be the basic thing we're going to run. Okay, I'm going to do save trigger. Okay, what is this? So just for the sake of this video, I'm just going to add one right now so we can basically, I can show you in the actions how this all works. So let's go to opportunity status change. So we'll pick contact changed. Okay, we'll add filters. So select assigned user, select operator, has changed to, okay, for the sake of this video, I'm just going to pull one of these up so you understand. Okay, so we'll do opportunity status changed. We'll come right down in here. Again, guys, you have all of this awesome stuff here. Let's do opportunity changed. All right, we'll add the filter. In pipeline, remember selecting what pipeline, because guys, again, you have to distinguish what. If you have 3 pipelines or 5 pipelines, you have to pick which one, or 5 contacts or whatever. You get what I'm saying. Each one of these has that. So we'll save the trigger. Okay, so now we have our trigger. And again, guys, every single trigger has filters you can add to get more granular. Now, it could just be broad, but just so you know, depending on what it is, remember, multiple pipelines, multiple calendars, multiple contacts, you have to be specific. So That's how you do that. Okay, but now that we're done with that, now we go into the next part is what happens after triggers. So once the trigger event happens, so all the stuff I just listed, when you pick one of those in Go High Level, okay, so something happens, now it's going to trigger an action. Okay, so let's jump right in. Okay, so you're going to click this right here, and now we have a lot of things to add. So I'm going to try to go fast through these, but this is now the action. So really quick, just so you understand what I'm saying. An opportunity comes in, he gets changed, and you go, okay, when a new opportunity changes, I want to add a tag. And then you'd pick a tag, and it would be a missed call or whatever you want. Or pick this lead is going to get sold. And then you just save it, and now, and guys, I'm going to go over all these, don't worry, I'm just showing you, again, I'm trying to be so simple and clear. Once you go through and the opportunity changes, it adds a tag. Or it could send, check this out, or it could send an email, send an SMS, message them on Facebook. It could set up a custom value. It could send them to an AI chatbot. It could send them a calendar booking link. You get what I'm getting at? I'm trying to be super clear. I know some of you more advanced people are like, why is he being so simple? It's because I want some of the beginners to understand that you can literally do anything and go high level. You can automate any task. So when anything happens with the trigger event, it then adds this next part, okay, which is the action. So let's go over all the actions. So when that first event is triggered, you can create a contact. So again, we're going to go to contacts. Anything within contacts. This first bit has to do with contacts. So any action with a contact. So opportunity changes. It creates a new contact called John. Okay. The trigger of the opportunity changes. It then would find a contact. So it could search and pick a contact. Then you have, after trigger change, you'd have update a contact field. So depending on the custom fields, again, a full video on that, it would update. So would it make them, whatever, you can pick the rabbit hole you want to go down with that. Add a contact tag. So once an opportunity is changed, do they have a tag that is hot lead, whatever? They change. Maybe it removes a tag. So it removes hot lead because they just got sold. So they're no longer a hot lead. They're a client. Okay, assigned to user. Remember, in high level, you have users. You have people that run employees. Full video on that too. This would assign them to Jim, who's salespeople. So boom. Maybe it's moved from the salesperson, Jim, and now it's moving to Rebecca, who is the customer satisfaction person. So it removes users and assigns users. You see what I'm saying? You can get so crazy with edit conversation. So in conversations tab, it can make any sort of edits and change that. Okay, enable do not disturb. Maybe once they changed, you don't want to be messaging them so much because they're a client. So that adds. You want to add notes. So maybe the client, you want to just add that this client in particular needs special lovings, whatever. You add the note. Add a task. So a task needs to be completed on this client. Remember, guys, this is all in context. It would then add that. Copy contact. Premium trigger, guys. You got to pay for this, but it would just duplicate a contact. Deleted contact. Maybe after they move to a new stage, okay, the stage we picked in that pipeline, maybe this pipeline is weeding out a bunch of idiots, and maybe you don't like them, so then you can delete the contact. Okay, you can modify and modify contact engagement score. So depending on their interactions and engagement, that'll change. Add contact followers. Okay, so any sort of, damn it, why is it doing that? And you have add contact followers. Okay, so this is basically adding users to follow up and whatnot, and then remove contact followers, which would be the opposite of that. Now, for the really, really juicy stuff, the communication side. So this is what a lot of automations are based off of, and this is basically how to really hit your leads hard. So when that lead gets changed in that pipeline, or that calendar gets updated, or whatever your first event is, once they change, it then will send an email. So you can immediately send people emails. Guys, these two are so important because you can literally automate anything. Like, someone signs a contract, it then sends them an invoice. Like, guys, I know I'm repeating myself, but we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught. And I have to, for some of you beginners, I want to go over this because it is so important. Every business does these things manually unless they're automated. So you can just go in and automate. I'm telling you right now, a lot of you guys are looking for these complicated, let's do database reactivation, all this weird shit, which is great. I'm about it, but there's so many little automations you can do that are just these little gold bags, these dime bags. They're everywhere, bro. You can just line your pockets with cash because all of the businesses do this. You don't need to have the crazy, advanced stuff. You can just do all the simple stuff, and there's so much of it. So when that happens, you can send them an email. When the trigger gets sequenced, you can send them a text message. Okay? And you guys, you can add as many of these as you want. You can just add, you can add, you can add. Okay? Let me scroll back down. Okay, you have Slack. Okay, so Slack, the app, premium trigger. This could send them a message in Slack or whatever you want to do there. Call. Okay, again, you can call them after. And guys, real quick, I'm just going to delineate this real quick. You can pick all of that further detail in here. So what message you want to send. Remember when here, default number, default name, default email. You can set that up in the automation as default so you don't have to go through and keep doing that. Guys, I want to just make this clear, this video as simple as possible so I can save you time, because for me, I was so stupid and it took me forever to understand this. But check that out. So call, so you can pick the call. And remember, just like when I went in, you want to pick who's it going through. So don't just click send SMS. Go into it and pick which one or have it on default so you understand exactly what's happening and it's going to the right number. Okay. Voicemail, sends them a voicemail once they triggers the thing. Messenger, you can DM people on Messenger. How cool is that? Guys, this is huge for people to use Facebook. Instagram DM. Someone fills out a thing, it can send an Instagram DM. And guys, you can stack these. So say when a new lead books on a calendar, okay, you could, if you have their contact info all set out in contacts, you could send them an email. You could send them an SMS. You could send them a call. You could message them on Facebook, message them on Instagram. I mean, you can just blast people. Guys, this is how you automate sales businesses. Okay, manual action to SMS. So this is moving them right to SMS to basically do a manual action, which could be call, text, whatever. Manual action to call, same exact thing. Google Business Profile messaging. This is no longer available, as you see right here, because they don't allow that anymore. Send internal notifications. So guys, really important. You can pick email, text, whatever. And guys, this is in the group. So if you have users, so you have a salesperson high level, you have a VA, you're going to want this because and this is a really hot one. This is used a lot because if someone comes in, okay, and they book a call, you want your people in your business to also get notified. Maybe that's you, maybe it's the business owner, but you want to make sure you're using that. Send review request. When a new person comes in and in opportunities fills out and is a booked client, they're done. You can send them a review request and you can automate reputation management. Ooh, how awesome is that? And guys, by the way, I have tons of videos on all of these things. Okay, go to my YouTube channel if you're trying to figure out any of this stuff. Reputation management, AI chatbots, all this stuff is already on my channel, so you can check it out if you don't know how to do it. Conversation AI plugs it right into a chatbot. Huge. Okay, these things are all beta. Facebook Interactive Messenger. I don't know how long these will be available for. Sometimes they're not, so I'm not really going to go there. There's WhatsApp. So if you're using WhatsApp, send them a message, do whatever. Send live chat message. Okay, so through the website chat message, log external call. And so it'll be basically logging a call that's not through the GoHighLevel system. Okay, appointment booking conversational AI bot. This is the new V2 AI chatbot. So this is to book calls, which is much better because the other one couldn't do it. Okay, WhatsApp, again, any sort of customer service window check. Guys, I don't really use WhatsApp, but if you do use WhatsApp, these are all things you can add. And then conversational AI status, to basically understand that the AI chatbot can go after these people and understand it better. Again, guys, you can play with all of these. There's so many. Just figure out exactly what you need to do and then just add it. Real quick, too, if you're ever trying to figure this out, I think this is really good. You can always search. So form. Oh, cool. And you see all this stuff with form. Email. Oh my gosh, send email. So always use the search box if you're ever looking. You don't have to manually go through. Search for your stuff. And sometimes they're under different names, but little quick hack to save you time. Make sure you go and use that. Okay, now we're on send data. Okay, so sending data. This basically will be to send data to an external system. So let me scroll right down here and explain what this is. For those of you who don't even know what a webhook is, this basically allows platforms to send data to each other. So this goes outside, okay, of high level sometimes. And this can be great. So custom webhooks, that could be using Zapier, sending from Walmart to Amazon. You get what I'm saying. It's adding that extra stuff. And guys, custom webhooks and sending Google Sheets to people, these are premium triggers. Just know that. But then you have internal tools, okay? This is where you get really fancy, and these are really cool. So let me go over these. Okay, then we have if else. This is basically conditional logic on basically an automation. So what this will do is it will segment badlies and goodlies. So if they responded poorly or they said they weren't interested, it'll just weave them and put them in different places. And again, you can have a Christmas tree of automation. So it's just going to quickly put people in the right place. Wait, this is going to be a wait block. So wait 15 minutes before you send the next email, stuff like that. Goal event, this just triggers a workflow when the goal has been met, whatever that goal is or whatever you want it to be that will trigger it. Split. Okay, this is really big. I just want to show this to you really fast. This basically is this. This is what I was talking about before, the yes-no sequences. This is big in database reactivation. This is be used a lot when you're running big numbers too, because what this will do is it will send shitty leads and good leads down different paths. Because if you just have one straight, automation, you're just going to be blasting all the same people when you want to weed the good people from the bad. And again, guys, I have full videos on reputation management, so fret not. I will explain that more in depth. But let me get rid of this real quick. Okay, then you have update custom value. Guys, full video on custom values. Okay, they are placeholders within high level. This is huge. This is like where the big heavy hitters come and you make a lot of money because you can update stuff across the board. So change a number to a new number, change, a new name or update contact, whatever. You can do that across the sub account. And again, I have a full video on that. If you don't understand what custom values are, go check that out because it's money. This just sends them to a different place within the automation, depending on what you're trying to do. That's good for just directing people to a new page or a new area, but definitely use that. So this basically date time formatter will basically format certain dates. Number formatter, same thing. Calculating numbers, same with math operation. This is where stuff gets weird. This will calculate like equations and shit. You can just add whatever you want based on opportunities. It does get a little weird there. Go back here. And that's great if you have, really complex funnels built out. Set event start date. This basically triggers an event in GoHighLevel. Add to workflow. Okay, so you can add them to another automation. Guys, again, these are huge because you're going to have to build, when you automate an entire business, it's going to hop from automation to automation. And workflow is automation if you didn't know. So that'll basically send them to another automation. Remove workflow, so removing them from a automation or however that works, whatever you want to have that set up for. Okay, we have array functions. This is just applying an array of functions to an array of data. Okay, this got a lot of good stuff here. Again, premium trigger, you got to pay for that one. So drip, this is just going to be sending automated messages on a certain time interval. So basically, sets at a certain thing. You can do this a different way by just using the wait and send email, send whatever. So you can do a lot of stuff with that. It's just kind of a different way to do it. Okay, text format, that just basically formats text data within the workflow. Custom code, okay, this is beta, again, a premium trigger. This is adding all sorts of extra code to things, okay, CSS, JavaScript, whatever. That's some high-level stuff. I don't do a lot of that, but I have seen people absolutely crush with that, so that is pretty cool. Workflow AI, so this is basically plugging in ChatGPT to chatbots and whatnot. Again, premium trigger and whatnot. Eliza AI appointment booking, so you can do stuff with AI chatbots or the Eliza bot and whatnot. Again, the Eliza bot helps message leads and does a bunch of other kind of stuff. Again, I use AI chatbots, it's a little different. But again, I think a lot of this stuff's going to go away, so shit's kind of getting weird here. Appointments, though. Okay, we have appointment status. Again, remember, guys, appointments, that is... Okay, then we have appointments. And again, guys, appointments is calendars. It's everything to do with calendars. Okay, appointment update status. So it changes, it generates a one-time booking link to send to them. Opportunities. Okay, remember, this is, you come right in here. This will be opportunities. So all of your lead management. Okay, so that will create or update an opportunity depending on what you're doing. It will remove an opportunity, take it away. Payments. Okay, Stripe one-time change. Again, it can or one-time charge. So it sends them one invoice. Depending on like a one-time fee. Send invoice. This could be an array of different invoices. Remember, you can click in these and you can pick. Okay, and depending on what user, you can get really, really good with that. Let's get back to this. Okay, send estimate. Again, high level is this new thing in high level. Come to payments, estimates, really cool new feature. You can basically send an estimate and then you can send documents and contracts. So this is huge. So remember before in Trigger, say if someone signs a document, so they sign the contract, they're ready to go. What do most people do? They send an invoice. So when they sign the contract, you can create an automation for a local business where it then sends them invoices. It then sends them, a Stripe billing fees. I mean, guys, you can do so much with this. And this is so cool because once you automate this stuff, these are all tasks people do. And I know I keep saying this, but none of you guys are doing it. You can automate so many tasks. And so pretty much everyone collects money, okay, unless they're getting paid in seashells, which isn't really happening. But you have all of that really, really good stuff, which a lot of people, I think there's, I'm going to quick tangent. I promise it's only going to be 20 seconds, but I just think it's important. A lot of you guys, again, I said this earlier, you guys are going for the complex automations when there was all this low-hanging fruit in high level and all these things that businesses are already doing. Okay, a lot of you guys are adding new things. You don't need to add. You just can take away from them, which is like simple stuff like sending contracts, sending invoices. You can do all of that, which is just so huge. Okay, with marketing, okay, you can add certain stuff to Google Analytics, add to Google AdWords and Google Ads. Facebook, adding to a custom audience. Guys, a lot of stuff has to do with Facebook ads, but guys, this could be great if you're trying to build that custom audience to put into Facebook ads to run it better. Remove from custom audience, okay, and then conversion API, more stuff to do with Facebook ads. But again, for a lot of you guys doing marketing, this will be huge. Affiliate, okay, add to an affiliate manager. So if a new affiliate gets, added in the trigger, okay, it will add the affiliate manager. It will update the affiliate, maybe change it, add to an affiliate campaign, remove from an affiliate campaign, add leads under one affiliate, so, plugging into that, and then add manual sales for an affiliate. So basically, if someone didn't get a tribute, you can add it so they do get a tribute and whatnot. Then you have courses. So when someone grants an offer, or in here, it'll grant course offer, revoke course offer. So depending on what you're doing, I know we had triggers that were that. Someone joins, maybe it needs to take them away after a little bit. You get what I'm saying. It's just unlimited possibilities here. Okay, now we have IVR, again, interactive voice response. Okay, so you have to, someone says beta and it's adding, but you basically can get, stuff on the call, say play message, any stuff like that. Connect a call, send them right to the call. Again, guys, one of the reasons why I'm breezing past this is so much of this stuff is going to change with the AI voice bots. Like it's kind of a dying thing. Like we won't need like, hello, how are you today? Like we can just straight up give them an AI voice bot, which is huge. Communities, guys, big thing on those who are running communities. There will be so many new things you can add here soon. I talked to the development team at GoHighLevel Live. They're adding a lot of stuff, so make sure you check that out. So you can grant course access, okay? So, or group access, So when someone fills out a form, it then sends them a link to your group. It can take away access depending on that. It can grant private channel access. So remember those special channels, you can add that. You can revoke, so take away from a channel. Guys, remember, I have full videos on all of this stuff. That's why I was breathing through this, because there's all kinds of stuff in high level that you can do, you can add, and it's, little granular things that I talk about otherwise on my channel. I'm not going to go over this because this video will be like 3 hours long. Grant community group leaderboard points. Again, with communities, if someone rose in the rankings, you just add stuff. And then certificates, which is just adding said certificate if they've won an achievement or whatnot. So that's basically all of that. I hope this makes a little bit of sense, guys. I know this was a ridiculously long video, but it's just, I'm trying to get your creative juices flowing, that there's all these options. And a lot of people think that they just need to go into recipes and maybe have some really complicated stuff. But again, there's all this low-hanging fruit that you can add. So I'll just quickly finish this. So I'm just going to quickly finish this, okay? So when the opportunity changes, we will send email, okay? And I'll fill that email out. Okay, we'll actually have to fill this out. We'll just do Riley, we'll do that. We'll do subject. We'll do that. We'll just do lifestyle coaching, save action. Okay, so anytime, okay, an opportunity changes, it's going to send them an email. And I can keep adding stuff. I can come in here and I can send them a text message. Okay, I can come in here, I can add a contact tag. I just want you guys to see you can just keep adding stuff. Again, the easiest way to understand truly automations is first understanding what the builder can do. So watching this video, understanding, oh, I can literally create triggers and actions on everything. And then looking at a business. Okay, guys, this is huge freebie I'm giving away here. Look at a business, a service-based business, whatever, if you're confused about automations. Look at all of the stuff they do, the manual actions, sending invoices, sending contracts, sending out emails, wishing people happy birthday, sending people estimates. The list goes on. There's so many things businesses do. Then look at them and go, oh, I can add a trigger that is an appointment booked, and then I can send an email, or I can, after someone signs a contract, send them an invoice. So Jared, Tim, Tyrone, and all these guys don't have to do it. You guys see what I'm saying? You just look at a business and everything they do, all of the actions they're already doing, and then you go, I can automate this for you. And I'm telling you guys right now, there's so much cash. There's so many dollars on the table right now that you're missing out on because you're not basically doing the simple low-hanging fruit automations. And every business does this. Not every business needs to do database reactivation. It's not something they need. It's something that'd be good for them, but a lot of them need these small automations. So again, You come in here, you just go through, you pick the trigger, which is the first event. Whatever triggers, and you can add a lot of these, so it could be opportunity change, appointment booked, whatever. That is the thing that starts the automation. Then from there, you add all the actions, which is just what is following up on the trigger, sending emails, adding tags, adding contacts, whatever. And you can just go through all of this, and you can create beautiful automations. And guys, you can automate entire businesses. And I'm telling you right now, if you can automate entire businesses and you can take away their time, give them their time back, which gives them more money in return, guys, two things will happen. Number one, okay, they'll love you and they'll pay you. And number two, you've built out a system that they can never leave. It's insurance for your agency or your business. If you set this stuff up, it's almost impossible for them to leave, which means you will be paid for freaking ever. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Again, if this video is a little bit confusing, watch it again. Watch it 3 times. Do it as much as you have to. And again, you just click save and you can click publish. And again, if you want to test the workflow, you can just pick a contact, test it, and then that way you can see if it's working. And I always recommend everyone do that. So let's go into the first one, which is AI-powered onboarding. So here is the automation. And really the point of this automation is just to automate onboarding and then add an AI chatbot into it to basically have a completely hands-off experience. The thing I see with a lot of local businesses is they have no onboarding. They have no way of keeping track of what's going on. It's just a complete mess. This can be configured a couple different ways. This is the rough outline of it, but the idea is you have a basic trigger. So right here, I just have form submitted or payment received. It could be document signed, client onboard, whatever. You just want to have that initial thing that has that business getting started. So if you're using plumbers, it may be different. HVAC, it may be different. Agency, it's going to be different. All of this stuff depends on their initial sequence of them going from, sold to onboarded. So it's going to be different, but it's roughly going to be the trigger of them coming on and then an email and SMS sent to get them on the first steps. And it could be as simple as sending them a survey. It could be as simple as just saying, hey, if we're going to, mow your lawn, make sure there's no sticks in the lawn or make sure there's no this or whatever you're doing. It's a very simple approach just to automate this. And with some businesses, if they're higher ticket and they don't really have a big onboarding sequence, it could be as simple as sending a document, sending out a payment, and then being done and sending a thank you email. For this, it's the trigger, it's the email sending out, then it's a wait, and it's if they click the trigger link, it will then go into a pipeline and move them to sold to onboarded. And if you add an AI chatbot into this, it can basically do all of the talking back and forth if they have questions for your clients. And that's if it's a more complicated sales process. So a lot of this just depends on the sales process. But the idea behind this is the rough automation that's created, and you just have to slightly tweak it and you'll be good to go. And I'm telling you guys right now, one of the biggest issues I see with especially agencies and just a lot of higher ticket businesses in general is they have real onboarding process. Like you would be shocked, like big businesses past 5 to 10 million a year, like they don't have anything. It's mind blowing to me. They just don't have stuff properly placed in. And if you nail the onboarding, you keep people a lot longer. There's a lot of stats on that. Again, just to recap, you pick the trigger that happens after they're sold, and you would just send them an SMS or email with the next steps. And then hopefully you plug in a trigger link so it goes and updates in a pipeline to onboarded. So that way you keep track of who's onboarded from sold to onboarded. And then an AI chatbot just to answer any of their questions. This way, once you plug this in, you can just let people come into the business, get sold, and get onboarded, and it's completely hands-off. Because one last thing I want to say that happens with a lot of people is they'll have a basic onboarding sequence, but they don't keep track of who got onboarded. So they're like, oh, did Jerry and Mary and Harry and Barry and all these people, did they get put into onboarded? Did they not? Did they get sold? Like, who talked to them? Who reached out to them? And you see this all the time with businesses. People like, well, I bought it and no one reached out to me for 2 days. A big gripe and complaint with a lot of people have with service-based businesses is they get something and it's so disjointed the way it starts. This can clear up all of that. And you can just use this simple pipeline that's just from sold to onboarded. That way, when people come into this, it segments people so they know, okay, all of our people that just got sold are taken care of and they're happy and we can just do the work and be done. So I actually think this is one of the most powerful for businesses because most businesses don't have any onboarding. And if they could just do this, they would save them hours worth of time. Number 2 on the list is AI-driven missed call text back. So if you don't know, missed call text back is just when someone calls a business and they don't pick up and it texts them back to warm them up. This is incredibly powerful still, even with AI voice agents out there. It costs money. This is a cheaper way to do it. And believe it or not, a lot of the time it's easier to text people and work them like that because guess what? People aren't really like big on talking on phones, especially the younger generation. So this is Great for restaurants, like just amazing. So it's very basic. You have the basic trigger that's set up. Okay. You just make sure you have all of your phone numbers plugged into Lead Connector. I'm assuming your LC phone numbers connected. I'm expecting you know that. So this is very simple. You have the trigger set up, which is pretty much already configured. You just have that slight delay. You're going to pick the exact user you want, and you can actually get rid of this if you don't want to connect it to someone. You can add a contact tag, which would just be missed call. I would definitely keep that. If you're not going to use the assigned user, you can delete both of these because you can connect it to an AI chatbot, and that's where the AI-driven part will just take care of that. But really, it's just the missed call comes in, a slight delay, and it sends them an SMS. And it's as simple as this. It's literally as simple as that. And all you have to do is make sure you have your LC phone number, A2B verified, and this entire thing works. Like, it's that simple. So again, when people call, you just make sure you have the proper phone number set up. You come in here, you have the slight delay. If you're going to be using employees to do this, you can assign them. If not, get rid of all of these because these are just internal notifications to tell them that just to let them know that this happened. But what I recommend you do is you come in, you set up the trigger, you leave the SMS, and then you hook up an AI chatbot to SMS that will be there if they have any other questions to sell them on other things. Because a lot of times, especially for restaurants, people are like, well, I wanted to do this. I want to order pizza. I wanted to go buy this or whatever. It can walk them back through the process. Here's the menu. Buy this, and you'll make way more money. Guys, missed call text back with the AI chatbot changes it to like a whole new level. It makes it so much more valuable. And the best part is this automation is already set up for you down below in that snapshot. So like there isn't a lot of work. You just got to make sure you come in, you put the snapshot in your business. All you got to do is get the snapshot, plug it into your sub account, and then really just change out those two parts and you're done. Obviously, you need to be A2P verified to send texts, but it's as simple as that. Like that's all you have to do, and then you're done. Okay. And I highly recommend if you get this to set up the AI chatbot, because if you're doing stuff for restaurants and repeat recurring businesses, the AI chatbot can do nasty things. It can also send review requests if they buy. So boom, reputation management mixed in. So that is missed call text back AI driven version. So now we have probably the most powerful out of these, the automated reputation management. Look how big this automation is. This is a huge automation. And what this can do is this can fully automate reputation management. It is insane. This is the most advanced reputation management automation I have seen, and it's just mind-blowing. It'll save you so much time, make you look awesome, and keep your clients paying you. This is actually not part of that folder. That's why earlier I said the other one's in another sub-account. You have to be my affiliate to get this, just because this is so valuable, and I don't want you becoming competition with my other students using reputation management. So this, you just got to be my affiliate to do that. In order to do that, you just sign up with a 30-day free trial link down below. Okay, sign up. Okay, not 14 days. 30 days. You just go click that. When you get that, not only will you get access to this, you'll get access to all my other snapshots, one-on-one help from me, private community where you can ask questions and interact, live streams every week. Okay, trainings on how to sell high level, trainings on how to master high level, like the whole 9 yards. It's so valuable. And again, this automation is completely free with that if you're my affiliate. So please go check that out if you're interested. But this automation is just, it's insane. I mean, I have not seen something this in depth and this powerful because it can actually automate reputation management. And the way it works is once the triggers happen, it will send them review requests via trigger links and all these other things we have set up to basically weed out people that said yes and left a review, no and left a review. And what it does is it takes the people that left the reviews, okay, moves them out of the workflow. So it gets rid of them. The people that didn't, it keeps messaging them. That way you're not messaging the same people for reviews. I see this all the time. Say remove from workflow, keeps going into these, wait sequences, bridging, and taking people out. I mean, it'll save you so much time because a lot of you guys are sending out review campaigns, trying to do this, trying to do that. This can get rid of all of that. It can just stack reviews on autopilot. And the big part too is having people removed from the workflow if they left a review. So many people will keep messaging the same people. Hey, can I have a review? Hey, can I have a review? They already left a review. And this takes care of all of that. So again, to get this, you just got to be my affiliate. It's completely free for my affiliate, but go check that out because this will change your reputation management game 100%. So number 4 is database reactivation, an all-time Go High Level classic. So if you don't know, database reactivation is where you take a list, email, SMS, WhatsApp, whatever, and you run it through an automation where it will just send them an offer and then segment them from yes or no and basically just sell people on autopilot. It reactivates an old list or an existing list or a specific offer. And it is incredibly powerful. I'm not going super in depth on how to change everything because I'm assuming you understand automations. That's why this video is a little more advanced. But I will let you know at the end of this video, I'm going to link a video that is a complete Go High Level automations tutorial. That way you can completely get this if you're a beginner. I'm not going into the every nuts and bolts of like, change this because I'm expecting you know this because this is a little more advanced video. But please watch the video at the end if you're a complete novice because then this will make more sense to you. Because what happens with a lot of this this is people will start talking back, especially through SMS. And people just go, yes, no, and it sends these automated sequences and people just get pissed off. Like, no, I wanted to talk. What's up with the offer? When you take this, I really recommend you plug in AI chatbot to this because it will make it work so much better. Hence, AI-driven database reactivation. And what I have noticed when using AI chatbots with database reactivation, you close and sell way more people because a lot of people will have questions. They're like, wait, is this happening right now? Okay, now do this, now do that. And I have this set up so that if they say yes, if they do this, it'll send them the next steps. But oftentimes that's not enough. It may send them a calendar and they'll be like, hey, I actually want this, I actually want that. And the AI chatbot will take care of all that. So it's fully automated. I've not only seen this in my database reactivation campaigns, I've looked over others. And big thing I see is a lot of people will start talking back and they don't get a response. And they're like leads that are activated, but they're like not quite sure what's going on. So that's why I highly recommend you just plug this in. And again, this will just start answering messages when they come in. So you have nothing to worry about, but this is really simple. Last thing I want to show you with database reactivation is there's really 3 different kinds. Okay. There is SMS, email. You can plug email in. And then the really awesome one too is WhatsApp. And you can do those 3 different kinds of database reactivation campaigns. You can plug them all in one, which would be a little weird, but there is 3 different kinds. And to switch this out, you would just click delete, you delete the action and then plug in email or WhatsApp. And you do that same thing for changing all of these. It's that simple. That way you can have 3 different ways to reactivate 3 different kinds of lists. And if you're confused at all, like, okay, I have this offer, how do I build out all of these? You can come into ChatGPT and just ask it to generate, okay, 3 different follow-ups for this offer for your database reactivation campaign. You can just ask it that and it will print those out for you. That way you can come in and plug this in, whether it be WhatsApp, text message, email, it's got you covered. So just know if you're a little bit confused on this process and you're like, well, how do I plug in the offers? Just use ChatGPT, Grok AI, Gemini, Claude to plug this in. And it will help you so much. I'm telling you guys right now, database reactivation still is so powerful if you do it right. So many people are lazy. They do the bare minimum. They just slap stuff in and they don't properly use ChatGPT and then they run it and they complain that it doesn't work. If you have a good list and you plug in the right offer with the right sequence with an AI chatbot, you will absolutely make your clients money or you money, like guaranteed. You just have to take a little bit of time and do it. And remember, there are 3 different types of database reactivation on high level so far, which is WhatsApp, email, and text message. So make sure that if you're doing one of those, you just switch out all of these and you are good to go. So last but not least is the Facebook Insta comment to client automation. Okay, so these are both very similar with the Insta comment and Facebook comment. Basically, the way these work is when someone comments on a post, it will then like their comment, respond to their comment, and then send them a DM. And you have all kinds of different like buttons you can plug in here and simple stuff. But the big key to this, especially for people that have high volume, it is very much recommended to set up an AI chatbot. You can almost completely automate their Facebook or Insta DM process, which is huge. So if you're working with a coach or someone that has a lot of volume, hair salons, a big one, just to let you know, same with barbershops, where they get a lot of DMs on, Facebook or Instagram. I know Instagram's a big one. You can technically set this up very simply, have it respond to the comment you want, and then have the AI chatbot just sell every single person on autopilot. It is insane. And it is so simple to do. This is why this can be so powerful if it's AI driven. Again, I know I'm not going into the little nuts and bolts of all like, you click this to set this up, click this setup. Because like I said before, I'm expecting you understand automations. And if you don't, I will be linking a video at the end of this video that goes into automations so you do. This is a higher level video and I'm just expecting you to know these things. But really with this, the key is to set this up for people that have high DM to comment volume. This is not going to work if you have a dead social media profile, like not going to work. But the good news is there's a lot of coaches, course creators, content creators, and these guys that have an absurd amount of comments. Guys, it's a whole new pool you can tap into. And once you set this up, you're done. It's like so easy. It responds to the comment. It sends them a DM. It warms them up. And then you add the chatbot in and everything is automated. A to Z, hands off. You look like you're doing a lot of work. They'll pay you every month. Simple as that. I mean, it doesn't get any easier than that. So that's why I recommend if you have someone with high volume, you absolutely use these, especially for influencers, social media people, content creators, anyone in that space, personal trainers. That's a big one right there. I know a lot of you guys go after them. This is your bread and butter. This will make you the money, especially if you add the AI chatbot. It's very little work for you once you get it set up, and then it's just game over. So these three will really work amazingly for any service-based business. Now, they can work for any business, but they are especially powerful for service-based business owners. So the first one in this list is AI lead nurturing and selling. And you can sell this for $300 per month and go all the way past $2,000 plus a month. You can really go up or down with this one. Because of people's complicated sales processes, this can be very simple. And again, that's why it's $300 a month, or it can be very complex and go all the way past $2,000 plus every single month. So this automation has a ton of money behind it. Let's check it out right now. So we're going to come right in your Go High Level dashboard, go right down to automations, and we're going to click create workflow. And we're going to start from scratch. All right, so first thing we're going to want to do is name this AI lead nurturing, or whatever you want to put, in there, whatever your sales process is called. You're just going to plug that in right there. So the first thing you're going to want to do is start with a trigger. So this could be new contact. This could be form submitted, whatever the trigger is, that initial thing that brings a lead in. So we're going to do form submitted. Again, this can be whatever your sales process new form is. We're just going to pick a random form. Okay. Again, you would plug in the form you need. And again, it just depends on what trigger you have. This could be multiple different things, contact changed, opportunity changed. I'm just giving you a basic rough one. Again, drop a comment down below if you're confused on all this, because there's just so many different sales processes. But the whole point is, once they submit that trigger, you want to send them, okay, let's say a basic SMS. So hello, again, you put in exactly what you want. Again, I'm not going to be going full into the strategy. That's in other videos I have on my channel, so go check them out. But the whole goal is you'd send them an email and an SMS, and immediately the chatbot will kick in to their response. And what I recommend you do is you go right into your settings, go to conversational AI, and create a sales chatbot. Do not mix chatbots. You want to keep it segmented, because if you're doing an onboarding chatbot and then you have a sales bot in the same bot, it's going to get confused. Now, maybe in the future, it'll be way better and understand everything like a full AI agent, but right now it's not there. So I recommend you do is whatever your trigger is, again, form submitted, contact changed, whatever, that initial thing that brings a lead in, immediately have that SMS follow-up or, email follow-up, something just to ping them, and then immediately have it connect to the AI chatbot. And all you have to do then is train the AI chatbot to be sales oriented. So to know exactly, objections, to send the invoice, the whole 9 yards. By the way, I have full videos on, automations and AI chatbots on my channel. Please go check them out, and we'll go more in depth on that. In the sake of this video, I'm just showing you strategy. But this automation can be this short. It can be so simple. It can just be a trigger, and then you send the SMS or email or WhatsApp, whatever you want to use with your chatbot. And from there, it's going to just go ham. So as opposed to having to build out this intricate, very complex automation, you can just start it and hand it off to the chatbot. And this is kind of what we're seeing now. If you mix AI and automations, it's unbelievably powerful, because a lot of people have, then wait 10 minutes and then, send another SMS and these massive automation build out. If you just want to skip all that work, all that BS, pick a basic trigger, send the SMS, email, WhatsApp, whatever your contact, way is, and then hand it off right to the chatbot. And the chatbot can do follow-ups and all these other things. So from there, you have a very simple automation, and then you're done. So the heavy emphasis in this automation really is training the chatbot properly. And please go to my channel and watch the full conversational AI chatbot, because I go over sales and all these other things with it. This isn't that video, but I'm just showing you the example because it can be this simple. It doesn't need to be a big automation. You just need to immediately hand it off to the AI chatbot. And you can do a little more stuff here, add a tag and other stuff, but the AI chatbot will do all of the heavy lifting. So this is an incredibly powerful automation because you can set up every trigger in the business. That would be form submitted, new lead, all of the things in the business. You just set up those triggers and then immediately have it just handed off to the AI chatbot, and you will close so many people. And that's why this is worth upwards of $2,000 a month, because depending on how complicated the sales process and the triggers, you just get that AI chatbot, you train it properly, you hand it off, you're golden. I mean, you guys probably thought I was going to go into a really complicated automation. This is very simple. Please, if you're confused at all, drop a comment down below and I will answer it. So if you're interested in learning more about High Level and getting access to a ton of support resources, I have a 30-day free trial link down below. Not a 14-day, but an exclusive 30-day free trial link where if you sign up, you'll get help from me, get a private community, full trainings on how to sell High Level, full trainings on how to learn High Level, and full trainings even on AI. You'll also get access to a ton of snapshots. You'll get 3 live coaching calls per week, done for you automations, done for you prospecting systems, and so much more. I mean, guys, You can go and click the link below and just see the testimonials and what I've done and the awards I've won. It's insane. It's, in my opinion, the best Go High Level community available in 2025 and beyond. And I'm telling you right now, it could be the thing that changes everything for you and your agency. Again, guys, it's a 30-day free trial link down below, not a 14-day. And you get access to all these bonuses. And if you just want to look around more, you can just click the link below and see what you get. Thanks, guys. Back to the video. So what a lot of you guys do when you first get a client on HighLevel, okay, you get a website deal. You come in and it's this never-ending cycle once they pay of you sending them stuff, asking for domain info, asking for pictures, asking for this, asking for that, and you just go back and forth with the client. You sell the website, but then there's all this work before you even build the website. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I see this time and time again. The onboarding sucks so much time. It wastes money. Okay, you might have to pay VAs to do this. And poor onboarding leads to client churn. If you don't have a proper onboarding system, people leave early. That's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, oh, my client just went up and left me. It's because most likely your onboarding process sucked and it's hard to scale. And if you get 10 website deals, okay, in the next week and you're doing this exact thing, you're most likely going to be so stifled. The bottleneck is so big. It's also going to be extremely hard to scale because if you're doing this whole, I'm going to send you this, I'm going to do that. If you get 10 websites in the next month, you just going back and forth getting raw materials will kill you. It is a thing that's going to waste all of your time. You're not even going to build the projects. You're just going to sit there going back and forth. With this, okay, AI and automation will do all of this for you. The client comes in, they pay the invoice, and immediately Go High Level with AI and automation is going to send them forms. It's going to onboard them. It's going to collect the proper info. And all you have to do is sit back, okay, right after the payment triggers, and you just go in and you build the website. It's as simple as that, where you have someone else build it. This will save you a ton of money. You will nail your onboarding. Your clients will stay longer because they'll get a much better experience. It'll feel like they're getting one-on-one personal attention via the AI and the automations. And most importantly, it will massively improve your scalability. If you can have a proper system where as soon as people come on, the minute they come on, they pay you, the process starts of the website build. Not this back and forth. It immediately is sending them forms, it's talking to them, so you can sit back and just keep selling people. And then from there, you have the raw materials to begin, and you just build out the website, next person. Build out the website, next person. This, if properly done, will change your agency, especially if you're big into web design. So now let me show you the core components of this snapshot and how this is going to work in this process. So in Go High Level, you're going to get access to a big onboarding form, completely done, finished. You don't have to do it. You're going to get access to an AI chatbot that's going to help. It's already pre-configured, a lot of stuff like that, and automations to plug in. So everything is already done for you. So you can immediately start implementing this process. So this is what I recommend you do, because the snapshot is right down below and you can just download it completely free. I'm not asking for anything in return other than you leave a good comment saying you liked it. What I'm going to tell you right now is I recommend that before you go and immediately just start playing with the snapshot, watch this video one time first. Please do that. I really see a lot of people that just immediately just start hoarding snapshots. It doesn't do anything. Watch this video first, then go back and download the snapshot, then watch the video again and implement all the stuff I'm saying. It's a much better way to do it. So let's dig in to these three components and let's get your onboarding process for Go High Level websites. So the first part of this is getting your form properly dialed in. So in the snapshot, you're going to come right to sites and it will already be in here. It'll be right under forms. So what we're going to do is we're going to come right into Builder and we're going to have the website onboarding form. That's what it's called. And in this form, this is going to have all the essential stuff, all the building blocks for you basically to collect all the website info you need. Now, what I recommend you do as we're going through this is if you have other things in your business and other little things you want to do, add them to this form. This is the basic form that if you're doing smaller websites, $500 to $1,000, this will work perfectly. But if you have a bunch of complex stuff, feel free to add on to this. So let me just walk you through this really fast. So here's the form. You're going to have first name. You're going to have last name. You're going to have business name. You're going to have business email, business phone, business street address, industry, okay, plumber, HVAC lawyer, whatever their niche is. Business description. You want this, you can use ChatGPT to generate copy or whatever you use. Domain info. This is where the chatbot's going to come in because a lot of people get confused about domain info and you can never get the website live. Brand colors, this is tricky because they probably don't know what hex is. So get them just to get blue, red, gold, whatever. And then business logo, so they can upload it. And then business photos. This one is really important. And these are all required, by the way, these little stars. You want to come into this. You want to click upload options. You want to click all, okay? Because you can make sure these ones are good because these are the most important. You want to have JPEG and then PNG. And then you want to click allow multiple files. And you're going to want to do 15 or 20. Really important because they're going to dump a lot of photos in here. This is going to save you a ton of time. So this is your form, okay? And And we're going to leave this up because we're going to need to basically take this. You click integrate, and we're going to copy the form link, and we're going to be using this once you've built it out and customized it. We're going to be adding this into the AI chatbot, into the automations. That way it can send, and then you have this form. So again, to reiterate, the whole point of this form is as soon as they come in and they basically buy your website, this form will be automatically sent to them. This will collect all the website info needed so you can immediately start building the website. Now, some of you guys may be like, oh, you could use custom values, you can do all these other little things. But for a lot of basic websites, you don't really need that. And Google is penalizing websites that look so similar. So this way you can get a template out, or you can then plug it in yourself, but you have all the raw materials. Because so much of the time when people build websites, they can't get access to the domain, they never get the stuff live, and they don't have pictures. So if you want to speed up, you could go download it yourself off their website. But this way, if you're handling high volume, you send this and it takes care of it all for you. A big thing too, okay, that is very, very critical about this is all of this will be in one place under submissions. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So watch this. I'm going to come to this. I'm going to copy form link. I'm going to enter this in, and we're going to quickly fill this out. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. Obviously, for the sake of this, we're not doing anything here. We are going to put in a logo like this. And we're going to put in a image like that. And then we're going to click submit. We come right back out here, okay? And we come right into submissions. You will see that all of your submissions will be in one spot. Now, this is great because you have all of your client info under one section. This keeps it organized. You don't have stuff flying over the place. You can always come back and reference. A big problem I see with so many people in this space is they don't have any of this organized. They don't, it's an email somewhere, it's a PDF somewhere. They don't know where any of their info is. If you come right in here, okay, you'll get access to all the stuff, the number, the name, the business description, the images, everything is in one single place. You can always come back and reference. Trust me, great for organization, especially if you have a big web design agency. This will help greatly. So next on the list is automation. Okay, and you're going to want to have a product built out for these to work. But the first one is the website form. So we're going to come right in here and we're going to take a look at this. Again, these are already all built out in the snapshot. You just have to change your info. So the first thing is your trigger. So make sure that when you have this, you have global product is website. It's a product you have inside of GoHighLevel, and you say the trigger. Then the first thing, you're going to send them an email. Okay, you're going to put in your name, your email. You can leave it as website onboarding form, and you're going to do this right here. You're going to do what's up, contact first name, here's the websiting onboarding form, and you're going to come back in here and you're going to do what I just did with the integrate the form, and you're going to put the form right in here. Very, very important. This will automatically populate the name, so it's good. Then you're going to save action. That's how immediately when they buy a website or whatever plan you have on Stripe, it will send this form automatically. Then after this email is sent, it's then going to wait for 2 minutes, and it's going to send them an SMS. Now, this is what it's going to look like. And again, you're going to want to name your AI chatbot. We'll go over that in the next section. But this is going to say, hey, contact first name. I work for whoever the business is. I just emailed you the website onboarding form. Please let me know if there's any questions. The AI chatbot's also going to have the form to send them if they didn't get it. Then AI is going to check and have a conversation. So it's going to act like a human. So it's going to give that personalized touch, but it's going to answer any questions they have. One of the problems I ran into when I was helping this website design agency run through this automation and onboard people was that they would send these emails, okay? And what would then happen is people would have all these questions. They would be like, what is a domain? Like even though they have it. And what I realized with adding the AI chatbot is it came in and it answered all of their questions. So there wasn't this like, oh, now I have to go manually message them. Oh, I have to do this. It's really important that you have this support built in just so it lets them know, okay, you need to fill out the form. Ask me any questions. You need to do this. You need to do that. And the AI chatbot is just there to guide them through submitting the form, getting ready, and then, letting them know how many days it's going to take. That's why this is so powerful. This first automated sequence is just to get them started with the form. The AI chatbot then helps finish them. So we first save that. Then we're going to want to go to the other form. Okay, and the other form is going to be when they submit the form. So you're probably thinking like, okay, why don't we just have this all in one automation? You can technically with some if-else sequences and stuff with AI chatbots, but it does not work super smoothly. I even contacted the high-level support team while I was running through this many months ago, and I ran into issues with it. Like certain things would not go through, and they were even baffled. So I broke it down to two because the execute rate is much higher. Then what you want to have in the next one is come in here, form submitted, form is website onboarding form. So the form we just created, you want to pick that exact form in here and save that trigger, because what's going to happen is once they submit the form, because the AI chatbot's going to kind of help them and try to get them submitted, it then will send another SMS out Contact first name. I'm super happy you were able to fill out the form. We will get started on your website ASAP. In the meantime, feel free to message me with any questions you have. That is automated, but the AI chatbot is at the ready waiting to answer any of your questions so you don't have to. Very, very important because people will have questions. It always happens unless they're those great clients that just works out. This will make your onboarding process so much quicker. Just having these automations in place with the form, it allows you just to sell websites and then things move automatically. It's incredible. And that's the power of AI and automation. But you now need to configure your AI chatbot for this to work properly. So we're going to come right in here. Okay, we're going to go back down to settings and we're going to come to conversational AI. This is in the snapshot, so it's already built out, but you're going to want to add some extra stuff. So we're going to click this right here. And we're going to walk through this. So the first thing is this stuff all looks good. You're going to want to name it. Okay, whatever your name you want to put in, name it. Put in your business name. 1 minute response time is perfect. 10 maximum messages is perfectly fine. Under bot training, you're going to want to add your website here. So important. Please do that. What I have on the other websites is a support article to domains and a support article on high level to all of their website details. So if we click this right here, you'll see sites overview. It has everything to do with GoHighLevel websites. Really important because it is training the bot on how to answer any questions related to GoHighLevel. Really important that you have these two. And I've already plugged them in for you, so it's already done and it's trained on that. You're going to want to add other things in there if you feel like this isn't working properly. I recommend you fine tune this and tweak it and test it so it works properly. But this way it'll answer any of the questions and deal with them, in the right way and not just be like saying random crap like, oh, your website actually is in the back end and it's actually referring to WordPress when it's on high level. So that fixes it. Under bot goals, I already have this configured for you. It's already done, but it has a basic personality. You're going to want to put your name in and the business name. So make sure you go do that. Under here, you're going to want to put your boss's name, whatever you are, or your business company, that way to make it good. And then under here, it has the form plugged in. You want to let it know the form. And I have right here, short but friendly, human-like responses. You don't want the AI chatbot to be sending these massive messages because it looks like an AI chatbot. You want it short, choppy, like a human. And if we come back to the form, it's all of the form fields in here over here. So the AI chatbot knows, okay, if it asks me about postal code or domain info, username and password, it will guide them through that process. And from there, if it asks like, okay, how do I get my domain, where do I find my DNS records on GoDaddy? It will know, okay, because it's trained on websites and domains and all that stuff. It will go in, search the internet, and then give it a response like, okay, in GoDaddy, you go to this right here, you go to this, and then you go down to, products, and then you click DNS. It'll guide them through that process. Really cool, but also huge time saver because I cannot tell you how many times you will be going back and forth. No, click that button. And then you go back and forth and it's just terrible. And for some clients, you may have to just hop on a call with them and iron this out. You just may. This may not work perfectly because some people are just incompetent. And this is not good with tech too, so that's fine. But this is the AI chatbot in a nutshell, and it already is pre-configured, but I recommend you go in, make sure you change out the name stuff here and you add any extra stuff if it's not working to your liking, because you may have other things. You may want the personality to be a little different. This has just been tested and this has worked well for what I've done, but make sure you come in and you play with that a little bit. So quick recap, you get the form going. As soon as they sign, okay, the form gets sent via automations. So as soon as payment goes out, the form is there in their hands and they're working on it. Then the AI chatbot is trained and configured to go in and start messaging them, warming them up, answering their questions so this onboarding process is smooth. One quick point I want to make about this entire process, because you may be like, the AI chatbot's really just there to talk to them. Couldn't it do more? Right now, the GoHighLevel AI chatbot, in the making of this video, is struggling with stuff like certain tagging and certain stuff, and it doesn't get properly right. Because I tried having the AI chatbot do everything, and it ran into some snags. But one of the greatest gifts I'm giving you in this video is having you play with the AI chatbot now, because I talked to high level support, I talked to a lot of people. In the future, this will be able to do everything. Create a user in GoHighLevel. Okay, this will be able to, get their domain set up for them. So it's good that you have this now because the AI chatbot will grow with you, and soon enough, this will do the entire process. So make sure you dial this in because it's extremely, extremely important. So before I go into the last part, which is just going to be how you do this for reputation management, how you do this basically for all the other GoHighLevel services, the snapshot is down below. Okay, so now that you've gone through this, just go down below and download it, put it in your account and start playing with this stuff ASAP. It's free. I'm literally not asking for anything in return. So again, you probably go back and watch this video again, and the snapshot is down below if you want to check that out so you can have it. But last thing I really want to cover, which I think is really, really important, is that this process can be done really for any service. Now, right now it's properly configured for websites, but with the AI chatbot getting better and better and the future looking more and more completely AI powered, you can do this with a lot of services. And something I've realized in talking to a lot of agency owners and just a lot of people in general is their onboarding is trash. They have no system for bringing new clients in. Like they have no system for dealing with clients when they first come in. Not at all. It's totally weird. So you want to have a basic sequence for your clients. So let's say you're getting in a bunch of reputation management clients. The first thing you should do is create a form, okay? Inside of GoHighLevel, we'll come right over to the form. And what you immediately want to do once you get one of these reputation management clients or any of these clients is immediately get, okay, in forms, a CSV list of all of their clients, email, text message. You can start doing reputation management campaign. Easy, but so many people don't do that. They're trying to set stuff up. They're messaging back and forth. Set up these simple automations like I have here where immediately after they buy something, it sends them all the stuff. And then an AI chatbot answers any questions and guides them. Okay, this is how you find your CSV list, okay, inside of QuickBooks. You see what I'm saying? It immediately will guide them through the process so you don't have to sit there. I need a list. I need a list. They never actually do the job and then they get fired. We don't want that. So look for ways where you can do this exact thing on HighLevel in all of your businesses. Now, right now, if you're just doing one client every month or it's really small, you don't necessarily need this. But once you start bringing on more and more clients and you want to have this stuff dialed in, this will be a big bottleneck of yours. You're going to spend a lot of time like, oh crap, I got to send this. I got to do this. This will take care of all of it. This will make it smooth and you'll get everything you need. That way, all you have to do is focus on selling people and then doing the work. Everything else in between is taken care of AI and automations. So you just roll back, relax, and then you're taken care of. So look for that in all these different opportunities. You know what I mean? Automate it, have forms built out where you can collect the lists, whatever it is, because this will help you greatly. Database reactivation is re-engaging past customers or leads from lists using automated campaigns. So you get a list, okay, email, text message, whatever, past list. You import it into GoHighLevel, as you see right here. You then add it to an AI-powered automation, which I'm gonna show you how to set up. You run an offer to the list and you get a bunch of sales, customers, leads, whatever. It's as simple as this. It's incredibly fast and so powerful. And you can sell this as a standalone service or as an upsell or part of another package. And this is powerful for 3 reasons. Number 1, you can generate so many leads doing this. Take a list, you hit them with a good offer, good incentive, leads ahoy. Number 2, reputation management. You can generate so many leads right off the bat to get the local SEO boosted, rank the GMB, and make your clients super powerful and rank your clients super fast. Number 3, e-commerce. If you have a product, a service, something like that, you can sell the absolute crap out of it. I've done this with hair salons like shampoo, 50% off if you bring your friend. Crazy stuff with people's lists. You can make so much money doing this. Like, it's not even funny. So again, I cannot stress, this is not only so easy, it is so powerful. And most of you guys aren't even doing it. You're not even doing it. Everyone has a list. You just get the list generated and all of a sudden, all of the work is done. Like I'm telling you, it's a setup, hands off, all of the work is done and it makes you look amazing and your clients will keep paying you longer. So now it's time to set this up in 4 easy steps. Starting with number 1, you need to get a list. So in order to get a list, there's a couple things you can do. You can just ask for a list, which my AI onboarding video will do for you, okay, which you go check that out on my channel. So you need to ask a list. If they don't know where their list is, which sometimes happens, you basically need to go to ChatGPT and generate instructions for them to get it from whatever they're using. So whether that be Square, PayPal, Stripe, QuickBooks, whatever business software they're using, it has a list. So by the way, I just want to make this clear. Everyone has a list. People like, my clients don't have a list. Unless your clients are exchanging all of their products for cash, like dollar bills, they have a list. And actually, even then, they might have a list written down. Everyone has a list. If you use any sort of payment software or sell anything with digitally, it automatically creates a list. So everyone has it. So there's no excuse here. You just need to get them to generate it. And you can just go into a software and click generate list. Like it doesn't get easier than this. And if you're confused, use ChatGPT or any other AI to assist your clients. If you have any questions on this, drop a comment down below or message me for free on WhatsApp or Facebook. So step number 1 is you get said list. Once you have the list, you then come right in here to import contacts. You click this, you follow a start, you define what you're doing, you upload all of your contacts in the right form, you then map the fields, you verify, and then you click done. It is very easy. I have videos on this on my channel if you're confused at all. Like, it doesn't get any easier than this. You get the list, you import it, and you're done. Number 2 is you need to get an offer. This is the part where people mess up the most. So pay close attention. The offer is going to be broken down into 2 parts. Number 1, the reason you're running the offer. Holiday promo, birthday, special recognition day, you name it. You need a reason to be running this. Number 2, you need incentive. 15% off, buy one, get one free, you name it. You just need an incentive and then a reason. Because what a lot of people do is they're like, Declan, database reactivation didn't work. And I look at their offer and it's like, who wants a roof? Or like, who wants their lawn? Like, no, idiot. You have to get an offer and you have to follow those two things. Please. It is so frustrating because I'll tell people these exact two things and they ignore it. And then they complain it doesn't work. So this won't work unless you have those two things. And guys, it's so easy to do. Let's just say it's going to be special client recognition day. That'll be your thing. And then you just give them percentage off or they get something for free. It's that easy. So for example, hair salons, we would do like, if you come in, you get free shampoo and 10% off your haircut. Wow. Great incentive. And then from there, people go, oh my gosh, I don't want to miss out on this. That's how you kind of create the FOMO, the fear of missing out, the scarcity, the urgency, is you have an offer that's really good. And the way you do that is you incentivize with a reason. So that's the offer. If that's confused, drop a comment down below because I see a lot of people get stuck up on this, but it's not hard. But again, you have to have those two pillars or else this isn't going to work. Because if you don't do that, you're just pitching your audience. And they don't want that. There has to be a reason for them now to click the link and go, okay, I want that. So please do that. Okay. Number 3 is setting up the automation. Let's do that right now. So we're going to come into your GoHighLevel dashboard. You're going to come all the way down to automation. You're going to click create workflow and you're going to select a recipe. You're then going to scroll all the way down to list reactivation. I don't even need to give you a snapshot because GoHighLevel already has this built in. So for all my lazy people, your work is done already. Okay, so here is the automation. So before we jump in, I just want to let you know, if you're trying to learn and master HighLevel, I have a 30-day free trial link down below. Not a 14-day, an exclusive 30-day free trial link where if you sign up with that, you get access to me one-on-one. You get access to a private community. You get access to tons of custom snapshots, premium custom snapshots, okay? You get live streams every week. You can ask questions. You get potential free leads and clients. You get courses on how to sell GoHighLevel, so think make money, and courses on how to master GoHighLevel, think become a pro, and so much more. And it's free, okay? It's free, and it's right down below. You just click the sign up, message me. It's free. It doesn't get any better than that. Okay. And if you're using HighLevel, walk through it, and it's an amazing partnership. So go check that out. So once you have this, the first thing you're going to want to do is name your automation. So the first thing is a trigger. Now we can set up a trigger here, but it's honestly easier just to click all the leads that you imported and then just literally add to automation. Very simple. Or you can add a tag to the leads you just imported to make it easier. So don't really worry that much about that part because the execution part is relatively easy. So the first thing is your offer. So remember earlier we created your offer. This is where this is going to go. You're going to take the offer and you're going to put it in right here. Okay, see, I got a free teeth whitening. That's what they have on here. You just put in the exact offer you're going to have. Now you can add, okay, email as well. Send email. That way you can have double trouble, 2 of them going out. Really powerful. That's your option. So I would recommend you stack this with 2. Now, again, it just depends on what you're doing. If this is going to be a WhatsApp list, you can just put send WhatsApp. I'll show you right here. Send WhatsApp. Like it's really easy, but you put in the things you're going to want and your offer is always first. So remember, the trigger happens and then your offer goes right there. Then you just have a wait. And then from here, you're pretty much good to go. If it's a yes, you just give them a positive reply. You put in the link for them to get the offer. It's so simple, whether that's booking a call, whether that's buying a product, so a funnel, whatever it is, you set it right there. And again, here, this is going to an AI if-else sequence where it'll basically gauge whether they're interested or not. So that goes through and it just keeps going. So no, and then it asks them again. So as you see right here, it's just re-asking them, are you interested? Because a lot of people don't really know what they're getting into. And on the second follow-up, they are interested. And it goes again. Here's the thing. You can make this way longer if you want. This is fine. Now, if you want to get really crazy, what I would do is I would add this again. So I would do this and I would do copy all actions from here. And then you have this thing come out again. Okay. And then you come right here and you click copy here. Now it can go the whole thing again and you can keep doing this, but I would make bigger weights. So like a 3-day wait, a 4-day wait, whatever you want. That way there's more time. It's really simple. Like as you guys see right here, I'm not kidding when I say this is one of the easiest things you can offer. The automation is pre-built. You just need an offer and a list, and then you're done. Like, it's not complicated. You plug in the offer into these messages, and you can send emails as well, and you go through and you just add it in. It doesn't get any easier than that. Okay, and if you're confused on how to write these messages, you can go to ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, whatever you want to use, and plug it in, and it'll give you great copy. Like, this stuff is not complicated. It's actually super easy, and with this, it's already all pre-built out. You can go crazy with this. You can keep making this longer and longer. I'll be honest, I think what's there is fine. I really do. I wouldn't go too crazy with it. But what I recommend you do, if you want to take this to the next level and AI turbocharge this, I recommend you set up an AI chatbot to talk to them. Because what a lot of people will do is they will respond with like, nah, or they'll say something random. And this is good. The automation can do it. It'll still work. You don't need the AI, but the AI chatbot can persuade them. So let me show you. So come in your sub account, you go down to settings. Okay. You go right to conversational AI, and you'll basically set up an AI chatbot in here. And I have full videos on my channel. So please go watch them. They go over this. This is great because what a lot of people don't understand is that they will message back. They will have conversations. And if you set up the AI chatbot to be specifically like, this is for database reactivation sales on this offer, bro, it'll sell for you. So that's how, if you really want to take this to the next level, watch my AI chatbot video. I will link it at the end of this video. It'll blow you away. That's really what I recommend you do, because that's going to turbocharge everything. So that's what I would do if you want to get really crazy with this. But to be honest, this is still good the way it is. So just in case you want to get really overzealous and make a lot of extra money, add the chatbot in, because it'll message back and forth. So quick recap, you can put the trigger in. If you don't, we'll just run it automatically. Make sure you have your offer. You plug it in here. Make sure you have your follow-up sequences dialed in through all of these. You can also send emails or WhatsApps also. That's up to you. So once this all looks good, you're going to come right up here. You're going to click publish, and you're going to click save. Now we're on step number 4, which is we're going to run the automation. So you're going to come right into contacts. You're going to select all the people you want to run this through. Again, you can add a tag to them if you want to only pick a certain amount of people, but I recommend you do that when you import the contacts. You get this entire list of people. You come right into add to automation. You click OK, proceed. You pick the exact workflow. It'll be this one right here. Okay. You can put in drip mode. If there's a ton, I would do drip mode. If it's like 100, 200, you don't got to worry about it. But if you're using SMS, you might want to add drip mode. Pick the exact kind of quantity, the levels you want. Add the activation. So this will just be database reactivation. And then you just click add to automation. It's that simple. And this will fire off on all the people you have selected. And it will go through this entire automation. So the first thing I want to do is just break down how this process works and how you're going to use email with automations to get paying clients. So the first thing you're going to have to do is get a list. So if you already have a list, again, you can come right into HighLevel and you can import this entire thing. Okay. Or you can use any of these other email campaigns. But what I'm going to show you how to do in this video is if you don't have a list, I'm going to show you how to acquire one. So that's the first thing, getting a list, because without a list, you got no contacts to send emails to. The second step in this process, once you have your list, is making sure you create high quality, high converting emails to send to your list. And we do that by using this AI prompt that I created. You just fill in the brackets with your info and it will spit out the proper amount of high quality emails for your automation. Now, I'm telling you guys right now, I have done so much stuff with prompting. Like I have researched, I have tested, and this is one of the best simple prompts I have ever created for email marketing. It's so simple, but it works so well. The emails it creates are incredible. By the way, guys, don't worry. We're going to be going over all this in depth in like a minute later in the video. I'm going to walk you through this, but I'm just explaining the process. This prompt will generate amazing email in seconds that will convert like crazy. The last step in this process is using automation to send emails to your list. And it's this perfect cycle. Again, we want to work smarter, not harder. And this is the automation I'm talking about. This thing is absolutely beautiful. It's huge. Okay. It is tried and true and it works like crazy. And a lot of people are out here using very, very poopy, okay, email automation. It comes in, it's not really that dialed. It doesn't really put in pipelines. This entire thing segments into pipeline. If they respond yes or no, it moves them out. And guys, this took hours, if not days, to build. And it's all here for you to use for free. You can get access to it and you don't have to spend all the time, sweat and tears that I had to in order to create this. Okay. And that's huge. You not having to create all this stuff is like so important. And this is the point we want to get to, which is creating an autopilot lead gen system. Okay. Once you get set up, and once you get everything moving, all you have to do is continue to put more people into the pipeline and it works like magic. Now, the idea is obviously you have to go through and you have to test, okay, and actually run people through this. But once you get something working, the beauty of automations and really email marketing is once you get it working, it's just putting as many people through as possible. And you start to see the fruits of your labor and you start to see the conversions and you start to be like, whoa, I was able to get all of these clients using this automation. Now let's triple our list. Let's get higher quality lists, and let's just put as many people in as possible. And guys, this is one of the ways that you will scale your agency past 10K a month. Like, this is how you do it. You build that system that works for you. Because again, the theme of today's video is working smarter, not harder. So what we're going to do now is we're going to jump into the first step, which is acquiring said list or creating one. And real quick, guys, if you are new to email marketing, please watch the video I'm going to link below. It's going to go everything from warming up your emails, setting up a dedicated domain. It's going to go over all of that, and it's going to teach you the ins and outs of email marketing at Go High Level. If you have not watched that video, please watch it. Like, please, because the last thing I want you to do is come into this and be like, I don't even know how to do any of it. And you don't have anything set up right, and then it just demoralizes you. Please watch that video if you're a complete newbie. This is a little more of an advanced video, so please, like, before you start tweaking, please watch that video. So go watch that if need be. Now that you've watched that and you understand this, or you already understand this, we're going to move on to the first part in this video, which is acquiring said list. Okay, so again, if you have a list already, you can import right in here, or you can use something like Instantly, which is email marketing software. Okay, you already have your list, you can plug it in. The second thing is you can buy a list. So there's multiple different places to buy lists. You can just type it in, buy list. I've noticed that a lot of the lists you can buy tend to not be that great. They're just not that great unless you spend a good amount of money to get something really high quality. But what I like to do is I like to create my own. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use Google and ChatGPT to create this. So we're going to come right on over to Google and we're going to type this in. So we're going to type in plumber, and then we're going to do gmail.com. Okay. And we're going to click enter. And what this is going to do is this is going to come right in here, and it's going to pull all of these plumbers' emails just like this. It's insane. I mean, it's literally going to go through and scrape Google. That's really what buying lists is. Again, real quick disclaimer, go look at compliance laws. It's different around the world. Look at the compliance laws, especially for the SMS. Do your due diligence. I don't know where you're from because I don't know who's watching this. Just look at that. That's just me saying that because you got to look at that to cross your T's and dot your I's. But again, I don't know where you're at. So for the sake of this video, though, I'm just showing you this trick because a lot of people do this, and it is a very powerful way to do this. And the lists most people buy online are just scraped lists regardless. So what you're going to want to do once you come in here, as opposed to just quickly copying these and pasting these and scraping the emails, what we want to do first is we want to actually have more search results. So what we're going to do is we're going to come to Google 100 search results extension. You're going to type that in. And what you're do is you're going to type this exact thing in, and you're going to add it in, and you're going to enable it. Okay, what this is going to do is this is going to allow you to collect 100 search results. Check this out. We're going to refresh the page and look right there, all of the 100 search results. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take all of these, or as many as we want, and we're going to copy these. And again, real quick, guys, you can come into Google and you can type in this in any which way you want. It could be quotations, Outlook, Gmail, whatever, yahoo.com, whatever you want, and you can put in any niche. So you have unlimited options. Any niche, any email, phone number, whatever you want, you can plug it in here. It's that simple. And that's what's so beautiful about this is you can basically get as many different emails as you want in as many different ways as you want. So now what we want to do is we want to come into ChatGPT and we want to say this. Please take the business name and email and get rid of rest and organize for me. And then what we're going to do is we're going to paste and look at what it does. How cool is that? It's going to take all of the leads you plugged in and it's going to organize them by name and email. How powerful is that? And just to reiterate, you can do this for any niche, any email, any contact, Instagram, whatever, phone number, on anything ever on Google. That's how powerful this is. Because these people, as their info is out, you can just make it easier with AI. And that's the beauty of AI. It is so unbelievably powerful. So again, you can put as many of these as you want. You could just keep going to page 1, page 2, page 3, getting all your leads. But now what we can do, which is really cool, is we can segment further, which is what I call qualifying your leads. So this is what you want to do now. Depending on what service you want to offer. So again, you're a SaaS or AI agency, whatever service you want to offer, we want to qualify by that. So what we're going to do is please only give me the contacts of businesses that don't have websites. Because fix that. Basically, what we're doing is we're qualifying leads because you don't want to just blast anyone. And guys, when I say websites, that's just what I'm using. You could do social media. You could do AI chatbots, whatever, you name it. You plug in the service and we want to qualify because we don't just want a bunch of random people. And this is what happens a lot of the time when you buy lists online. It's just random contacts that they're selling to everyone. You don't want that. You want to qualify so you're only hitting targeted people. This is a pro tip on how you actually land clients. So please only give me the contacts of businesses that don't have websites and get rid of the ones that do. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go a step further. Have you looked to make sure find their websites? So then what I did is I stepped further and I clicked search and check to see, and then it only brought me the list without websites. You see, it's a much smaller list. So sometimes you have to qualify further in ChatGPT, but the idea is, guys, is that we're getting rid of all of the people that have websites. And the goal is here, okay, is you want to only have qualified leads. I see this so much. People will contact leads that have a great website, or they have a great sales team, or they have automations. They already have the stuff, and they're asking people that already have it. Like, are you going to be able to get someone to cheat on their spouse, wife, whatever you want to call it, husband, if they're in love with their partner? No, it's going to be pretty much impossible if someone's in love or they're both in love. You have to find the people with the weak links. They're not happy with their relationship. This makes me sound so bad. But providing an analogy that makes sense. You want to find people without the online presence. That's the goal. And what a lot of people do is they constantly just hit the same leads that already have it. So you want to use ChatGPT to qualify your leads. What you can do here is you can go through Google and you can put in your info and you can just go through again and again, go to each page and get as many leads as possible, but make sure you qualify them. You want a smaller list of more qualified leads than a big list of unqualified leads. And you can even double check these if need be, if you want to be sure, but that's what you want to do. You want to make sure you get this so you can upload this into HighLevel. Then very simply, all you have to do is copy this, either put this into a Excel sheet or a Google sheet, and then download it. And then you're going to come into HighLevel and you're going to import. Okay. It's as simple as that. Again, look at the compliance laws. It's different for everyone. There's people in different countries, but just look at those. I just want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence because a lot of people out here that aren't even bringing that up, but I just like to bring it up. So boom, we have our list. We now have to move on to the next step. And that next step is going to be crafting your emails, because once you have your list, you're all ready to go. Now you just have to craft the emails so we can put them in the automation. So to create our emails, we're going to use this prompt right here. This has been tested, it's proved, it's amazing. Okay, I've spent a lot of time building prompts and I finally got it done to be small enough and powerful enough to really create good emails. But one thing I want to let you know is that this prompt, same with this automation that we're going over today, and all of this strategy is free in my community. Okay, and to get access to my community, you just got to sign up for HighLevel. I got a 30-day free trial link down below. Again, I'm not charging you for any of this, the prompts or this massive automation that took me forever to build. But you're not just getting access to these in the community. You're also getting access to live coaching, community trainings on how to master HighLevel, trainings on how to sell HighLevel, trainings on AI, snapshots in almost every vertical, like literally everything you could need on your HighLevel journey to really move quickly. So again, I recommend you go down below and check that out. And if you don't believe me and you're like a little skeptical, just look at the testimonials, okay, of real people and seeing really what we've done in this community. It's incredible. Like it is in my opinion, the best online community in the GoHighLevel space out there today. We got the support there. We have the trainings there. We have the community. It's just so vibrant and good. So again, you get access to all of that for free by signing up down below. So go click that link and check that out. But now what we got to do is we got to generate said copy. So we're going to copy this entire thing. Okay. Just like this. We're going to copy. We're going to come right over here and we're going to paste this. What we're going to do is we're going to plug in these basic things. So we're just going to do Declan's SaaS agency. You're going to put your name in here. Okay. The niche will be, we will do law firms. And guys, you just follow right along with me and just plug in whatever your offer, niche, all that stuff. And I mean, it's very self-explanatory. I'm just doing it with you anyway. Offer will be AI websites, lead magnet. And then we put in our lead magnet, which will be free strategy session. Whatever your lead magnet is, you put it right in there. And then when this all looks good, we're just going to click enter. Okay. And it's going to create all this for us. Now, Ken, I'm telling you guys right now, I've spent so much time creating prompts and playing with them. You'll go and you'll create something and you're like, this is amazing. Then you test it and it just sucks. This is not like that. I finally got it down to a science where it actually works well. So what we got here is we got all of the emails we need and we just have to copy and paste them now. So look at this. I mean, these aren't bad. These really they're really pretty good. Okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say, just make them in simple order for me to copy and paste. So now that we have this, we now need to set this up. So you're going to come get this automation. Okay. It's in the agency snapshot. And what we need to do is we need to just fill these out very simply. So I'm just going to do a couple, then you're going to do the rest because they're very, very easy. The first one is the opening email, which is right here. Now, what we want to do with this, and this is really, really important, is we want to make sure that we pick the best subject and we put that in first. So right in here, we have the subject line options. I think this is a good one right here. We can plug in the law firm name with custom values. Let's do this one. This one's not bad. That's actually pretty darn good. So we're going to come right in here, okay? And we're going to paste this right in there. And then all we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this and we're going to paste all of this. Simple as that. Then we're just going to save the action. Simple as that. Okay, perfect. This is the opening email that we're launching. Now with this automation, you have emails that go out to people that have responded, and emails that haven't. And as you see right in here, you'll see follow-up they didn't open, and then you have follow-up didn't respond. So there's different kind of categories, and that's why this automation is so powerful, is it doesn't just keep messages to people. Depending on whether they responded or not, or they didn't do anything, or really whatever's going on, it's then going to follow up with them and work with them, which is like insane. Like that's like so powerful. You want to have it. But this is a follow-up for 3 days later. So then what we do is we copy this, and we can just take this subject line 2, and then you come right in here, and this is if they said yes, and then this is if they said no. So again, all of the campaigns, if they did not open, are going to the right side. Very simple. That is a no. And then yes will be on this side. And as you see right here, was email opened? You have no or yes. So it's very self-explanatory. You just go through, you copy and paste all the stuff that is yes on that side and then no on the other. I mean, it's like, it doesn't get any simpler than this. So you just need to go through and you need to fill all of these out with the copied emails. It's as simple as that. All of the work is done. Like you can have this thing up and running in no time. And this is just so much easier than it used to be. Back in the day, there was so many more moving parts. You didn't have AI, you had to build all this stuff. There's so much stuff, but now it's like, you got AI, you got people like me that are fronting this stuff for free for you guys. Like there's no excuse for you guys not to go out and get clients. Like this stuff is already done. Hours, days of hard work is done, and then you can leverage AI. So it's never been easier to sell people online. Make sure you go down below, you click that link, and you try this, because this could be the thing that takes your agency to the next level. All you're going to do is just go through here, make sure you plug in all of the stuff, just reiterating, copy, paste, copy, paste. Again, you have the no and the yes responses. A lot of it's the same thing. It's as simple as that. If you have any questions on this, drop a comment down below. I'm here to help. I promise. I really want to see you guys when I answer pretty quick. But that's it. That's pretty much as simple as it goes. So once you have all of this set up, you're going to want to click save. And then we're going to move on to the next part, okay, which is launching this thing by adding this contact tag, which I'm going to show you how to do right now. So again, you're going to want to make sure you go through, set all this up, have all this dialed in. If you do not understand email marketing, like I said in the beginning of the video, and you never even warmed up an email, you don't understand how any of this works, you got to watch the video that pops up at the end of this video. It's going to be the email marketing tutorial on high level. Dude, you're swimming in the ocean surrounded by sharks in a hurricane. Like you're hopeless. You got to watch that. And I'm assuming you have, because this is a more advanced video. But once you have this all dialed in, all we're going to do is we're going to come to your contacts list. We're going to select all these bad boys, and we're just going to click add tags. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say cold email, and then you click add tags. And what that's going to do, as soon as that goes up, all the people you selected, okay, all those people, it's going to immediately go and run them all through this entire automation. And it's just going to be all hands off autopilot, and the work is done. And once you go through and you test it, you may want to tweak the copy or try a couple other things. And from there, guys, it's just a game of putting as many people in as possible. You just come in, you set this up, and you're good to go. And again, all this is free in the community, which you can get access to by signing up with that 30-day free trial. High Level is incredible. I highly recommend you look at it. It really can change everything. The last thing I want to show you is just a little data point here. So we're going to come to settings, okay, and we're going to come right down to email services. You can look at your email analytics right here. This is really important for when you're doing cold email, really doing anything, so you can see what's working, what's not working. You get real-time data, because once you have data, you can tweak it and you can improve the process. You can even add postmaster tools, which is like going to another level with email marketing, which is one of Google's tools. But this will be good because this will be able to have you see what's going on. I have a lot of people that will run email campaigns and then they'll be like, yeah, I think it's working. And they've never looked at the data. Like, don't be like that. That's like the easiest way to just get screwed. Look at the data, because when you see what's working and what's not, you can make informed decisions. And then guess what? Your stuff works more, which means more money for you. So please check that out. Again, it's going to help you tremendously. And if you have any questions at all, drop a comment down below. So we're going to jump right into how this works. So the first thing is you need a list. Okay, you have to have your list in high level, and that's coming into the contacts and making sure you import your contacts. Now we're going to go over this in the next step, so don't worry. We'll go over compliance, list buying, and all that other stuff, or really creating your own list. Then the next step is creating the right SMS sequence. Okay, so multiple SMSs, so we can plug them in automation to send to your list. And I have an AI hack for you to do this very quickly and very efficiently. That's using this prompt right here, okay, in my community, and plugging it into ChatGPT, filling out the placeholders, and then letting this do the work. And what this is going to do is it's going to create all the SMSs, so we can just put these inside of the automation and have this thing sing. So the last step is plugging the SMS into the automation, because we have our list on high level. We have the people we're targeting. We create the SMS to reach out to those people. Then we use the automation to send the SMS to the list. Then all of your work is done. And this automation is so insane. Look at the size of this bad boy. This took so long to build. There's been so many iterations. But what this is going to do is this is going to take your leads, okay? It's going to run through this automation, and whether they respond or not, it's going to put them into a different branch, a different sequence to weed the bad leads from the good leads and constantly follow up with them. So once you have this set up, you're doing very little to no work, and it's really that set it and forget it approach, which I'm telling you right now will save you so much time. And once this thing is properly set up and tested, you pretty much have an autopilot lead gen system. This is what all the 1% are doing. They have a system that once it works, they just crank as many people through it. And from there, you just watch literally the money roll in. Obviously, you have to get stuff set up and there's things you have to do, but the idea is working smarter, not harder. Because a lot of people will just do this manual outreach, hamster wheel of death nonstop, where they never really build a momentum. But when you can get the leverage using AI and automation, you can really just knock this thing out of the park. So the first step in this process is going over getting or building your list. I have a bunch of different videos on building lists, so I'm not going to go super in depth in this because SMS list building is an interesting topic because there's so much compliance behind it. And so many of my viewers are from all different parts of the world. So some of it applies to you, some of it doesn't. So it's hard to kind of pinpoint, but there's really 3 different ways you can get lists. Okay. Number 1 is you can have your website have an opt-in form. Okay. So let's say you're giving away a lead magnet, you're running ads, you can collect SMSs. That's the one way. 2 ways, you can buy an SMS list. There's tons of different places online. You can just look them up to buy. I don't have any affiliate links for that, so can't really get you hooked up with that. That's kind of hard because they say they've opted in, they say they haven't. So again, it's another gray area, but you can buy an SMS list or you can just import the phone numbers. And then the third is using something like ChatGPT on Google to scrape all of their phone numbers. Now, again, do your research on compliance. I don't know where you live, so it's just hard to pinpoint. Just like people outside of the US don't need A2P verification, people inside do. There's so many different laws. Do your research on the compliance laws with this, because sometimes you can't just take everyone's, numbers. I know in other countries people do that because there isn't really rules around that. So again, do your due diligence, but you basically just need a list. So again, you can either have opt-in forms on your website to start collecting those phone numbers, which you could also just take from, BNIs or wherever on business cards or really however you're going to do that. You can buy a list online, which they're iffy. They kind of reuse the same thing. But really, I think one of the best ways to do it, and again, check the compliance laws because there's different things and you guys are in different countries, but using ChatGPT on Google to build that list. And I'm going to show you how to do that really quickly right now. But again, compliance, check that. I know everyone's in a different place, so it depends, but check this out. So you can come into Google and you can basically draft your list. So one way of doing it is just searching plumber and then going through and manually taking people's phone numbers. That's something you can do. Again, compliance, look it up. Everyone's different here. So, I want to make sure you're doing that. I believe in America, you have to be opted in. The problem is when you buy lists, they say it's opted in, but there's no way of really telling. There's just so many gray areas with this. So check. But one thing you can do is you can find phone numbers, okay, on Google. So what you can do is you could do plumber. And what you could do is you could go quotation and then you do phone number. And then what you can do is you can search just like this and you'll see what it's going to do. It's going to come in and it's going to pop up all of these people's phone numbers. See how cool that is? You go through and it's basically getting all of the phone numbers if they have one. Perfect. It's going through. And what you can do then is you can basically take all of these, get as many as you want or however you want to do that, copy, come into ChatGPT and you can come in, you can say, please just give me business name and phone number. And then you can paste all of the leads you got. Okay. And look what it's going to do. It's going to just pull the phone number. So this is an easy way to build lists. Again, do your research on compliance. I try to be the guy that talks about this because I see so many people not talking about this all. They're just like, get phone numbers, message people. There's laws behind this. Again, different countries are different. And there's weird kind of stuff like politicians somehow just spam people. So I'm not really sure how this goes down in a lot of areas because there's so many gray areas. One thing you can do is you can manually text numbers. I believe so. Again, do your research. But there's just so many different ways to get phone numbers. And what I'm just showing you here is how to really acquire phone numbers so you can then launch the SMS, because this is one of the most powerful ways to get clients because it's so, personal. It's right in their text message box. You can get so many leads with this, especially when I show you the next step, which is building an amazing SMS messages to get that. So let me show you that. So once you have your list, it's then sending the SMS. So what I want to show you now is a prompt that took me forever to build because I swear I'd build a prompt, I would use it, and then it would give me the wrong thing. I tested this so many times against yours free, but it's insane because it will give you the right copy and it's got so many things to make it perfect. So let me show you how to do that. So right here is my prompt, and this is inside of my community under one of my videos. By the way, if you guys want access to my community, to this amazing automation for free, all you got to do is check out that 30 30-day free trial link down below. You'll get access to all of this, snapshots, coaching, one-on-one help from me, live calls, courses on how to master high level like this, how to sell high level. There's just so many things, whole AI modules. It's insane. It's awesome. And guess what? If you're using high level and you're, it's free. I'm not charging you for any of this, even though this is worth, no joke, at least $2,000 because this has been tested and it took forever to build. You get it for free if you sign up. So check that out. And I also think that like if you're struggling with high level to make money with it or grow your business, I really believe this community will blow you out of the water because it just has everything you need to succeed. And again, if you're like, Declan, I'm not quite sure, you're just saying a bunch of shit, go down below, click the link and see the testimonials, see the awards, see what I have done. You know, seeing is believing. Don't just take it from me. And you'll see that like we've done insane things for people in this community. It's just got all the support you need. Like we've got calls multiple times a week. We got people messaging each other, people posting. It's just a really good community where everyone's helping each other. And again, all of that, this automation, all this stuff is free right down below. Check it out because this is going to change everything for you. So once we have this prompt, we're going to come right back into ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, whatever you use, and we're going to paste this in and we're just going to fill out the placeholders. So we're going to come right in here and we're going to do agency name. So we're just going to do Declan's SaaS agency. Put your agency name in. Okay. We're going to come right here to put niche. Okay. And we're going to do plumber. Okay, put whatever your niche is. Service. Okay, that's going to be AI smart websites. By the way, guys, AI smart websites are probably the most powerful thing you could be doing. Check them out. AI smart websites. Lead magnet. We're going to do free strategy call. And you put whatever lead magnet you have in here. And then from there, what we do now that we have all this is we paste this. And now watch this thing come up with some awesome copy. Like it's not bad for such a short prompt. It actually works. And it's one of the things I want to tell you. I had huge prompts in here before this, these massive listing, all this stuff. And for some reason it was worse copy. It like confused the bot. I kept this one so short and it works well. Like this isn't bad. Like it's relatively good. So now that you have this, we now need to plug this into the automation, which is the last step, which is how we make this thing print and sing. And this is really where stuff gets exciting because once we have our list in there and we have the emails built to send to the list, we now can leverage automation to send and blast your list with these emails and to do all of the work for you. So now what I want to do is I want to show you how to take these emails and plug them into the automation. So as you see here, we really have a couple different messages. And this one we're going to use multiple times because it's a positive reply. So the first thing is the opening message. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're going to copy this, and this is going to go into the opening message. So this is really important. So we're going to take this and we're going to paste it right in here, just like that. And then we're going to save action. That's the first message that goes out. Now, here's where it gets important. You come right here, and if they don't respond within an hour, it takes them into different segments. Okay, this is where it gets really important. Some people get confused. From here, you need to take the follow-up in one, and then the no responses go in other. So it's going to be the same follow-up if they respond, but these ones are going to be different. So what I want to show you is, okay, we're going to go like this. And obviously you want to put in your booking link if you're doing that. And guys, your lead magnet can be anything, free PDF, course, whatever. But now that we have this, we want to take this and we want to bring this into positive reply. We're going to take this and we're going to paste. Sorry, right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do that for any of the other positive replies. It's the same one for the positive replies. This one can be left as is. It's just no worries as if they're like, no, I'm not interested. So leave that. But what we're going to do is we're going to put that in all the positive replies. So it's the same message for all positive replies. Now, these are three different messages for the right side. So right over here, it's going to be follow-up number one, which is the second attempt. So we're going to take this and we're going to paste this right in here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to do the same thing for the second follow-up and the third follow-up, going right down here and putting it in each of these. Simple as that. Positive reply, that's the other one. Very important. Positive reply is the same for each. But as for this one, it's different. So it's really as simple as that, guys. It's not complicated. And that's all you do. Like, this is so simple. And guys, here's the thing. This took so long to build. Like, I wish you could understand how hard these kind of automations are to build, because you build them, and then when you actually do them, they don't seem to work. It's like, oh my gosh, this worked in theory. There's so much testing involved. That's why when I give you this stuff, the community, the automations, all this stuff, it's a fast track for your success because it's been pushed and proven. So you don't have to go through and relearn this stuff constantly, which is like such a pain. If you've been through this process, you're nodding your head right now because you understand what I'm saying. The testing is what takes so much time. This is like a shortcut on time. So again, you guys get all this for free when you sign up down below. So check this out because I really think this could change your agency very quickly, because if you can get this properly dialed in and you can get the right list, okay, of highly qualified contacts, game over. Absolutely game over. And one little pro tip I want to tell you on this exact thing before I show you how to launch this is when you're building your list, make sure you qualify, okay, your leads. So what I'm saying is, like, if you have a bunch of leads in here, you need to go, please check and see if they have websites. If they do, get them out. If they don't, leave them. And see, it's searching the web. And the goal is you want to find people when you get your list. And even if you buy a list, put this stuff in ChatGPT and make sure it doesn't have what you're targeting. This is such a big problem with list building. It's something I see so much is you guys are reaching out to leads that don't need your services. Okay. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I see this so dag often. No one goes in and qualifies their leads. So then they're asking people if they want websites that already have really good websites. Like, it's not going to work. It's like trying to offer someone food after they just ate a bunch of food. They're content. They don't want to eat more food. Maybe if you're a glutton, but it's fair. Go through and leverage AI to qualify your leads. And that could be for if they have social media, if they have AI chatbots, have AI go through and find if they have the thing you're offering. Because if you have a list, okay, 10,000 people, but it's just a bunch of plumbers and you don't know if they're good or bad, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to get that many qualified leads and you're not going to get that many sales because you're hitting people that already have it. Now, if you go through and you use AI and you go only the people that don't have websites, you have an entire list of hot buyers. Even if they're not interested, you know they need your service. And that makes it so much easier because then it makes your follow-up easier. You can be like, I know you don't have a website. Sales process, way simpler. And if you have just 20 qualified leads as opposed to 2,000 unqualified leads, that could be 3 or 4 sales right there. Guys, this is so simple and people understand this in theory, but I see so few people online doing this, especially in my community. They don't qualify their leads. Qualify your leads and you will get awesome results. So now that we have this automation set up and everything is good to go, you now are going to want to add the tag start cold SMS. This is really big. This is how we launch this entire thing. So you're going to come right back here to your entire list you have, all your phone numbers, all the people. You're going to select all the records you want. Once you have them selected, you're going to come right up here to add tag. We're going to click SMS blast or whatever action you want. And we're going to pick this right here, start cold SMS. And once you click add tags, it's going to take this entire list right here and it's going to run them all through here. And then from there, you're sitting back and it's doing all the work for you. Simple as that. It doesn't get any easier than this. If you want to take this to the next level and you really want to be completely hands off, I would recommend, and I have other videos on this and I have free prompts for you to get so you can make your AI amazing, setting up an AI chatbot. Okay. This is where stuff gets cray. Because if you have an AI answering all of the people that say something different, like I'm not sure, you basically have an employee for a fixed price going through and working your leads for you. Big stuff. This is the big boy stuff, okay? This is how you can really blow your stuff out of the water. So, and again, if you're really trying to get this thing cranking, that is what you got to do. But that's it, guys. That's how you do it. It's as simple as that. So if you're interested in learning more about High Level and getting access to a ton of support resources, I have a 30-day free trial link down below. Not a 14-day, but an exclusive 30-day free trial link where if you sign up, you'll get help from me, get a private community, full trainings on how to sell High Level, full trainings on how to learn High Level, and full trainings even on AI. You'll also get access to a ton of snapshots. You'll get 3 live coaching calls per week, done for you automations, done for you prospecting systems, and so much more. I mean, guys, you can go and click the link below and just see the testimonials and what I've done and the awards I've won. It's insane. It's, in my opinion, the best Go High Level community available in 2025 and beyond. And I'm telling you right now, it could be the thing that changes everything for you and your agency. Again, guys, it's a 30-day free trial link down below, not a 14-day, and you get access to all these bonuses. And if you just want to look around more, you can just click the link below and see what you get. Thanks, guys. Back to the video. So what we're doing here is we are automating your sales pipeline, and we have a snapshot to do a lot of this. So the goal of this is to have a sales pipeline with these automations so that when someone comes into your business, it immediately puts them in here, the new lead, puts all the info you want in them, and then every time they go through a stage, it moves this automatically. It's automated. You're not having to go in to manually grab the opportunity and drag it and put this stuff in and go, okay, it's now in contact. No, wait a minute. And then you're kind of freaking out, you're confused, and it's a lot of time wasted. What you want, pipeline that is fully automated. So you can just come in and do what you do best, which is just closing deals, and everything happens automatically. This will save you an unbelievable amount of time. I created this video because so many of my students and people from YouTube were like, I'm missing out on sales. And I took a look at a lot of their sales processes and even their client sales processes. And let me tell you, they were from the dinosaur age. Like we're talking prehistoric Jurassic Park level stuff. Like it was so bad. Everything was manual. They didn't have proper stuff set up. In this, okay, with these automations right here, here, and here, you're getting the building blocks to automate anyone's sales pipeline. This is something, guys, I'm telling you right now, that you can do for your clients also that will keep them paying you time and time again because it's so valuable to have a sales process. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unpack this snapshot, okay, all of these automations and how this works, and then really show you that you can do this on any sales process, really anywhere with high level, and just save so much time. Because I'm telling you right now, a big thing too, and this is just a small thing, they don't even have their opportunities come into a pipeline. So they don't even know where their sales are at. We want to demystify that and we want to get rid of that. So the first step, okay, is unpacking this snapshot that, by the way, is yours free down below. Not even asking you to be my affiliate. It is yours free. And then basically showing how you can tweak this rubric I've created to really mix and match with any sales process. Okay, so first things first, this is the pipeline here. You have new lead, contacted, booked, closed, and lost. And you can add more stages I'm gonna show you later and really how to make this fit your sales process. But this general building block is gonna be perfect for anyone. So the first real step in this process is having leads. Okay, so when someone submits a form or does anything, they come right into new lead. And we do that with this one, which is stage one, new lead. And that is this automation right here. The first thing you want to do is define your trigger. So every business is different, okay? But most businesses will have a form submission. That could be a Facebook form submission, a TikTok form submission. You can add trigger and you could do Facebook, and then you'll see right here, it says Facebook lead form submitted. And you can add this in, and you can do this with so many other lead forms where as soon as someone fills it out, it's immediately going to come in, okay, to this stage, which is critical. So first things first, you want to go in here and you want to make sure form is whatever form that you're using. It could be your website form, whatever form you're using. You want to click this right here and select it. Then from there, you want to come down and make sure that right in here, you click in sales pipeline and you click new lead. This already should be filled out in the snapshot, but just in case it isn't, or you're adding extra stuff, you want to put this in. And by the way, I'm going to demo this at the end of the video to show you how clean this is. But the whole goal is as soon as someone submits a form, it brings them in, plugs them into this pipeline, creates the opportunity, and then immediately sends them an email, which could be a welcome email and a bunch of other stuff. You're going to want to make sure that you have the proper email sent out. Again, I don't know what you're doing. That's, up for you to decide your sales process. Again, drop a comment if you have any questions on this. But you put in your name, your from email, and you plug in the exact email, which would be like, welcome, new lead, blah, 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 whatever your sales process is. And then from there, this is going to lead us to stage 2 in here, which is contacted. So when they come right into here, they will automatically be moved here if they come in here and the email is open. Okay, really important. And you can kind of change this slightly, but you want your leads to automatically move based on certain events. That way you know who's hot, okay, who's a hot lead ready to buy with intent, and who is a cold lead that needs to be followed up with multiple times. So as soon as the new lead comes in, okay, this email gets launched and it moves into stage 2, which is contacted. That is if they open it, okay, it then moves them to contact. So if we come right in here, it'll be email trigger, email opened, and the event will be open, and then you'll do in workflow and then pick S1 new lead. This already should be set up, but just in case it's not, make sure it does that. And then right down here, it's going to come in, it's going to go to the sales pipeline, and it's going to move them to, you guessed it, contacted. This is so important to know where your leads are in the sales process. Now you can tweak this slightly. Your event may be different. It could be replied to email, all kinds of different stuff, which you can just click right in here and you can play with the events right in here. So that is just dependent on your sales process. This is like so important because so many people in their pipelines, they'll just have new leads and they don't know if people are taking steps forward or steps back. And they're losing sales because they don't have this automated. And then they're manually going through and going, well, I think John is qualified, but I think he's not. Here's the thing. From here, from contacted, okay, in your sales process, depending on how many follow-ups you have, which we're going to get into beefing this up later. So just hold your horses. But once this is contact, and say they booked a call because you have a follow-up system sending them emails, that is going to move on. Number 3, which is booked. So once they have booked a call, okay, it is then going to move them into booked. This is really important because this is one of the things that really determines if they are a lead or not. Because if they're not a hot lead and they're just in the contact stage, you're not going to know. So as soon as you send out the email, the SMS, it's like, book your call. Once they book, and it's going to come right in here, trigger is in calendar strategy call, whatever calendar you have, and they book it, it's immediately going to come down and automatically move them to booked. And that is going to really start determining what leads are hot and what are not. Once they are booked, which is a big event, you're then going to want to send them a proposal, or however you do your sales. Is that in person? Is it Zoom? Is it a phone call? Once you do that, or you send them a link, it's going to move on to the next stage, okay, which is right in here, which is closed. So if you come right in here, trigger payment received, you pick whatever, how you're collecting payment. Once that gets triggered and you get paid, it's then going to move them into closed. So it's going to come right back into the sales pipeline and go, okay, we sold them, we sold John, and it automatically is going to move into closed. Two really important things. First, this little stage change right here is one of the most critical. One of the big reasons is that when you move from book to closed, you now have people that are now buyers, which means they are customers, which means you can collect reviews from them, okay, surveys, sell them more products. It's a whole new kind of lead. Because remember, when you sell someone, for the most part, they're not just sold and done. They're actually a new lead, sales 101. Now that they come in here, really important, because this brings in the whole new realm of reputation management, all these other services that you're going to be using. And then the second really important part of this is onboarding. So I'm going to link a video at the end of this video is going to show you how to use AI to automate your onboarding. This is where this is just killer. Because as soon as they are paid and you send them a thank you and you onboard them, or whatever your process looks like, it could be, hey, here's how to get started, or can you make sure your toilet's clean so we can fix it, or whatever you're doing. This is immediately how you can bring them in and then automate this, so it's one more thing that's automated. So that your guys, or whatever service you're working for, all they have to do is just wait for instructions, as opposed to like going in and then messaging people back and forth and calling people, which, guys, wastes a lot of time. You can then just skip all this and then you get straight to work. When that's done, we move on to the last stage, okay, which is lost. So if you had the call, you went through and the lead is lost and they're like, well, we didn't want your stuff. You want a way to move them to lost. And the way you're going to do this is by adding a contact tag, which is lead lost, which is in the snapshot. Okay, which you're going to have to add manually. This part isn't automated for this video just because everyone's sales process is different. Leads may say something different. Your sales process may look different. But once you add that, your whole goal is to then make sure that they go into lost. And then an email goes out and says, thank you for your time. Again, all this is already all set up. But this is important because a lot of these people, it weeds the good leads from the bad. Now, these people can always be followed up later if you want to make sure. But if someone gives you a hard no, like, I am not interested, I already have marketing, or I already have this, it's a good way to segment, because a lot of people, they mix bad leads with hot leads. And then they all start to blend in, and then you're contacting the wrong people. And it's really bad because you're wasting money and time on emails and SMS. So really, really important in your sales process to make sure you're weeding out those leads that absolutely do not belong there, and then keep the hot leads in their own respective categories. So that is how this process works very simply. So now what I want to show you is going to the next level, because as you see here, this is just a basic building block, a basic rubric, which anyone can use. But what you can do now is you can beef this up like crazy. So the first thing is you can come into pipelines right in here, and you can click this right here, and you can add as many stages as you want. People responding, and you want to add in responded. If you want to add in send review request, whatever you want, however your sales process looks, you want to add that in here, okay? Because here's one of the things I'm going to show you how to do. With this building block I've given you and the snapshot, you can take any of these, come right in here, click duplicate workflow, and then you have basically the same thing where you can just switch up a couple basic things, and then you can just add in as many steps as you want. Because again, everyone's sales process is different. I can't create a universal sales process because everyone's in different industries, everyone has different stuff, but it's the same sort of thing. So what I'm showing you how to do is I'm showing you how to fish. You see what I'm saying? You can use this process in any sales process, and then you have it done and dialed. And if you're niche down, you can copy this snapshot, and then you have it again and again for every single business you work through. So if we come to new lead, one of the things you can do is you can add as many follow-ups as possible. So you can add this into and integrate it into your official sales process. So it's like it continues to send them email, SMS, and you just add that by clicking this right here and then typing in SMS or whatever you do right here. And then that way you have it fully built out, and it could be like a wait action where if they don't respond to this time, send them another thing. That way it's hammering your leads as they come in. That way you're making sure that it's forcing people to the next stage, which is contacted or replied or whatever your sales process looks like, so you can start getting people and moving them through this process. Same thing with contacted, same thing with booked. If you're coming right in here and you're blasting people with emails, it could be an email saying book a call, which would basically force them to book an appointment. Then that way you're constantly moving as many leads to booked as possible. It's the same thing with close, with the trigger payment received, and all of this other good stuff. You can add as many things as you want, or you come in here, copy, and you can just basically plug these into your other automations so you can create one universal sales process. Because I'm going to move on to the last part, which is demoing this now, so I can just show you how simple and basic this is. But real quick, before we do that, I just want to let you know, if you want more help with this, more like one-on-one help, trainings and all this stuff, just to really master high level, I have a free partnership you can join. You can just go right down below by signing up with that 30-day free trial link. Okay, not 14 days, 30-day free trial. And you get access to me, snapshots, courses on how to sell high level, courses on how to master high level, courses on AI, private community, live coaching calls every week, snapshots in almost every vertical, agency snapshots, automations. Like, it has everything. Again, if you're a little hesitant, go look at the testimonials down by clicking that link and you'll be blown away. But again, all of that stuff that I just said is free if you're using high level under me. So check that out. It's incredible. And again, you just click that link right down below. Okay, so now it is time for me to demo this process. So first starts up with a new lead, okay, which is doing a form submission. So we're come right into the form we have set up. We're just going to do Declan, last name O'Reilly. We're just going to do 0890988. Okay, we're going to do email, which will be Declan. I just want to do this. We'll do this, and then we're going to click this. So now that I've completed the form, we then go back. Okay, we need to refresh the page, but there it is. It immediately got pulled in to your pipeline. If you guys are getting a frick load of leads and there's just so many coming through, you have to have this set up. If you have a couple leads coming through, you can wing it doing it manually. But if you have a ton of people filling out your forms and it's overwhelming, this is possibly one of the best things you can do because it will make everything work so much smoother. Okay, so now that we have our new lead, if you remember, what did it do? It sent us that initial email. Again, you can stack as many emails you want. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go to my Gmail and see if we got it. And look at that, it is the first one that popped up. So we click this and we're like, yo, look at that. This is awesome. This is amazing. We now have it. Now, if we come back here, okay, and we refresh this and look at that, it is now moved, okay, to contact. So now we wanna book a call and see if it moves from there. So we're like, okay, sweet. We come right in here. We see customer booked call, calendar, or strategy call. We have the calendar right here. We're going to click this right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to type in Declan. We're going to type in O'Reilly. We're going to type in 0897-988. And then we're going to do this bad boy right here. Okay. Test. And then we're going to click confirm. And we're going to click schedule meeting. Because now what we want to do is we want to make sure that once we go through here, once we book that call, it then moves it automatically as well. So we come right in here and we click refresh and boom, look at that. How awesome is that? It now moves automatically. Okay, so real quick, again, I know I've said this so many times, but like this may not look super impressive right now. Like, oh, cool. It just automatically moves the leads from stage to stage as opposed to me just dragging them. And I'm telling you guys again, a lot of businesses have a ton of leads. And if you actually have a sales process where you're making a lot of money or even just like mid six figures, which is most businesses, you got to have this set up. It may not seem impressive now because we're doing this with one lead, but I am telling you, when you have over 10 leads a week, even 5 leads a week, which is very low, this is like such a time saver. Because if you see when this is just stacked with leads and you're like, wait, what? Are they good? Oh yeah, Jim, did they contact you? Did they reply? No, they didn't. I was asleep. Well, why were you asleep? And you're arguing, and then you're moving these, and then some don't move manually. It's a nightmare. So again, what I'm trying to show you is when you've got that volume, this is such a time saver. It'll also make you way more money because you'll know where everyone is in your process. Then it's like, okay, we see there's a breakdown at contacted. We need to send more follow-ups to get them to book the calls. From there, you just optimize the sales process. Then you start selling more people. Like, guys, this is how you make a lot of money. You automate things and you make sure it's clean. Okay. So from there, okay, we then move on to the next part, which is closed. So for this video, I'm not going to do this mainly because I don't have a product set up because this is a test. I have tested this before. It works just the same. But as soon as someone pays said invoice, okay, like right in here, they pay it, it moves to closed. And then it sends them the onboarding. Okay, so if we come right back to this bad boy, it just moves them to closed. I know you're like, wait a minute, what? You didn't do it automatically? Just because I don't have a product set up. I'm not going to, buy my own product. Really, for that, it is completely automated, I promise. You just go in and you make sure that you have this trigger set up to the exact product or service you're selling, and it moves them automatically. And this one's a big one because you want to make sure this then leads into your onboarding sequence. This is like so important because if you can automate every single step of the way for these businesses, they will cry if you leave them, which means you can upsell them and charge them as much as you want, or relatively as much as you want. But this is like, I see so many people that are like, I don't have a good sales process and I don't really have a good onboarding experience, it's because so much of the stuff they do is so manual. And when you get a lot of leads, manual becomes so hard, even if you have a full-time employee, because you don't know where stuff's at and stuff gets confusing and then the opportunity value gets like lost and you're like, what is going on? So then move on to the last part, which is if they get on the call and they don't like it or however your sales process works and they're like, we hate you, go away. It then moves to lost, which is critical because if you're contacting people that hate you and they're like, do not disturb, and you're still finding ways to contact them, it can hurt your email reputation. So you want to make sure the people that are not interested, like, and I don't mean like someone giving you a soft objection. I mean people that are like, F off, get out of my life, like go away. Like people that are clearly not the right fit. You want to make sure you add this. So what happens then is that you would come right into contacts, you would click this, and this is for your sales process. And there are ways to truly automate this. It's just, it depends on your sales process and I can't have a universal way to do this. But whoever's on the phone is going to come right in here and go lost lead, and then come in here and you're going to click lead lost. You're going to click add tags. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come right back here and we're going to refresh this bad boy. Boom, here we are. It is now in here and you see the tag has been added. So again, there are ways to automate that. The why I couldn't fully automate that is just because everyone's sales process is different. If it's all text-based, it's very easy to do that because you can say to an AI chatbot or employee, like if they say this and they go through this criteria, have this tag added. So it can be fully automated. It's just, again, I can't put in certain things when everyone's sales process is slightly different. And that's where the customization comes in. So that's it in a nutshell, guys. This is completely free. All of this, the entire snapshot right here with this pipeline and all of these automations is down below completely free. I'm not asking for anything. Go check it out. This may not seem big to some of you guys, but I know the people that have bigger sales processes or you're working with people that need dialed in sales processes. I'm telling you right now, this will be like one of the biggest stress relievers and time savers ever. It also will ensure that your clients keep paying you longer if you set it up properly, which is like, I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of you having an insurance policy, quote unquote insurance policy for them to keep paying you. Because a lot of you guys, you'll set up something like a basic website or a basic automation where they don't really need it. And then they're like, whatever, we'll leave. If you set this up properly, like I showed you, and all of this stuff is automated, if they're ever like hesitant about working with you and then you leave and then they have to do this all manually, it's instant pain. Okay. Again, this is a big concept, but like certain things, the pain is not instantaneous enough, big enough for them to really care. They're like, oh, he was doing local. I don't see a difference anymore. We fired him. But if it's like, yeah, we don't really want to work with you anymore. And then all of a sudden this entire sales system stops. And then the next day they're like, shit, where are the leads? Like we're having to manually follow up. It's like an instant gut punch. Okay. It immediately is like, oh my God, this is so annoying. And a lot of the time when there's money on the table and they're losing money and they have to spend a bunch of time, they'll immediately be like, all right, call them back. We don't want to lose this. So again, this is so important. I know to some of you, this may not seem that big, but it's huge because what I'm giving you here in this snapshot can be added in and built on. You can easily add all this stuff. You can come in and duplicate these, add so much more. This is something that took me way too long to understand because I spent so much time focusing on the wrong things. When I started dialing sales processes, it is magical because everyone saves time and you make more money. It's that simple. So please use this snapshot. Even do this for your basic clients to get warmed up with it. Just start with a small sales process, even your agency sales process. When a new lead comes in, they immediately come in here. If you're selling websites, whatever, that way all of this is taken care of. So you do not have to manually be going in and playing and moving stages. The system can do the work for you, which saves you time and makes you money faster if you do it properly. And one last thing, okay, before we go, is if you want to truly beef this up, you can throw the old AI agents in. Now, I'm not going to go too much in depth on this because I have other videos on this, but this is how you can absolutely go attack mode on this. And that is by adding in AI chatbots, AI voice agents, and all kinds of stuff. This is where it just gets like, whoa, like this is how you can seriously scale. Because if you're doing stuff, okay, text-based, say all of your sales mostly coming through people texting you, if you send an AI chatbot to do the work, you can not only get rid of an employee, but it works 24/7. Even weekends, holidays, etc. So it's like you just added like this robot to do all of the work for you, which is like so important. This can absolutely turbocharge everything you have. Now I'm going to be showing you how to connect and set up your lead forms in Facebook ads to go high level so you can fully automate your sales process, save a lot of time, reduce your stress, and make more money. Before you jump in though, go right down below, smash the subscribe button, and if you have any questions, drop them right down below in the comments. First things first, I want to explain this process and the steps we're going to take in this video. So the first step we're going to do is we're going to make sure your Facebook ads account is connected to HighLevel. Very important. You have to have this connected in order for any of this to work. The second step, okay, is making sure that your Facebook ads forms are properly mapped in HighLevel and that the automations you run to are all set up so we can have a streamlined sales process. And as And as you see down here, when someone fills out a form on Facebook ads, okay, an instant forms and lead forms is the same thing. It'll immediately go into high level, and then it'll immediately go into an automation with AI too. So it could be an email follow-up, an SMS follow-up, a social media follow-up, a WhatsApp follow-up. It can go to AI chatbot. This will automate everything. So you can just step back and pour as many leads into your sales process as possible, save you time, and the robots will do all the work. Selling people, scheduling calls. This is insane. If you don't have this on a sales process and you're running Facebook ads, you're leaving so much money on the table and wasting so much time. So let's jump right in. First step is connecting Facebook, okay, with high level. So we're going to come right down to settings. We're going to scroll right down here to integrations. And we're brought to a page that looks just like this. You're going to come right in here. You're going to click connect, okay? You're going to click continue as whoever you are. It'll take you into a page where it connects with lead connector. Very simple. You just click, you just click connect. You make sure everything goes right through. You just follow the steps. Very simple, very straightforward. It'll log you in. Make sure that you are logged in on Facebook in the same user, like Chrome user, whatever search engine you use, as high level, so it connects automatically, and you don't have to be going through all these extra steps. You go through. It'll be very straightforward. Once you're connected, so once you get into integrations, come right to connect and click it. Then you'll be brought to a page that looks just like this. You just click continue as, and you follow the very simple steps Facebook has to connect with lead connector, and then you'll be all set up. Now that you have it set up, it'll look just like this. It'll have your ad accounts laid out so you can pick and toggle between which ones you want, and you can change the pages you have. And this is great because if you ever want to change the page or the ad account, you can come right into settings, in integrations, and change that so you can run different campaigns and set up different things. Now that we have that connected, we have to map your fields in your forms. This is very, very important. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to Facebook and make sure we have these properly connected so we can start this process. I'm in Facebook right now in the place where you can create lead forms, or they're also known as instant forms. By the way, you can go to business.facebook.com, instant forms. If you don't know how to do that either, you can come into your Meta Business Suite, click these 3 lines, go under advertise, and click instant forms. Again, Facebook is always changing their interface, so you have to find that. But again, I just want to make this clear. This is not a Facebook ads tutorial. This is just connecting Facebook with high level so we can run automations. Go watch another video if you don't know anything about high level, please. I'm assuming you know how Facebook ads work and you have this stuff set up. I'm assuming you know that. So with that, understood, let's proceed. So once you have your forms created, and again, if you want to create one, you just click create. Once you have your forms created, we need to map them inside GoHighLevel, which is this page right here. So what we're going to use today is DE Chat. So this is DE Chat. We're going to come right in here. We're going to click Map Fields, and we're going to map them. So all mapping fields is clicking the right fields on either platform so it connects properly. So if it is full name on Facebook ads, this field is full name, so it properly transfers. So say we have full name, because this is the exact form that I have set up under DE Chat. This is the exact thing I'm using. Say we have this set up, okay? We have it all ready to go, and for full name, we have like text box or email address. It's not going to properly take it. It's going to be like, it's going to glitch out because it's not mapped the exact same way. So all mapping is putting the same exact field in high level as what it is in the form. So if it's full name, this would be full name also. Very simple, very straightforward. Now we're going to map this. So would you like to join Digital Entrepreneurs Free Facebook group? We're going to come right down below and we're going to click yes, no. Okay. And again, if you do not have the right, and again, if you can't see the field you want, if you're looking, you're like, I can't find the thing I want, you can go and create a custom field and then add it. Again, to add a custom field, if you do not know, you come to settings, you scroll all the way down to custom fields right here, you click this, and then you click add field, and you put in exactly what you want. I got a full video on this if you're confused, but you would create your own field. So it could be like, say hello to the high level wizard. That could be a field, whatever. You create whatever you want. That way, if it isn't in here, you can add it in. So now we're going to go to inbox URL, which for me, I'm going to do message, okay? And this is exactly what we have. So make sure you go through, okay, on your make sure you go on your form and you make sure you map this out properly. Make them match, and then you're good to go. So we're going to come right in here and we're going to click save. And as you see right here, it's going to show a check. It's going to be on, and now DE Chat is now properly integrated from Facebook into high level. So now we're good to go and move on to the next step. Again, If you don't have this set up, pause the video, rewatch again, and make sure you have it connected. Okay, so now we're going to go back. Okay, we're going to scroll right down to automations, and we're going to get set up with the automation. So we're going to come right into the automations page. We're going to click create workflow. We're going to start from scratch. Okay, and then we're going to begin. First thing, as always, name your workflow. Proper practice. We're going to do FB lead forms automation, and you pick whatever you want there. But once we have that dialed in, you're good to go. Okay, then we're going to go into the trigger. So this is a very important part, and this has to be properly right. So make sure you follow my steps exactly. So we're going to do Facebook, lead form submitted. Okay, and then we're going to do page is Declan O'Reilly, whatever your Facebook page is. Okay, whatever it is, you're going to click that to make sure it's properly selected. Then you're going to do add filters. Okay, you're going to do form is, and then you're going to pick the form you wanted. So remember we came back here, we said we're going to use DE chat, the form we created. We're going to write down, we're going to click DE chat. And again, you can add as many as you want, but this is just what we're going to use for this video. You make sure it's selected, then you're going to click save trigger. Next is adding an opportunity. So again, depending on your sales process, you fill out whatever you want, but I'm going to go through the steps so you understand how to do this. So we're going to do create opportunity. Okay, we're going to come down, we're going to pick the exact pipeline. So we're going to do SaaS sales pipeline. Okay, and then we're going to do new leads, and then we're going to click save action. Again, you put in whatever your sales process looks like, but this way, when we come in and we get set up, it immediately go into a pipeline on high level. So we start to gather leads. So now we want to add it to a pipeline. Okay, so this helps your sale. So now we're going to add it to a pipeline. Again, whatever your sales process is, you plug it in, but I'm still going to show you how to do it. So we're going to do create opportunity. So we're going to pick the exact pipeline you want to add it to. We're going to pick the exact stage, so new leads. Opportunity name, we're going to do contact. Let's do full name. Okay, so we have contact name. Okay, and then come down to status, open, save, action. So first thing, we got to create the opportunity to make it going. And again, depending on your sales process, it may vary, but I highly recommend this immediately goes into a pipeline. High level. If you don't know what pipelines are, I have a full video on them, so please watch them. But this way you can immediately start plugging stuff in and then have that automated sequence based on your leads in a pipeline. Depending on your sales process too, you can add a user here, connect to AI chatbot. Again, we're not going to be doing that because it just depends on what you're doing, but that's very simple. You would just click this, click add user, add, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add, a tag. So add tag, okay? So now we're going to add a tag. So we're going to come right in here. We're going to do add contact tag, and then we're going to pick the tag you want. So depending on what it is, you want to add it. But what I would do is something to do like we'll do Facebook. Okay, you want to add a tag so you know that it's coming from Facebook. Because if you have a big pipeline and everything's coming from a bunch of different places, you want to know that all your Facebook leads are in one place so you can then hit them with a smart list. So you can plug them into a smart list and whatnot and have them all connected like that, which is very, very easy. And it's a much better way to do it. So make sure you add the tag. Okay, so now we're going to add a little break in here. So we're going to do wait. Okay, we're going to click this. We'll do 0.5 or, you can do more minutes. Just pick whatever you want. Okay, we're going to click save action. Again, you can have it wait longer or less. It's just dependent on what you're trying to do. But I would always have a little buffer time in the system so we can get ready to do the next action, which is then hammering your leads. Now we start hitting them with the follow-ups. Again, you can do SMS. You can do email. You can go absolutely ham on this. For the sake of the video, I'm just going to go through email. But just know that depending on your sales process, this is where you start adding follow-ups and all kinds of stuff to then sell them. So send them an email to book a call. Send them an email to, buy your product. Whatever it is, this is where the communication starts. So we're just going to do send email. Okay, and this is really where it becomes really powerful and the money adds up quick. So first thing, you want to put your from name. It's going to be whoever is the one sending it. So if I'm running the ads, Declan is the one who's sending it. So we're going to do that. From email, we're going to do Declan at AI Digital Entrepreneurs.com. I don't think that's spelled right, but you're going to put that in, and then the subject is whatever you're trying to do. So if you're selling a product, booking a call, whatever, we'll just do thank you for signing up. Again, you're going to put in whatever you want there so it works. But again, it depends on what you're trying to do. If you're immediately selling them a product, if they opted in for something, you make sure that that is like, here, sign up here, or like, here, buy your thing, check your email, whatever it is. But right here, it's just going to be thank you for signing up. So you're going to want to make sure you sign. So you're going to want to make sure you put in the right thing. Then you're going to write down here. Again, you can select exact templates you want. If you already have a pre-built email template, you can plug it in again. full video on that. If you don't have that, please go check that out because it's amazing. So you can click a template, or you can come in right here and be like, hi, or you can just come in and be like, hi. Okay, we'll come right in here. We'll do contact. We'll do full name. Thank you for signing up. Whatever you want, you're good to go. You click save. Again, depending on what you're doing, please plug that in. I'm just showing you how to do it because that's really important and you have to understand that. So just make sure you have that properly dialed in. That's it. Once you have this set up, you can just go crazy. You can keep adding SMS follow-ups. You can add them to another pipeline. So say they send an email and they opt in. It can send them to another entire automation where it then triggers another sequence, or it sends them to an AI chatbot. Whatever you want in that sales process. And again, if you have any questions on this process and you're like, I really wish I could do this or that, just drop them in the comments and I'll answer. For sake of this video, it has to be generic because there's literally 1,000 different things you could do. So I can't cover all of those, or it'd be like a 900-hour video, but we're not going to do that. But again, drop a comment down below if you're confused and want more strategy on this. One little thing before we hop off, I just want to show you, in case you're adding users and you have it going to a salesperson, you're also going to want an internal notification. So again, you can pick this notification in the app, which is Lead Connector, and SMS and email, notifying these people, okay, like, hey, Liz, your lead is here. You know, whatever it is, you want to make sure you add in the thing so it basically prompts. So now if you have users, this is a really important point I want to make before we hop off. If you have users, you want to make sure that you have internal notifications also set up. So if you have someone and they come in, so you do add user, whatever, assign to user, you know, pick whoever you want here. Once you have that set up, you want to also send an internal notification. So depending on if it's AI chatbots, it's different because the robots are doing the work. You would want to do internal notification, and you're going to want to pick, you know, you can do email notification, SMS inside of Lead Connector, which is this, and you want to alert them that a new lead has come. So you want to be like, hey guys, new lead here, check it out. Like, say Liz is your person. Hey Liz, new lead, and then it assigns it to them in their pipeline so they're ready to go and they can start talking to them. Again, depends on your sales process, depends on if you're using chatbots or not. Please drop a comment if you're confused about this because there's so many different ways you can go this. But just know you're going to want to send an internal notification if you have this properly dialed in, because you want to make sure that it goes to the person and they can work the leads. That's it in a nutshell, guys. Once you have this all set up, you can just go ham. You can keep adding stuff. You can keep doing all kinds of stuff. And from here, when those leads come into Facebook, it'll just carry them right through. It'll just start sending them notifications, warming them up, getting them sold. And it's so powerful. Like, this is how you automate a sales process and save so much time. And again, so many people don't do this right. They just skip out on this and they're just running blind. So we come into automation, okay, right like this. We then come over to create workflow. And again, guys, high level just is so awesome. And they build this stuff out already, so you don't have to do it. But we're going to scroll right down to Fast 5. Not Fast 5 Lite, but Fast 5. And you can see right here, the odds of closing a lead decrease dramatically after 5 minutes. This workflow delivers the ultimate first 5-minute lead nurture. It is just a blitz. So we're going to click select here. And voila, here we are. Look at this bad boy. It is awesome. It is so powerful. So in just quick, very simple terms, what this does is when a new lead comes in, what I'm going to show you how to do this in a sec, when a new lead comes into your pipeline, it will basically hit them 5 different times. So it's going to send them an email, it's going to send them SMS, it's going to call them, it's going to drop a voicemail, it's going to send them another SMS. The whole goal of this is as soon as the lead comes in, it's hitting them through multiple different channels. There are studies on this. It is proven the more times you hit a lead in different ways too, the higher the likelihood of you selling them or getting them booked call, whatever your goal is, goes up. So this is like a huge way to work your leads. And again, guys, I say this so much, but I see it in so many people I talk to, you know, in the community I have, people I consult, they don't have sales processes set up like this. Like, shocking, big companies that won't have this. It's just like maybe one email goes out. You have to make sure you set up a tight system that will absolutely blast the leads coming in, because it will really help them sell more. And guys, you can offer this kind of automation to service-based businesses and it will help them a lot. If they have a lot of leads coming in and they're not really selling a lot of people, using automations like this will make you look way better and it will keep your clients paying you longer if you do it properly. So really the first thing we have to set up in this sequence is the trigger. So it depends on what you're doing. If it's a form submission, okay, let's say a website, as soon as your client submits a form, you do form submitted, select what form it is, okay, form is, and then have that be the trigger. Now, it may not be a form submitted. It could be, let's say, a tag added. I don't know what your sales process is. Drop a comment down below if you're confused at all on this, because I really do want to help you. Basically, just need to define the first action. Everyone's sales process is different, though. Okay, and this is actually another thing too, with the free partnership I offer, and you get that by signing up down below with my affiliate link, the 30-day free trial link down below. You get access to all these things like me looking over your stuff on the live calls, helping you out, making sure you have that tight sales process, or for your clients. And again, guys, you get this whole community, snapshots, trainings, all this stuff for free by signing up with my link down below. So you definitely want to check that out. It will help with these kind of things if you have more in-depth questions. But really, for this, you just have to define your trigger. So again, I don't know what it is. Drop a comment if you need help with it. But for what we're going to do for the sake of this video is we're just going to do form submitted. You're going to click form is. You're going to select the exact form. We're just going to do lead magnet, and we're going to save trigger. So as soon as someone on the website fills out this exact form, okay, when someone goes in and they fill out this exact form, it's immediately going to put them into a pipeline. So this is where we're going to go a little bit into pipelines because it's very important that you have this dialed in for this automation. If you don't know anything about pipelines at all, please go watch my video on it. But basically what you want is you want your new lead, okay, to be this opportunity. As soon as a new lead comes in, so as soon as someone comes in immediately from the form or whatever your trigger is, you want to make sure that you come in here and you find this as new lead. So we come right in here, okay. We'll do select pipeline. Let's see which pipeline. Is this pipeline 2, and then we'll do new lead. So important. As soon as people come in, you want to just blitz them with this automation. But depending on how your sales process works, you want to also make sure that you're hitting the new leads. You're not hitting people that book calls. Another thing I see so many people do, they'll set stuff up like this, and then the pipelines is like totally disjointed. I have other videos on completely automating your sales process with these pipelines, which is unreal. I definitely recommend you take a look at that because that will just blow your mind. I actually have a free snapshot with that, and it will help you automate your entire sales pipeline process on high level so you don't have to manually move through stages. You're getting a ton of leads that can save you a freak load of time because when you have people come in, they move from lead to book called, it's all automated so you don't have to do the work. Again, high lead volume, it's really important that you have that. But basically, you have your form submitted. Once we get the opportunity created, then all of this is pretty much good to go. Again, you're going to want to make sure you go in and you put the exact email you want. A lot of this stuff is already relatively good, but you just want to make sure you plug in your offer, okay? If you have the booking page, make sure you have that. You want to make sure you have an actual process. Remember, you have to make sure this is actually set up, or the stuff that you have set up. It's not just going to work automatically. You have to have that. Again, make sure you just plug in the correct SMS. You can leave all of this stuff just the way it is. It's pretty much fine. And then make sure you have to upload a voicemail if you don't have that. Again, very easy. You just go in right there, drop in the file, and then make sure your booking link is properly dialed in there. Okay, you want to put it right there, and then you're good to go. It's as simple as that. It's really not much more to it. But again, the big part of this that makes it work really well is making sure that your trigger is the exact way that you get a bunch of leads, or it can be all of the ways you get leads, whatever your sales process looks like. And then number 2, you make sure that you're having people coming into a pipeline and making sure they are the new lead so you can tell who's who. This is going to segment, okay, good leads from bad leads right off the bat. Likelihood of you selling people goes way up. So like really important that you dial this exact part in. It will help a lot. So it's as simple as that, guys. If you do have any questions and you're like, this is awesome, I want to connect this, ASAP, drop them in the comments down below. I'll answer. This really works well for you, for an agency to sell people, especially if you're like running ads and stuff. Because what you can do is you can come right in here and you could do form, and you can have like a Facebook lead form. This is where this gets really big. If you're collecting phone number, email, and all of this stuff, you connect the Fast 5 and it's like a pop, just like immediately as they come in, they're getting hammered with your follow-up, which can sell a ton of people if you do this right. So remember, if you're running ads, this is huge, or doing any kind of SEO, this can be huge for you, the agency owner, and it's going to help you sell a lot more people. Now, if you are a service-based business or you're an agency helping service-based businesses, I recommend you use something like this if they get a lot of leads, or if they don't want to do all of these, at least do two, which is email and text. Because again, guys, I'm going to say this, and I've been saying it a gazillion times. I'm going to repeat myself because we need to be reminded more than we need to be taught, is that follow-up is something that for some reason is so lacking in almost every industry. I don't know why, but it's like the one thing I see time and time again people don't have. This takes care of all that. So make sure whatever you do, whether you're working for a service-based business or yourself, you set this up, you properly define it, and you just have this rolling out as quickly as possible, because this will help you sell way more people. So once you have that, make sure you name it properly. Click Draft to Publish, click Save, and you are good to go. So if you're interested in learning more about HighLevel and getting access to a ton of support resources, I have a 30-day free trial link down below. Not a 14-day, but an exclusive 30-day free trial link where if you sign up, you'll get help from me, get a private community, full trainings on how to sell HighLevel, full trainings on how to learn HighLevel, and full trainings even on AI. You'll also get access to a ton of snapshots. You'll get 3 live coaching calls per week, done for you automations, done for you prospecting systems, and so much more. I mean, guys, you can go and click the link below and just see the testimonials and what I've done and the awards I've won. It's insane. It's, in my opinion, the best GoHighLevel community available in 2025 and beyond. And I'm telling you right now, it could be the thing that changes everything for you and your agency. Again, guys, it's a 30-day free trial link down below, not a 14-day, and you get access to all these bonuses. And if you just want to look around more, you can just click the link below and see what you get. Thanks, guys. Back to the video. Starting with numero 5, we have appointment booking WhatsApp reminders. This is great for just getting your appointments to not no-show you and just get way more calls. We're going to come right in here. We're going to go right to automations. I'm going to come right to create workflow, and we're going to do select a recipe. You can start from scratch, but I'm going to show you a little shortcut with this. We're going to scroll right down below, and we're going to click this. But what we're going to do is we're only going to keep this part. This is just a little cheeky hack for the day, a cheeky hack to help you save a lot of time. So we're going to come here. We're going to go, okay. We're going to scroll right down all the way till right here, okay? And you can keep this too, but for the sake of this, we're just going to delete this. We're going to come right to delete, and we're going to do delete all actions from here. We do this, and boom, it just axes everything. So simple as that. You're done. And now we're left with just the raw reminder automation. So again, I'm assuming you have some knowledge with automations. If you guys are totally green, please go watch my full automations tutorial and setting up WhatsApp. Otherwise, this video is just going to confuse you. So please have a basic understanding of how automations work, because I'm going to be breezing through and assuming you understand certain things. So the first thing, obviously, is just make sure all of this is properly configured to your specification, the right calendar, all that stuff. Down here, if you have email set up, we're going to use an email. I think email is great. Again, you can leave this the way it is. It looks fine. You just want to put in the right name, the right email, all that stuff. And again, if you are having like a specific thing for this automation, you can come right in here and fill this all in, sender name, sender email. I recommend you do it because it will basically do this across all. So you put in your email, it will come right in and put your email in all the email spots. So you don't have to keep redoing that. So again, make sure you configure that. But what's different about this, and this is how we're going to kind of jerry rig this, is we're going to get rid of the SMS. We're going to delete. We're going to delete the SMS. But what we're going to do is we're going to click this, and we're going to do WhatsApp. Okay, and we're going to just slap WhatsApp in here. We're going to pick said message template. Please pick your message template. I'm just putting this in there for the sake of the video. Again, I have a full video. You have to have this set up, but I'm assuming you have that set up. Once you do that, you're just going to plug in the exact template you want to use, and you're going to click Save Action. So then it's a WhatsApp instead of a text. And this is so powerful for overseas people. I actually split tested this with a client of mine, and I was shocked at how well it worked. I think it was like a 55% to 60% increase on people showing up on bookings, which I was like, geez, that's incredible. So again, you come right in here, you come right down below, and you come right here, and you're just going to delete this one, okay? And then you're going to add WhatsApp again. So remember, you're replacing SMS with the WhatsApp side of things. So you pick the exact template you want, you save action, and boom. And again, if you want to change, emails up or anything like that, you just come right in here, you configure it the way you like, check everything, make sure everything's working. But really what you're doing is you're just replacing the SMS with WhatsApp. So this automation is now a WhatsApp automation, and it's really important. Like, again, if you have people here, you should come in and you should quickly just fiddle with this and do, follow exactly what I said, because this automation will help you get way more bookings. Again, if you have people relying on WhatsApp and and you're doing bookings and calls, this is a must. And again, as always, you must publish it, test it, and then click save. So that's it. Okay, now we move on to number 4 on the list, which is WhatsApp no-show nurture. Again, this is in the same vein as the booking one, and this can just be absolutely huge in getting more appointments. And I really think you combine these two, you'll have way more appointments. The people that are reliant on WhatsApp, this is huge. Come back into automations, we come right here, we click select a recipe, we go right down below, scroll, and we got this one right here. So we're gonna select no-show nurture. Okay, so we're right here. Again, configure the right triggering. So you want to have the proper event type. You want to pick the exact calendar you want to connect to. So once someone goes through and then it'll connect, again, I'm assuming you understand automations. So make sure you have this properly set up on that calendar. And then from here, what you're going to do is you're going to come in here to the email. You're going to make sure the email looks good. It's totally fine when you plug in the proper calendar. And again, you have to make sure that, say, as I say, insert calendar link here. So go into calendars, pick that, because once you have the email part set up, then it's all good. And then from there, you just have to come into the SMSs, delete them. So we're going to come right here, click. We'll get out of this real quick. We come into delete. We're just going to delete here, delete action. Okay. And then we're going to delete this SMS, delete action. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just come in and we're going to put WhatsApp in twice. And you pick the exact template you want. You plug it in just like this. Again, remember everything we went through. I'm assuming you understand. You pick the right template and you make sure it's configured properly. Like, hey, it's time to reschedule. Hey, here's the reschedule follow-up link. And then you do that one more time via the WhatsApp action. You pick the same template you want. You click save and you do that exact thing. And again, you can configure the messages in here. That's going to be the message template on WhatsApp, but you want to make sure that it has all of the right info. Then from there, the automation is done really fast. I mean, this is a really easy automation to set up, but this in tandem with the other one I have set up will help you get way more appointments, like way more appointments. I'm telling you, it's really important. You want to have these both set up for people that are heavily reliant on WhatsApp, because again, people miss it. You want to fall back up with them, get them rescheduled. And it's one of those things where if you're doing high sales volume and you have a lot of people, you set these up really quick, publish them, save them. It'll just like automatically behind the scenes work, 24/7 for you to make sure that you're constantly staying atop of everyone. So again, very important, very easy to set up. As you see, you just come in, you replace the SMS with WhatsApp, and then you are done. And that is the no-show nurture. And I highly recommend you make sure you set this up if you are heavily reliant on WhatsApp. Okay, now we have number 3 on the list, which is WhatsApp onboarding automation. This is a big one. Okay, so we come right in here, we're going to click create workflow, and we're going to do start from scratch. Okay, so you're going to have to pay attention to this one because this one is not pre-built for you. So in this workflow, obviously you want to name it onboarding, whatever first, but this is going to be unique because it all depends on how your onboarding sequence works. Is it a product you're selling? Is it a form submission? What is it and what does it look like? So again, you have to figure that out. But for the sake of this video, we're just going to do form submission. Say it has payment and a bunch of other stuff on it. So once they submit that form, it's done. So we're going to come in here. We're going to do form. Form submitted. Okay. This all looks good. Select form is. Select form 2. You just pick the exact form you want. So go back. I have a full video on forms you don't understand. So you're just going to pick said form. So again, it could be a contact created. It could be a product bot. It could be anything. Whatever your business does, make sure you plug in the right thing. And again, once you plug in that trigger, that's going to start the automation sequence. And this is really important for if you're doing high volume, you get this first part dialed in. So when anyone comes in, okay, whether it's your community, your course, your marketing services, as soon as they pay and submit that form, it'll automatically onboard them, because there's nothing worse than you being like, hey man, do this, or did you get this, or did you get this email, and you're manually sending stuff and it just gets confusing. Don't want to be like that. Want to make this simple. So I recommend for this now, once that initial sequence, and whatever it is, again, you're going to have to figure that out because I don't know your business model. So whether it's a form submitted, payment product, you get that part set up. You immediately want to start with WhatsApp, okay? And you're going to want a template that is like, here is the instructions. It's so important. You want to send them instructions. You want to have it very basic, very simple, and you're going to pick a template that would be that. So it's like, as soon as you get in, it's like, hey, here's your onboarding link, and it literally sends them a message that has a link to whether it be go to another form, okay, whether it be start an appointment with you on your calendar, whatever or however your business works, this message is immediately going to them to get them started on that process. And a quick pro tip, you want to have that process in steps that are as clear as possible. And if they're not clear enough, put them in ChatGPT and ask it to make them clear. You want to be like, okay, now you need to log in here at this login. Or if it's something like for a website, if you're selling websites, be like, here's a form, okay, where you're going to give me pictures, business phone name, all this stuff so you can pull and then have that info later. So whatever that business system is, this WhatsApp message has to send in clear, simple instructions. I recommend too, doing send email, very important. You always want to have that email side of things. So plug in all this stuff. We'll just, plug this stuff in for now. Declan O'Reilly, and we're just going to save action so you can see it. But you're going to plug in all your proper info, and then you come right in here, and you're just going to want to make sure that the email sent out too. They can be sent out at the same time if you want, or you can do a little wait time. I just like to hit them both ways. But again, very important, and you want to have this part absolutely dialed in. So again, this should be good. Honestly, if they answer, this is good. You can always follow up if they didn't get it. But if you want to be really sure, what you can do is you can come in here, you can do an if / else. And what you could do is you could do if they answered or if they didn't, it would branch off and then basically send them more messages like, hey, are you there? Hey, are you there? I personally think this is fine. If you can get them through this and they're like, hey, I never got on board, you can just say, check your messages. This should always work, especially with WhatsApp, because it's so easy to get to their inbox. I personally think this is a perfect onboard thing. I know a lot of people would say this is so basic, and you can add all that extra stuff if you just want to be 100% sure. But in my experience, this has worked well. If you want to be really cautious, again, you can put the if / else and just go through that sequence. And if they didn't answer, it sends them a bunch of stuff to get them to answer. And if it doesn't, the automation just stops. I think this is good though, but you decide. Then as always, publish, test, click save, and then you're good to go. Okay, number 2 on the list is missed call WhatsApp back automation. I have another full video on this, but this is a great one, and I think it's really important to have. Okay, so we come back in automations, we can create workflow. We're going to need to select recipe this time. We're going to scroll right here, and you'll see it, missed call WhatsApp back. We're just going to click select, and we are good to go. Okay, so again, you pick the exact trigger call status. You want to come in here. This will already be filled out, but make sure if you're doing this from scratch, you have this busy, cancel, voicemail, no answer. So again, they call, it does not go through. Then from here, you want a slight delay. And now this is already built out, so it's so easy. Slight delay, you pick the time. And again, I have a full video if you want to see every little move built out. But you wait a slight delay so it feels better. Come right in here to assign to user. Okay, you're going to pick the exact user, whoever it is in your database. Remember, you want to make it go to someone. So let's say to an employee, a salesperson, whatever. And then you're basically just going to pick the WhatsApp template, whatever that may be, and then plug it in so it sends them that text message when the call doesn't go through. And again, you can go down here through a bunch of other stuff. You can switch it out with WhatsApp. You can add all this. This is just basically to double trouble if you have SMS and WhatsApp, but a lot of people don't have SMS, so you will want to delete these and then add WhatsApp in here so it can basically be completely built out and it just keeps messaging them. And again, if you don't have SMS, you're going to want to do that. But this one's very simple. The thing I love about GoHighLevel's recipes is they're all built out. I don't have to go through and explain anything because you literally just come into each one, make sure it's connected to the right thing. Really easy. And if you need to switch out the SMS and WhatsApp, you can do that. So it's very simple. But this one's already built out and good to go. And again, you want to make sure the messages are configured properly, everything's configured properly, and then you test this, as always, publish, and make sure that you go through and you make sure this works. This is one of those things that's very easy not to work. It's just huge for local businesses, again, overseas, or they're using WhatsApp a lot. This is killer. Like, it's absolutely killer. Real quick, the quick thing I want to say, because I think you'll be interested in this. They're making a WhatsApp AI chatbot. It's not yet at the time of this video. It will be coming out. I've talked to people that are working on it. Okay, it is something that's going to come, and this is going to change all of this. Like, it's going to literally change everything. So I'm super pumped for that. I cannot wait till that chatbot comes out because that is going to basically change so much stuff with this. So just stay tuned because once we get that, we can assign it to the chatbot and it can just go ham. So that's it. Very simple, very straightforward. You now have the missed call WhatsApp back. Now, number 1, and the final automation on the list that you can set up very simply and very straightforward with WhatsApp database reactivation automation. This is awesome. Okay, I've noticed when I've split tested this, because of WhatsApp can be so much more personal, you get way higher reply rates with this. It's awesome. It's absolutely killer. So let's jump in and let me show you how to set this up. Come back to the automations page. We click create workflow. We go select recipe. We slide right on down to list reactivation. We're going to click select. Again, with a lot of these, you're just replacing stuff and pulling it out. But whoa, this is quite the automation. So again, you want to pick your trigger. I have a full video on database reactivation if you don't even understand how this works at all, because this is really important. For those of you who do understand, bear with me. For those of you who don't, just quickly pay attention. You basically take an email list or an SMS list, just a full list, and you run it through an automation where it just pings everyone and it reactivates an old list. You can do it with a new list too if you want, but it'll hit people with an offer. It'll segment who's, talking back, who's messaging. It'll just basically go through a list, reawaken it, and sell it, whatever you want, or get it a book appointment. So powerful. So in here, what you're going to want to do is you want to come in, always pick the trigger, whatever that may be, contact tag, whatever. And because remember, you can just go in on the contact side and just select all the contacts that you just imported and click run automation, because this is kind of like a one-time, two-time thing. Then from there, you're going to need your offer. So whatever that is, this is for you to decide. Unfortunately, I can't help you with this because I don't even know your business. So you pick, what offer do you want it to be? Is it booking an appointment? Is it buying a product? Is it trying out a service? Is it a free trial? Whatever that is, you're going to want to configure that. But you're not going to want to do it through SMS. You're going to come right in here and you're going to do WhatsApp, and you're going to add the exact template that you create in the templates, whether that be, buy a product, whatever it is, book an appointment, and then you're going to delete this one. Now, you technically could do SMS too if you're trying to double dip like crazy, but for a lot of you guys that do not use SMS, you'll just put this in right here. So there you have that. Then it's automatically configured to wait. You don't have to really do much with that. Again, just check everything as always. That's what I want to tell you with automations. Always check everything. But down here, it has this awesome if-else sequence. So if they reply, it goes through a yes, yes, no. And if they don't reply, or they're negative, or however you set that up, what will end up happening is, it's like, for example, say it is a booking appointment. If someone's like, no, I don't want to book, they reply, or they're like, I don't like this, or whatever, it'll then bring them back in and bring them into another attempt. Like, hey, are you sure? Maybe have like an extra free call or an extra 50% off, whatever it is, down one line, and it will go again to segment further, because a lot of people will say no on the first time, then yes on this one. This one goes right into yes, no, and then this goes through and leads them to whatever action you want them to go. So with this, again, just like the other one, we're going to come in, you're going to pick whatever you want to have this message say, and we're going to add WhatsApp, okay? WhatsApp, and that's, we're just replacing it with WhatsApp as opposed to SMS. And again, we're just going to quickly delete this SMS, and you're just going to configure it again and again and again. And what you can also do if you want, if it is an email list and a WhatsApp list or SMS list, you're going to want to make sure you add emails in there too. It just depends on the list. Remember, this can be email, SMS, or WhatsApp. If it's not a WhatsApp list and none of these people have WhatsApps, it's best not to run a reactivation campaign. Again, if you have a list or someone gave you one that is a lot of WhatsApp numbers, this will work amazingly. But just know this isn't just going to convert regular numbers into a WhatsApp list. So you have to make sure that you have a WhatsApp database. Or if you have emails too, again, you're going to want to add email here, send email, and you're going to want to add that in. So for the rest of this automation, you're just going to replace all the SMS with WhatsApp. You're going to want to make sure that the if-else sequence is configured the exact way you want it. And again, I wish I could just show you exactly what to do with this, but I don't know your offer, so it's going to be different. So you want to make sure you have that offer in, whatever it's in here, you plug it in, you have that message properly configured, book a call or whatever, and then you go through and you replace all of these with WhatsApp. And again, it has to be a WhatsApp list, but you just go through, just like I showed you, click this, you add WhatsApp, you come in here, and you delete, and you're good to go. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. You just go through. And guys, again, HighLevel has already built all these automations. You have to do very little work. With this one, you most definitely want to run a couple people through this. Please test it. You really want to. I always am about testing automations, because the last thing you want to do is not test an automation. Then you run a bunch of people through it, and it doesn't really work, and then you just wasted a bunch of time, resources, et cetera, et cetera. So go through that, make sure it's all configured, and you'll be good. And last thing on database reactivation, this is so powerful for service-based businesses, especially if they have a promo or like a product. Like, this is amazing for hair salons, chiropractor business, reoccurring businesses, not recurring, but reoccurring. Difference between recurring and reoccurring. Recurring is like a A retainer, just every month it takes out like Netflix is recurring. Reoccurring is like buying Coca-Cola. You come back and buy it. You come back and buy it. It's buying back multiple times. Or Facebook ads is the same thing. You come back and give them a credit card. It's not automatic necessarily. So with this, like hair salons is amazing. You plug in a hair salon list and it's like, holy shit. Like you'll be like, everyone, get this appointment on this day. Get color and highlights, cut and color, 50% off, blah, 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 blah. Or bring a friend or whatever it is. And it's just like you'll look at the calendar. It's like you just got everyone's chairs, everyone's, shit is booked. So it can be incredible for that. Any of those business. You can try it on any business, but this is a heavy hitter, especially if you're overseas or where people are heavy on WhatsApp and you have a WhatsApp list. This will work amazingly. This is strictly just for WhatsApp reputation management. So I'm just going to quickly explain. Reputation management, in short, is using email and SMS or some sort of chat widget or barcode. And you basically get Google and Facebook reviews for local businesses, and they pay you. It's as simple as that. And you basically boost local SEO. That's kind of the whole gist of this. This video, though, is on WhatsApp side of things. So this is going to be how to use WhatsApp to get Google and Facebook reviews so you can get paid. So this is not going to be using email or SMS. This is going to be exclusively utilizing the power of WhatsApp to get tons of 5-star reviews for your clients. It's amazing and it's super powerful for all my overseas people. So without further ado, let's jump right in. So the first thing you're going to need to have for all this to work is to have your Google Business profile connected and your Facebook profile connected in order for you to get reviews, because that's going to give you the review link. And you'll do that in the Launchpad or in here. If you don't know any of this and you're just completely lost, please go to my channel and watch my full tutorial on reputation management so you understand this process. For this, I'm assuming you already know how to do this. That's why we're jumping right into the WhatsApp side of things. I'm just making sure you understand that. The second thing you're going to need is you need to go into settings. You're going to need to come down to WhatsApp and you make sure you have a WhatsApp business number. Okay. None of this will work unless you have that. For the people that already have WhatsApp, you already know what I'm talking about. It'll be connected again, right in settings, right under WhatsApp. And we're going to need this in order to start this entire process. So those two things have to happen before we can do anything. So to get started, we're going to come right into reputation. We're going to come right into settings. And as you'll see right here, they now have WhatsApp review requests. How awesome is that? They never used to have that. They also in contacts have bulk WhatsApp. How amazing is that? Totally new thing. So what we're going to do is we're going to come right down to reputation management. We're going to come right into settings and we're going to configure this. So we're going to go right into WhatsApp review requests. I'm going to start with this. We're going to click this. So the first thing we're going to need to do is just configure the basic process with after automations or how this works when you send it. So the first thing is when to send messages after check-in. So after you either launch a campaign, after you have an automation trigger, whatever it is, you pick how you want to work. Do you want it 1 hour? Do you want it 2 hours? Do you want it 4 hours? You pick. I would suggest immediately or 1 hour. And then until clicked, repeat this every 3 days, 1 week. You pick the cadence of how often you want this to keep asking for review requests. Now, back in the day, you had to completely set up automations for all of this. Now you just have to set up partial automations because it has automations built in. This is actually really cool and they really improved this, but you can do custom, you do whatever. So you pick, I would do 3 days. That's good enough. And then maximum retries is how many times it's going to keep going through that process. Leave that at 1 or 2, and then you're good to go. So first things first, you just want to make sure you configure this specifically for your business. Now you can click save, okay? And once you click save, we're going to open WhatsApp template builder. So this is the message you are going to send, okay, to them to get the reviews. So first things first, you can show the header. So this is if you want to have this up here, you want to have an image, a video, a document, location, all that stuff. To be honest, I would leave out all of this. I just like to keep it stupid simple. And what I would do is I would come down here and I would make this much shorter. So they give you a default template. So with WhatsApp, if you don't understand WhatsApp at all, I have a full video on integrating this into GoHighLevel. So please watch that because you're going to have to understand how WhatsApp works in general with their template messages. But this is too long for me. I've done a lot of reputation management. I've done a lot of local SEO and I've gotten a lot of people, a lot of reviews. And I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, the simplest, most straightforward stuff like this will go the furthest. I'm telling you, it works way better. So what I would do is I would come right in here. I would copy all of this. Okay. I'll come right on over to ChatGPT and I would say, make this way shorter. Perfect. And that's what I would use because it's just way simpler. You don't want them getting confused. I like to make it as organic as possible because a lot of people when sending reviews think it has to be this complicated, like this, that, and third, and all this text, they go into copywriter mode. Stupid. Don't do that. Make it look like you are texting a friend. I would even not say this. I would be even, and again, I'm just using this for example, but you could even say stuff like, yo, can you please leave me a review? dog, or whatever, ma'am, what you pick. But I would even do stuff like that. And that's what I do with a lot of the business I've done this with. And it's worked so well because people see it. And on WhatsApp, it's a little different than email or text because it's just popping in their inbox. You don't want to look like it's a mass market campaign. And all these people keep doing that. And it's the thing I see most that kills a lot of people in this reputation management game is when they ask for reviews and the review requests, it looks so automated. A lot of people are like, well, maybe I'll do it. But if you make it more personalized and shorter, they're like, did someone send this manually? Trust me, it works like a charm. These right down here, these are custom values and custom fields. So this will just pre-populate the review link that we plugged in earlier, the location name. You can get rid of some of these. It just depends on what you're trying to do, but you're definitely going to want to have that review. And this one is going to pre-populate that. And this is just going to be the link that gets the review. Right? If you don't understand custom fields or custom values, I have a full video on that. Again, I'm expecting you know these things. So that's what we'll put in there. Footer, you can add a footer. You see right there. It just goes down there. Honestly, not necessary. You don't need it. This is perfectly fine. Super, super simple. Again, you want it to look real. That's the whole goal of this. And then down here, you can choose buttons. So definitely recommend for SMS and email that you put an opt-out message on here, but we're not going into that today. You can just leave it as is. I mean, it's WhatsApp, so it's a little different. Again, check the rules and regulations with WhatsApp cold DMing, but that's what I would do. And then you just click update. And then what it's going to do is it's going to go into, as you'll see right here, template status pending. So again, I'm expecting you know this, but WhatsApp works with template messages, and that's how you get charged to do, and that's how you do cold WhatsApp. And all that is, okay, is basically the first message sent. Everything else is free. That's why WhatsApp is so much more affordable. And that's why I recommend a lot of you guys to use WhatsApp. It's way cheaper than email, and it's way cheaper than SMS. Like, by a lot. So really recommend that, especially if you're doing cold stuff. It's a gold mine. It's untapped. It's untapped. I don't know what to tell you. Now, but that will basically be pending until it gets verified. Then you can send it. So then you just click save and you're good to go. So I'm going to show you 2 different ways to immediately start collecting reviews via WhatsApp right now. This is outside of automations. I'll show you that last. You come in here, you select all your records, or you can filter just your WhatsApp records, and you would come right in here and you click send review request, this little star. You're gonna click okay, proceed. And again, this is WhatsApp, not SMS, but you're gonna pick the WhatsApp review request link. And then you're going to either do it right now or add at a scheduled time where you pick a date. And then you just put in the action name and then you click send review request. And that's going to blast that review request to your entire contacts list. Or you come right in here. You come right here to bulk WhatsApp if you want to quickly launch this out. You pick the default number, you select the exact template you want to have, the action name, and then boom, you hammer them with a WhatsApp template message. So those are 2 big different ways you can do this. And that's just immediately start launching this stuff out ASAP. And again, combining this down here with automations is incredibly powerful because you can have these being sent out on autopilot. And again, I have full videos on my channel automating reputation management, but this is really how you're going to kickstart this. So once you have all this set up, what I would recommend doing if you really want to go a step further is first watch my video on reputation management so you can understand the nuts and bolts, because I go much further into reputation management on the other videos. This is just strictly WhatsApp reputation management, so you can get all this stuff. But I would go in here, and if you come into workflows, they have all these different things with WhatsApp in here. So we'll save this, come right here, add this, and you can do what's. And look, you have all these different actions, okay, that you can add in WhatsApp. This way you can automate damn near everything. And this is so important because once you do this, you can have a system that is just automating reputation management, and you're ranking Google business profiles and you're continually going up and up in the search results and automating it. So that's it in a nutshell. You now can go in, use WhatsApp and start doing reputation management today and start getting paid. Yes, you can do that. It's incredible. Please watch my full video on reputation management because I go in depth on what literally every one of these things does. We're going to go right to automations. I'm going to go right to create workflow, and we're going to go select a recipe. Again, we come right here. We just clicked WhatsApp delivery status. This is awesome because HighLevel does all the work and creates this for you. Yes, you can go in and create this manually if you have any other things you want to add, but they create this manually. How awesome is that? All the work is done. We just have to plug it in. So first, you're going to want to name your automation as always, what you want it. Then basically we're going to add the triggers. So you can add as many triggers as you want depending on what's going on. But if a customer books an appointment and it's like, okay, yay, they booked an appointment, and then you're sending them a follow-up and they don't get it because it failed, that looks horrible on you. So again, you can add as many triggers as you want, new lead, new whatever, you get crazy with it. But once the triggers are defined, you want to make sure they get contacted, because if they come in and they're like, bro, you never contacted me,
you look really bad and you can lose leads that way. So first, it comes down into WhatsApp, okay? As you know, you have to pick the message template. I have a full video on this if you do not understand how WhatsApp integrates with HighLevel or how their marketing works. But you pick said template, you save action, so you have that, and then you want to add the conditions, okay? This is where it gets really important, because if it's successful or unsuccessful, this basically goes into sending an SMS or an email. So if it goes into WhatsApp delivery successful, nothing happens. The automation ends and they be removed from the workflow. If it is unsuccessful, so it does not go through when you set it up here like this, then it triggers the SMS. And that's where you want to come in to the SMS, put in the name, put in your template if you have one, or create the message right here, test it, and save action. So you have that message set up. Then, if it's also, when the delivery status failed, if it doesn't work at all, again, you want to come right in here and you want to add an email. And if you want to add anything else, you can just click these right here and add, email, send whatever. Voicemail, you can get crazy with it. But very simply, you want to add all that stuff so it works. So again, quick recap, you set up your triggers very simply. And again, this is pretty much already done for you. Just have to plug it in. Set up your triggers. First, this is great for booked appointment. You can set up a lead, change to new, whatever, you want it. Then the WhatsApp message template. And again, you click it, you come right in here, you put the name in, you pick the template, and you click save. It's very, very easy. Then the conditions that are already set up, okay? And you can even add more if you want, but this is good. You then leave this one the way it is. Then you're going to come right into each of these, and you're going to configure the exact message you want. Come in, you name it, you pick your template, or you configure it right here. You make sure it's good. You can even test it. Then you click save action, and you do the same thing for email, ensuring this all works smoothly. Again, this is so easy, so simple. If you don't understand automations or some stuff is, missing in your head, you're like, what? I have a full video on this that explains everything. And again, I'm assuming you understand automations because this is like the easiest automation to set up because it's already pre-built. You just have to put in some templates, and then you're good to go. So again, if you do not understand automations and you're like, how do I add stuff or, what is, this mean and all this stuff, which is very straightforward, from email, put in your subject, pick your email template, whatever. If you don't understand that, please go watch my full video on automations because that will fill in any of the gaps. Okay. And again, once you go through and you check everything, best automation practices, you test said workflow. You pick a contact you want it on, and you run a test. That way you can see that this works. Please always test your automations. Massive pro tip. I talk about this in my other videos. And then you can click publish, save, and then your bad boy is live. And this automation is for if the WhatsApp message does not go through, it then triggers into a sequence where it sends them other messages via text or email. I actually think this is critical to have set up because, again, you never know when something doesn't go through or their WhatsApp's bugging out. It's just really important to maybe even have an email or something set up so you don't lose them. And again, it's very straightforward. You can add as many triggers. You just go right down the line. GoHighLevel makes it so easy because they set it up. And from there, you now have another WhatsApp automation set up and your businesses will thrive. So you're going to come right down to automations. We're going to come right to create workflow, and we're going to select a recipe. And it's going to be this one right here, which is send replies to inbound WhatsApp messages. So you're going to select it right here. So essentially how this works is when someone sends you a message on WhatsApp, it will automatically reply. And you can add all kinds of different filters based on, let's say, something they say or something they do to get the response to come back. Now, this is really, really powerful because when people come in, you have a lot of volume. Oftentimes, if you don't have an AI chatbot set up, which we're going to get into in a sec, this can be a very easy way to make sure everyone is getting followed up with and replied to. Because one of the things that I see constantly in people's sales processes is they have zero follow-up. It's shocking. They just don't have follow-up. I don't know why. They just don't seem to have it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you got to fix this. So really, this is pretty much already set up all the way. Coming right here, the trigger is good. The reply channel is WhatsApp. You don't need to change that. Slight delay. If you want to make it more, you can. This is pretty much already set up just perfectly, so I would not worry about it. And then basically just put in the template message we went over earlier in the video. So you make sure you have that in. And once that's in, you're pretty much good to go. Now, there's a couple things you can do to beef this up. So the first thing is you can basically come in, and if it's delivered, just have another chain of events you can copy paste to keep sending the messages, or if it's undelivered, send them an SMS or whatnot. But if you want to kind of like go another route with this, something you can do that is incredibly powerful is setting up an AI chatbot on HighLevel to basically beef this
process up. So once you have your entire, automation the way you like it, just save it, put the right name in. You can use this in tandem, okay, with your AI chatbot, or you can just cancel this all together and use your AI chatbot. So if you're going to use the recipe in this workflow, you're going to come right in here, you're going to click draft publish. But I just want to show you a little thing because this might kind of spark your interest. And I have other videos on AI chatbots. So I'm not going to go too much in depth in this, but we're going to go to AI agents right here. Okay, we're going to come to conversation AI. Okay, we can go to Declan. Let's click this. I just want to show you something really, really powerful. If we come right down here to the channels, we can click WhatsApp. Now, this is so powerful because if we set up a WhatsApp bot, we don't even need that automation. Now, a lot of you guys won't be using AI chatbots. So that's why I showed you this automation. You can still use automation. Totally cool. Totally fine. Use it. Not a problem. But if you don't want to use it and you want to have everything completely automated, you can click this once you have your AI chatbot set up. By the way, I have full videos on my channel doing this. And what this will do is this will really carry on any conversation once someone messages you. And then you could set up follow-up automation to kind of ping back and forth. But that way, anytime someone messages you on WhatsApp, anytime, the AI chatbot will kick in and have a full-fledged conversation with them. So this can be incredibly powerful to replace that. But if not, you use that exact automation to make sure your leads are getting followed up with. Again, guys, the theme of this automation is to follow up with your leads or reply very fast. Speed to lead is everything. And if you don't have that, you're missing out on sales.
I'm going to be showing you how to set up a birthday reminder automation in GoHighLevel. So this is when anyone's birthday comes up, it will send them an email, a text, or whatever way you want to communicate with them, and maybe give them a discount or a promo, or just wish them happy birthday. And this is great if you have long-term clients that you want to keep that relationship going. This will just increase the odds they stay with you longer. So we're going to come right to automations, right to create workflow. You can start from scratch, but we're going to select the recipe they have. Okay, we're going to scroll all the way down here. It's going to say recipe birthday template. We're going to click select. So here is the automation. First things first, always name your automation. Second thing, I actually want to show you how this triggers and how to add the birth date to a context so this actually does trigger. Because as you see here, this trigger will just run every day. So if a contact has a birthday, it'll just fire off based on the context. But if you don't have a contact with it, it's useless. We're going to come back into your sub-account view. We're going to go right down to contacts. Okay, and you're going to pick a contact. So we'll do Mary Gordon. Okay, and we're going to add the birthday in there. So if you scroll right down in here in the contact, it'll say date of birth. So what you want to do is you want to pick the birthday. So I recommend you do this for all of the clients that you're close to or just your clients in general. Make sure you have all of their birthdays. And you could even put in something when you're onboarding new clients in an onboarding form, like what's your birthday, so you can get this. To have the birth date in there or else this just doesn't work. So make sure you go and add that just the way I showed you to all of your clients or the people you want this to run off of. So the first thing is just leaving this just like this. Okay, birthday reminder, it's all good. You can add extra filters, but this works just fine. And then you just want it to send an SMS. So you don't have to have all of this stuff right here. You can just have an SMS or you can just do an email. Just depends on what you're doing. Either or works depending on your clients, but you don't have to have all this other stuff. You can just delete all actions from here. I've used birthday templates that were as simple as this and it works, but if you want to get it more in depth, you can use the yes, no, if else sequence and just keep going down. For the sake of the video, we're just going to be going through this because it's all you really need as you send out to. But what we'll do is we'll basically come in here and we'll just configure the message. So this depends on what you're trying to do. Okay, so if it's a birthday and you just want to say, happy birthday, man, good for you, something simple like that, which still works, it's powerful. You can just leave it as is. But if you want to add something in like, for your birthday, here is 50% off for 1 month. This can sometimes be huge just to build reciprocity. And again, what you can do is you can come back here. You can come payments, and you can add some stuff with coupons or do whatever you want to give them that discount. But this is something that I may recommend you do if you're really trying to build that tight-knit kind of bond with your clients. You add in a discount. It can be 10%. It does not have to be 50%, but that's up to you. Either or, it's good just to have something. I recommend a birthday message is big anyway. It's just you want something there. But if you want to really spice it up, add that so you're good to go. So side note, make this as organic as possible. Don't make it like super robotic because they'll know it's an automated email. You want to make it almost like very human and very like almost like you're sending it on the spot. It's way more powerful. Just a pro tip for you. But you go through there and then you're good to go. So you can configure an email, an SMS, and you're done. I mean, it's that simple. This will run every day and whenever, and it'll just check the context. Okay, someone has a birthday, launch this out. All you have to do. So just make sure you configure this properly, make sure you have the SMS set up properly, and if you have an email, you add that. And if you don't want this other stuff, you can come right in here and do delete all actions from here, and you get rid of all that, and then you would just add your email or whatever else, and you're done. But there's one last thing I want to go over with this, and that is down here in communication. So what you want to do is you want to do contact time zone. You don't want your time zone, because if you have someone on California time and you're in Eastern time, it'll send it when they're asleep. You see what I'm saying? Or they're in UK or on Australia or Africa. This is why it's really important to click contact time zone, specific window, pick all the days. See, it's leaving out Sunday and Saturday. A lot of people have birthdays on Sunday and Saturday. It really does. So the contact time zone is going to be their time zone, which they're in. And then you pick whatever you want. From 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., you can do more, you can do less. You just leave it like that. That's what I highly recommend you do, because doing that is going to just allow a little fail-safe so it doesn't just send the wrong way. But make sure you go in and do that. Once you're done, you just come up here, you click draft to publish, and then click save, and you are done. It's that simple. It's that straightforward. I mean, this is so easy to do. And if you have any questions or confused at all about how this works, please drop a comment down below. I'm going to be showing you a classic automation that you need to know, which is when someone signs a contract, it sends them an invoice. So first things first, we're going to come to payments. Just to let you know, I have a full video on this whole section that I will link at the end of this video, because you need to understand this, because you're going to need a template, okay, for invoices built out, and then a template for contracts built out. Again, you can just click new, create it. It's so easy, but I will have a video at the end of this video if you do not understand this or you do not have this, so you can master this and have this ready. So you're going to need both of those for this. If you don't have that, just watch the rest of the video and then pick that video at the end so you can come up to date. If you do, let's move forward here. So we're going to come right to automations. Okay, we're going to click create workflow. We're going to do start from scratch. So first things first, gotta name that automation. We're going to click this right here. We're going to do contract signed, invoice sent. Now you could do this a different way where it sends a contract and also sends an invoice, but we're going to do once they sign it, it sends the invoice, because that's official. We don't want it random like that. So we set that, and then we're going to click the trigger. So we're going to do contract, documents and contracts. Leave these the same, and then we're going to add the filters. So again, make sure you go watch that video, or you understand and have your document template ready and your contract template ready, because we're going to be plugging this in. So the first thing we're going to do in filters, you guys come right down here. We're going to click template is SEO contract. And again, whatever contract you have, you plug it in right there. Then we're going to do add filters, status is completed. Then we're going to save the trigger. That way, this contract that I created, very bare bones, once they sign this signature and select the date and go through everything, once I send it to them and they're like, okay, we're good to go, it then will move on to step number 2, which is coming right in here, clicking that, doing send. Ooh, what the freak? Send invoice. And then we're going to add it. So first things first, we have to add the user. So we're going to pick Mary Johnson. She's going to be the person that's sending it. And again, whoever it is that's you. If that's a salesperson, you want to add that person, because that's going to be the person that's sending it to them. And then we're just going to do invoice template, SEO. Then once you have the template selected, you just click save action. Simple as that. You're now done. Okay, and then you can just click publish, save. I've seen some videos of people on YouTube doing really stupid stuff, like creating a contract or a document here and then sending it first and then using it as the thing to send, which is dumb, because you can just use their templates, which completely eliminate that process. So once any template has been signed across GoHighLevel, that template you send it via email, text, WhatsApp, whatever, social media, it then will just trigger. So again, quick recap, you just want to make sure you have the template, which is the SEO contract. Then you have it completed, you save that trigger. So anytime that contract gets signed, it immediately moves to the next step in this workflow, which is sending it from Mary Johnson, which is the SEO invoice, and then you're good to go. And always click draft to publish, then click save. Again, this automation is gold. Like, I cannot stress this enough. It's so simple, yet so many businesses use this. Like, I cannot tell you how many businesses will take an extra 5 minutes to manually send shit across almost every niche. Like, this is one of those automations where it's so basic, yet just setting this up will save people so much time, especially if they're doing high volume and you can get this working properly. It's just these little things you do. These are the kind of GoHighLevel services that just make all the difference. You know, they're not like super crazy, powerful. Like, it's not getting leads or doing anything like that. But what it's doing is it's automating repetitive tasks where if you can save someone time, not only will you make them more money, but the convenience and the scalability will keep business owners paying you forever. It's little automations like this that will keep your client churn down. Okay, these are the kind of things you do to keep client churn down. It's not going to be bringing home, tons of money for them necessarily. And it's not going to be, oh my gosh, this is amazing upsell, but it's the kind of thing that it keeps them around longer. So please utilize this. So guys, that's it. That really is. It's an awesome automation. Learn it. Now I'm going to be going over setting up an automation so that when someone basically books an appointment on your calendar, they get a notification every hour, every day, whatever you decide. That way your show up rates per meeting are way higher. Calendly has this. HighLevel has it too. You just have to set it up. So if you're thinking, oh my gosh, I just wish that I could get, people notified when my, calendar appointment is on a Tuesday and you get notified too, this is how you do it. It's an automation you set up. So guys, without further ado, we're going to jump in. But before we do, please, from the bottom of my heart, smash the subscribe button down below. And if you have any questions at all, drop a comment down below or message me for free on Facebook. So the first thing you're going to want to make sure is that you have a calendar set up. Now, guys, I have a full video on this, okay? In depth on calendars. So please check that out. It's awesome. I go into all the nooks and crannies, but we have one right here for estimate call that we're going to be using. So you're going to want to come right down to automation, okay? You're going to come right into create workflow. You're going to do select recipe. It's already pre-built. All of the work is done. You just have to set up. So we're going to go all the way down, okay, to appointment confirmation plus reminder. By the way, guys, just to let you know, if you don't have notifications on your calendars and you're not sending people multiple reminders, so they're not being reminded that there's an appointment, you will lose out on so many sales by missed call. I'm telling you right now, this kills people. So this is the appointment confirmation automation. It's already all set up. The workflow is done. This is incredible. Now we just have to configure it properly. So step number 1 is coming into the trigger, okay? Coming right in here, making sure all of this is properly named, so you can name it whatever. By the way, if you want to name your automation, I just leave it this because it's good, but you could put in, whatever the sub-account's name is or client, for, right here, and then automation reminder. But you come in right here, you have it, leave it, trigger name is appointment, and then right in here, event type, we're going to want to make sure it is in calendar. So you're going to come right down here and do in calendar, so make sure the event type is in calendar, and then you're going to select the calendar you want. Okay, so you're going to click estimate call. Okay, now you have that, and then you're going to click save trigger. So now when we go back to this, it's this calendar that it's being set up by. So the trigger is someone booking on this calendar. So now what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to make the confirmation email set up. So you can put action name. Now this is all custom fields and custom values. You do not have to do this. You can put whatever the client's name in. If it's custom values, that works too. Custom fields. But you're going to put that all in, and then you just want to make sure that the message looks right. You want to check over all this. So if you're not using custom values and custom fields, by the way, I have a full video on that. If you have no idea what that is, check it out on my channel. It's gold. So put in your name, put in your email, put in your subject. If you have a template for your emails, plug that into, but this one works just fine. And then if you want to test said email automation, you just click that, put in your email, send test email, and then you're just going to save the action. All right, so then you have 24 hours before appointment. So you want more reminders. So you can add as many as you want. This is pretty good the way it's set up, but you want to just leave it the way it is for now, unless you want to get really zesty and just pepper them, but this is pretty good. Also, you do not have to use SMS. If you do not have your phone numbers connected, you can just do email. So you'll come through here, you'll just make sure that everything else is good, like we have hour before appointment. Check the other email just like we did before. Go through, make sure it looks good. If you want to send an SMS, you can. If not, you can just delete just like that. And then 5 minutes before, and then you're good to go. But this is it. It's done. It's literally all you have to do. You're completely finished. And if you want to add anything else, you can. Then at the end, you're going to want to publish this workflow and then click save. So your workflow is done, you have the notifications set up, and then people can basically start getting them. So then if you want to be 100% sure, what you can do is you can take the calendar link, okay, and you can test this. So what you would do is you would just plug in the info for the calendar link you created, fill it out with a random email, random number, and then test it and check the emails to see if you're getting it. Very simple, very straightforward to do. That way you can make sure this is working. But other than that, it's completely done, completely foolproof, and you are good to go. Now, I want to show you one more thing in calendars that I think some people miss, but this is one of the problems that people do, and they think they're getting notifications, but they're not. So if you come into edit in calendars, and then you go to notifications and additional options, you'll see right here, select the notification type. So this is just one email that gets sent out, just one. And you can send it to the contact, assigned user, additional emails. What I like to do, okay, is I like to put my email in just to make sure I'm getting one, or whoever the person is that's getting it, and then I leave these two unchecked, because if you use the automation, it's sending out multiple, much more powerful, much better. This one is only sending one. This frustrates a lot of people because they think when they select this, they're getting, just like in Calendly or one of these apps, all of those emails being sent out, but the automation I just showed you how to do does all that. I actually recommend clicking these off. And a matter of fact, you definitely should if you have the automation going. Otherwise, it's going to confuse it. So once you set up the automation, make sure these are checked off. They are checked off by default, but just check anyway. Make sure they're checked off. And then if you want to put one in right there, you're good to go. And then you click save and you are done. So that's it, guys. It's that simple to set up that automation. The work is done for you. HighLevel makes it so easy to do. It's that. You set it up and you're good to go.
I'm going to be showing you how to create an automation so that every time someone leaves a review on Google or Facebook, it goes through the system and tags them so you do not keep messaging them, asking them for a review. Because how stupid would that be if someone leaves a review and you keep asking them, hey, can you leave a review? This will save you money on emails. Also, this will segment properly and get you way more reviews. This is critical for reputation management. So quick visual representations to understand what I'm talking about. When someone comes on the Google business profile, okay, and they leave a review right here, and this could be on Facebook too, but for the sake of the video, we're doing Google. If they leave a review right here, this simple automation, which I'm going to show you how to build, fires off and tags them. When you come to contacts, you can do given, and this is what I have. All of these people have been tagged with given Google review. This goes in, and this basically makes sure anytime someone leaves a review, it tags them with this exact tag. You do not keep messaging the same person asking for reviews. Does that make sense? Because that is critical. If you're running reputation management and you keep asking the same people for reviews, horrible. A, you might lose people on your list, but B, why you keep wasting money on emails messaging the same person asking for you? So this gets rid of that process, mitigates it, so you can effectively gather reviews way faster and way easier. Before we jump in though, please go right down below, smash the subscribe button. If you have any questions at all, drop a comment down below. We're going to come right down to automation. We're going to come right to create workflow, start from scratch. And again, if you don't understand how automations work, I have a full video on HighLevel. Please go check that out so you can understand that. For the sake of this video, I'm just showing you how to build it, and I'm assuming you understand. So the first thing is adding the trigger. We're going to do new review received. We're going to add filters. Okay. We're going to come right here to review source is, and pick which one you want. For the sake of the video, we're doing Google, or you can do Facebook. Save trigger. Then we're going to come right in here, and we're going to do find contact. And I'm going fast, guys, again, but you can just pause and rewatch the video if I'm going too fast. That way you can just go through and add these manually, because you can just rewind the video. So we're going to come right in here. We're going to do select, come right down to full name. Then you're going to add this in here. This is what I do. I know it seems like you wouldn't need this because it's going to be identifying as full name, but I put in this custom field reputation review reviewer name, slap that in, click save action. Now that we have that, we want to add a tag. So add contact tag, but quickly, and again, I have a full video on tags, but I'm gonna quickly show you to quickly create the tag so we can add it and what I would use. Right back in your dashboard, you're gonna go down to settings, you're gonna scroll all the way down to tags, and again, full video if you don't understand this, but this is very simple, and we're just gonna add a tag. What we're gonna do is Google review given. Okay, that's done. So you may have to refresh the page to get this, but we come right in here, we do Google review given, save action. So now you have the automation built out. So when someone leaves a review and then finds a contact and then adds a tag. Now real quick, that's all you have to do. You just click save and you're done. But now I want to go over One little slight downside, and again, guys, I'm always honest with you, so I'm just going to tell you the truth. This trigger is new to Go High Level, and it does have some bugs. I've realized that Google's API, and I've talked to the high level support about this a lot, even their specialists on the dev team. High Level right now can only pull the name from Google's API, so it can't really get other stuff like email and a bunch of other things that you think you could add. So sometimes this doesn't properly fire if you don't have the name in your contact base. I know it's annoying, but again, you have to kind of have them in your contact base because it's finding the contact. And it can be a pain in the arse because you have people leaving reviews and you're like, where did they show up? It works a lot of the time, but again, Google's API, this is on their side. I've been told a bunch of times they can only pull the name. That's why I picked the first name or full name. But again, to be honest, this will be getting better, just like with most of high-level stuff. Supposedly, they're talking to Google to work something out. But that is basically it in a nutshell. And I just want to make you clear that sometimes it is a bit wonky. But that's how you create it. It's as simple as that. If anything didn't make sense, you can just rewatch the video or drop a comment down below. Again, if you're doing reputation management, this is a must. Like, you have to have this set up, or else you're going to be contacting the same people. And yes, you can do stuff with pipelines that's similar, but you want to make sure that you are tagging people. You continually are just messaging and emailing people that have already left reviews. Trust me, they get annoyed, but it also is a waste of email. It messes with your list. You can kind of get, penalized for sending the same thing. So it's much better to have the people that, haven't left a review or the people that are new, so you can just keep blasting them. So in your contacts too, you can just filter out if you're ever running an automation or doing anything like that. It's just so much easier. So again, guys, that's it. You're going to come to high level. You're going to go right down to contacts right here, and you'll be brought to a page that looks just like this. The first thing I want to do is just show you what you can do with the contacts tab and why this is so important that you learn this first. Contacts are the lifeblood of Go High Level. They enable almost every function in Go High Level to work. Learning about contacts first will, by default, enable you to learn many other functions in Go High Level because they are essential to how a CRM works. With contacts, you will be able to learn and do database reactivation, email marketing, SMS marketing, reputation management, getting reviews, mastering the Go High Level CRM, referral campaigns, client retention campaigns, and so many others that I could not fit on this list because it would just be slide after slide. I'm going to repeat myself. This is one of the most important parts about high level because once you learn this, you really understand how everything works. Automations work better. The calendars work better. The whole Go High Level CRM opens up once you understand the contacts tab. I cannot tell you how many people I talk to and coach that have no clue about this. They're like, yeah, I understand contacts. And then I ask them a question and they have no clue. And I'm like, if you just understood this one part, your whole CRM would fall together and you'll do much better. Learning this will help significantly reduce client churn, meaning you will keep your clients paying you way longer. Again, very important. You have to pay close attention to this video because if you get this juiced into your head, this will improve your SaaS agency, AI agency, whatever you're using by so much. So please pay close attention because all this stuff can really be unlocked once you learn the contacts tab. By the way, there is a boatload of money in these things. This is high dollar value right here. You learn this, you master it, money is most likely going to come your way. Let's jump right in. So you're going to come right into high level, go into the contacts tab. I'm going to do this tutorial from bottom up. We're going to start down here. We're going to move to this bar. We're going to move to this bar. We're going to move to smart lifts. And then we're going to move just up here so you understand everything. First is your entire contacts list down here. If you have hundreds, it'll just have pages to go through. All this is your contacts database. So for example, it would be names, phone numbers, emails, all stored right here. So you can see every single customer, client, employee, everything as far as clients and leads will be right here. So you can see everyone. The first thing you have is the individual contact itself. So we click my name right here, Declan O'Reilly. You're going to see a whole list of different stuff. And a lot of people don't even understand and don't utilize this. This is amazing. So you have every personal bit of detail on them. Name, phone number, all that good stuff. You have where they're at in courses. You have everything. You can even add them to courses, communities, add them to opportunities. Every data point on a contact is right in here. Then over here, this is really cool because you have an activity log. So you can see where every single contact is in high level and what they did. So did a contact go to your website? Did a contact fill out a form? Did a contact book an appointment? And it will literally give you a step-by-step process of every single lead. Really important, quick preview to the future. This is how chatbots are going to crush in the future in AI agents, because it's going to see the whole journey and path from where a lead came in and where they're at, and you'll know exactly what they're doing. See, the CRM isn't just magical. It doesn't just know basic stuff by guessing. It knows because it has data points on where every single contact went. Here too, you have tasks. So what tasks are, on this contact? You come in here, you have notes. So, any sort of basic data points about a client. You have anything with calendars and appointments. You have anything with documents that they sign a contract. You have all payments. And then you have associations, which is part of custom objects, which is huge. This is a new feature. It's going to be big for the future. But this basically is just an entire list of data points on each contact. And to access this again, you just find the contact you want and you click their name and it brings it all up. So then you can understand the entire format of that client. So once you understand the contacts and you see where they're at, we then have the first bar, which is right here, which this is just how to segment and order all your contacts. The first thing will be columns. This is a way to order. So if we come right here, we get rid of, let's say, phone. See, it gets rid of it. We get rid of tags, it gets rid of it. We add additional emails, it adds it. We add additional phones, it adds it. You just click these on and off, it adds it. Whatever you want, you can click them all off if you want, and you only have those bars. But the columns is just a way to basically segment said list, said leads, whatever. That way you can see, okay, what do I want here? I want emails, I want phone numbers, and I want favorite Pokemon game. Whatever you want, you add it right here. That way, everything is broken down into columns. And again, to do this, you just click these on or off, and it will do it right here. And again, to do this, you just click columns, toggle which one's on off by clicking the button, and then you have filtered it the way you want. Then after that, we have quick search. So this is just a way to find people. So let's do Declan. Boom, all the contacts with Declan. So you can now see what that contact is. This is just a quick way to find a contact if you're looking for them. Over here, we have more filters. This is a way to filter the contacts. This is how we're going to create smart lists, which we're going to get to in a second. But let's say we want to do just by tag. So we're going to do tag is hot lead, and we click apply, and it's going to bring all the contacts that have the hot lead tag. So this can really be whatever you want it to be. You have first name, email. I mean, you literally have everything you could possibly want. And this is how you're going to create a smart list, which again, we're going to get into in a second. This is really great for just filtering how you want the contacts to create a smart list. And again, you just come right in here, you click this, you just pick what you want to filter by, what email, you plug in email, whatever you want it to be. And then it's going to filter all of these by a certain data point, and then you can create a smart list off of that. So now that you understand these and you understand how to segment it and you understand how to filter and segment and do stuff with the columns, we now have all these quick features, which I'm going to show you right now. So the first thing right here is how to add a contact manually. You just click this, you put in the first name, we'll do test, we'll do last name, test, we'll put email, test123@gmail.com, and you put in whatever features you want, your phone number, data points, and you click save. And you see it'll pop up right here. We now have a contact created. Very simple. You just follow along and put in your info. Then right here, we'll add pipeline change. If you go over here in opportunities and you have your pipeline set up, you can automatically move manually, and you might not want to do this because it takes a lot of time, manually move a contact to another opportunity. You can pick the pipeline, click the stage, add the name, the source, the lead value, and click add update opportunity. That's going to come right in opportunities and manually update said contact in the pipeline of the opportunity so you move it through. And again, that's just a manual way to do it. It's like this. We come right up here, and this is how you can add an individual contact to an automation or a workflow you have set up. By the way, automation workflow, same thing. We click OK, proceed. We pick appointment reminder. We would put the action name. Again, there's a million different ways you can do that. And then you just click add to automation. And this will take this lead and go right into the automations and add them in. And it's as simple as that. You just plug it in and you can now add any of your contacts to an automation. So now what we can do is we can send MS. We click the lead, click send SMS, and this is a way to send one SMS at a time or multiple. You could go, I want to send it to this guy, 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 I want to send it to this guy. And then it would send bulk, or you can do one. This is just a quick way to do it. You would click this, click OK, proceed, put the phone number in, the exact text message, the action, send SMS, and it will immediately send an SMS to all of the contacts you selected. Same thing with email. Select what you want. Do you want one? Do you want many? Click this right here. Okay, proceed. Pick your email template, or if you don't have one, you just skip that. Your name, the email you want to plug in, the email subject, the body of the email, how you want to send it, put the action in and click send email, and it will immediately send. This is just a quick way to do this. It's like a fast link. So you can just come in, as opposed to setting up a workflow or trying to send in bulk. You'd be like, okay, I need to send one to Desmond, Amanda, Rebecca, Chanel. Let me just quickly select them and send it. Once you have that, you can also come in here and manually add a tag. So you have all these selected, you pick the exact action names, adding tag or whatever you want. You get to pick from your tags. Let's do hot lead. We'll click that and we'll do add tags. Boom, look at that. All of the hot lead tag was added. Simple as that. Then we'll come here, we'll click this, 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 and this, and we're gonna go, okay, what's this? Remove tags. So we're gonna come right in here. We're gonna click remove tags or whatever you want. Remove all tags, but we're just gonna click the hot lead. We're then gonna click remove tags, dismiss, and refresh. And look at that, all the tags are gone. How cool is that? Now, if we wanna delete a contact, we would click this or click as many as you want. You can click this right here and it will select all of the contacts you have. We'll just click this and we're gonna go right up here to delete contact. We're gonna follow this exact thing because we wanna get rid of this contact. We're gonna click delete. We're gonna click dismiss. We're gonna refresh. And look at that, it's gone. So that's how you delete it. And then we'll click some more of these and move on to this one. This is send review requests. So if you're trying to get reviews for reputation management, you would click okay, proceed. And you don't exactly want to go right into automation. You would just click the exact request you want set up, put in the action name and send review request. And what this is going to do is it's immediately getting a text, email, however you have it configured back in reputation management. I have full videos on that. And it's going to send them a bunch of requests to say, hey, please leave a review for my Google business profile. Please leave me a review for Facebook. Killer for reputation management. Again, there's other ways of doing that, but this is a quick way to immediately do it. Then right here, we have export contacts. So this is if you want to get rid of contacts, meaning like you pull them out of high level and put them somewhere else. So we click that button, we click export all contacts, and then put them in a CSV and just download them. This one is the opposite. You're going to click import contacts and follow this basic guide, which is going to be you start, you're going to upload, you're going to map them, so in which fields, then you're going to verify which ones you want, and then click next. This is how you bring in a list. So again, this one's really important because a lot of you guys have this question. If you are importing a list to GoHighLevel, you would just come in and follow this exact steps. That way you can be like, okay, do I want a list? Yes, I want a list. Lists are very important. You reach out to your customer, they send you a CSV via email or however, and you click this and you follow the steps and you import the CSV into HighLevel, and now you have all of their contacts added in. Super easy, super straightforward. Then over here, we're gonna have add edit company. So this is a way where as opposed to just filtering by contacts, you can filter by business entities. And you put in the action name, you select the company. By the way, we haven't done this, we're gonna go over this in a second. It's this little tab up here. But this is a really good way in case you have a bunch of businesses and it's not just leads, you have multiple organizations within a sub account. You can add, let's say, John's Plumbing or Dave's HVAC, whatever you want, you would just click it and add it in right there. Right here, this is bulk WhatsApp. So just like I showed you over here, you can select all or pick individual ones and send a quick email blast or quick text blast. You can do this with WhatsApp. So how cool is this? So you pick the exact WhatsApp number, the WhatsApp message template. By the way, I have full videos on this if you're confused, the action, and then you click confirm. And what this is going to do is this is immediately going to blast all of the people for WhatsApp, all of the WhatsApp contacts you have, and that will immediately message all of them. You could ask them for reviews, send promos, super awesome. Like such a good feature that they added. You can do that very easily. I also have videos on everything WhatsApp, WhatsApp chatbot, WhatsApp review campaigns for reputation management, some really cool stuff like that. Basic stuff like that. So you can add it and then you can just gather a ton of reviews for WhatsApp. And then right here, merge up to 10 contacts is a good way to get rid of duplicate contacts, to put contacts on one and consolidate if you have a ton of them. So that's the entire second bar. So now that you understand how to filter all of the quick actions, we move on to the smart lists bar, which is one of the focal points of the contacts tab, which is amazing. So all a smart list is a list of filters on the contacts where you can quickly go in and quickly send a message. So for example, if you want to create a smart list on, let's say, the missed call or hot lead tag, you would have that. So everyone that has that tag, you can immediately just click this and then just go send. Very helpful, very straightforward. So what I'm going to do is show you how this works so you then have a simple way to just quickly blast people. Trust me, this saves you a ton of time. So to create a smart list, all you're doing is adding filters and then saving as a smart list. Again, I'm going to walk you through this, but this is really important. All a smart list is saved filters. That's it. It's not some magical thing from the ether here. So we'll come right in here and we'll go, let's pick filters. So we're going to come to tag. That's a classic one. So we're going to do tag is, and there's so many options here. We'll do hot lead. So we're going to click this. We're going to click apply. So what it's going to do is it's going to bring all the people up that have that tag. And this could be everyone that has this email, everyone that has this opportunity, whatever you want. It'll bring all the people that have that in common. And then you go right down here. And this applies for everything, whatever, thing you want. It'll have this little thing once you apply and you click save as smart list. You'll name it. So this is going to be hot lead. And we're going to click save and boom. How cool is that? So now we have a smart list. So what we can do is we can come right in here and go hot lead. And it brings up all the people with hot lead, and that's called a smart list. So it's saved filters right there. So you don't have to keep coming in and going, okay, this is the filter I want. And you have to, go through it and waste a lot of time. You just can immediately come in and click it right off the bat. What's cool about this too, if you're using automations or email campaigns, whatever you're doing, what you can do is you can send to smart lists. So in emails, you can just click smart list and it will just send to a smart list. Smart list is one of the most powerful ways to segment groups of leads and have things automated. This is just some advanced stuff for you. But when you start using smart lists properly, you can set up automations going, whenever this guy gets sold or is a new lead or gets bought by X, Y, and Z, it will send them into the smart list. So the automation will put people in a smart list depending on whatever you're trying to do, selling, adding, upselling, whatever. And that way your smart lists are growing on themselves. This is great for communities too. That way you can have automatic lead gen campaigns or whatever, where you're hands off. You save all of your time and the robots do the work for you, but you have to segment my smart list so the robots know what's going on. So again, I'm going to walk you through this and just show you how to build this. We're going to come right in here. We're going to do more filters. This time we're going to come down here and pick something different as opposed to tag. We will do pipeline. So we're going to do is pipeline 2. So we're going to pick that. We're going to click apply. Boom. We got Chris Trees and Melissa in this smart list that we're about to create. So again, I put in the filters. Okay, we see the people that are connected to this pipeline, and then we click save as smart list. Once we click save as smart list, we will do pipeline dose, and then we click save. And boom, now we have this too. So we can come right in here and we click this right here, pipeline 2 and hot lead. How cool is that? Now that we're on this, I just have to show you this really fast. You have all your smart lists and you're like, this is really cool. I love this, but how do I delete these or edit these? You come right up to manage smart lists and it will give you a list of all of your smart lists. What you can do here, which is really cool, is you can move this. So we want hot lead first. Oh, no. We want hot lead second. You can edit them right here. What you can do is you can copy the smart list. So we'll click copy. We'll do pipeline 2 copy. Boom. We now have trace. Then we come right in here to move that to the side. You can edit smart list name it whatever you want. And then you can delete smart list. We don't want smart list anymore. We're just going to delete this one and we're going to delete this one. We're only left with one. Manage smart list is how you manage all of your smart lists. You can delete, edit, copy, whatever you want. So now that you understand how the contacts work, you understand this bar and how to segment, you understand all these quick actions, you understand smart lists and how to manage them, we now have this final top bar for you to understand. So the first thing is bulk action. So all this is any sort of bulk actions you've done. Watch, I'll show you one right now. This would be a bulk action. We click these two and we delete them. Okay, we don't want these two. Get out of the CRM. We click delete. We click delete. We dismiss, and then we come into bulk actions, and you'll see right here, February 11th, this exact time, boom, just delete it. All bulk actions is every single thing you've done, so you can see a data log and activity of what's going on. So you're like, okay, where did that lead go? How did that phone number get added? You come to bulk actions, and you'll see what's going on here, which is really cool. That brings me to my next point, which is restore. GoHighLevel added this feature because people were deleting contacts and getting really disappointed. This is a way to restore your contacts. So remember, we just deleted Amanda Reynolds and Desmond Denethor. We'll go, we want these awesome people back. So we click these right here, okay? And we click restore. We click confirm. These contacts that were just previously deleted. We're gonna refresh this and look at that. They have been resurrected. So they're back. So restore is just a way to get back contacts that you deleted, which is very handy. This is any sort of tasks you have on someone. So you can be like, okay, right here, Mary Gordon, 5 p.m. on Tuesday needs to build a website. This is basically like Trello or one of these project management softwares. This just adds a way for you to add tasks, which is like making people do certain things in high level, which is like employees and other stuff like that. So you put the title in, the description, the date, is it a recurring task? You can pick the contact you want to add the task to, and then assign the employee. That way you understand exactly what's going on. You can assign people real data points and make them do work. And that's just a good way to basically keep employees on task and you understand exactly what's going on. Companies, we talked about this earlier. This is a way for you to filter by companies. If you have multiple organizations within one sub account, you would come in here, click the company name, the phone, the email, the website, you put in all of their basic details, click save, and then you'll have a company in here. And that way, when you come back to Smart Lists, and you can see right here, add edit company, and you click these, you'll be able to add the company to the contacts. So now that you've gone through all of these, last but not least, you have this little cogwheel, and this brings you to custom fields. I have a full video on this, so I'm not gonna go really in depth on this because it's actually simple. These are just the fields you can have within all of high level that are custom. For example, if we come back to contacts, these are fields. You may have one that's different, like favorite Pokemon card. That doesn't exist in high level, or favorite soccer team, or favorite UFC fighter, whatever you want. That's a custom field. This can be literally anything you want, but they don't have these in high level. So when you come here, you can add it. You just do add field, click single line, whatever placeholder that works. We click next and add the field name. So Pokemon, I don't even know how to spell Pokemon. Card, pick custom object, click save. We're going to contact, click save. Now it's been saved. If we come back and have a field we want added here, and then we come right in here, we come to columns, we scroll down. Aha, favorite Pokemon card. Now look at that. Isn't that cool? We now can filter by favorite Pokemon card. Again, the reason this is important is not that a service-based business leader has this, but you can have whatever you want in high level. That way you can add literally anything. That's just a great way to further segment so you have everything you could possibly need. So that's the contacts tab. Again, very, very thorough on this. This is so important. I'm going to reiterate this. You got to learn this first. If you want to learn high level even faster, I have a 30-day free trial link down below where if you sign up with that, you get access to over $10,000 worth of free bonuses. That's 4 live coaching calls per week. There's going to be more added here soon. Tons of training courses on high level AI, everything, like all the video courses you could ever want. Okay. Tons of premium snapshots in almost every vertical. Okay, you got AI prompts, you have sales scripts, you have a community where you can ask questions, and so much more. And it's all free if you sign up with that link right down below on high level. We have a ton of testimonials. We have so much awesome stuff. And on that link, it'll show you. I am biased, but it's because everyone tells me it's the best group. So I think it's incredible, but I also recommend you just check it out because it is insane. So if that interests you, check it out. And if you have any questions about it, just drop a comment down below and I will answer as fast as possible. Back to the video. Okay, so you're going to come right into your account and you're going to go right down to automation. You're going to click it. Then you're going to look over and you should see this beautiful new button saying build using AI. If you don't see this, go into settings, go to labs and enable it. It popped up for me. If it hasn't for you, go check that and it should pop up. This is insane. Okay, I was super skeptical when I popped this up. I was like, oh, it's going to be one of these really jankety new high level features that barely works. It actually works so well. Okay, so what you can do is you can basically click this and build in seconds using AI. Now, the old way, as you know, you click this, you start from scratch, you select a template, you go through yada, yada, yada. It takes a lot of time. Watch this. So I'm going to come right in here and I'm just going to type in anything. So you can just click these and they'll automatically generate. So I want to give it something that it doesn't know, something a little more unique. So we're going to do cold voicemail campaign with SMS and email follow up. Okay, so once we have that dialed in, we're just going to click build workflow. And as you see here, it's going through each of these. And when I first started this, I was like, okay, it's going to be minutes, at least 5 minutes to do it. It is literally seconds. Like I will stay on right now with you and talk through this process. Look at this. It's creating it so fast. It's in seconds. Okay, it's under a minute. I'm looking at generating actions and triggers, finalizing and validating. It's going through this entire process off of a prompt. Okay, you have to understand that was a prompt. I didn't click the button down below. I just typed in something. And I know they don't have any recipes with the voicemail and the SMS follow-up like I just typed in. They don't have that. I know that for sure because I just checked it. And look at this. Look at that. Look how dope that is. It just created me an entire campaign. Look at this automation. I mean, this is actually a good automation. And this isn't like a recipe that it pre-built. That is something unique. Now, yes, you're going to want to add your voicemail in, and we'll go over this in a sec, of like tweaking it. Like you got got to actually do it, but it built it out in seconds. I mean, that is insane, and it works well for beginning new features. So now what I want to do, okay, because I want to test this a couple more times just to show you, I want to add a couple more exciting things in there to see what we can get. Things that are more complex. I want to kind of stretch it and see if it can get it. Because I mean, this stuff is basic. Set up email drip campaigns, notify customer, all that stuff. By the way, if you click these, it'll just plug it in. You can click build workflow and it'll do the same thing. But those are generic. I want to try more complicated things that aren't in the recipes to see if it can get it. Okay, we're going to do send review request on WhatsApp, email, SMS, wait 1 hour, then repeat. Okay, let's see what we can get. Let's see if this is as good as the last one. Guys, that is a complex request. That's not just like build me an email campaign. That is like multiple different medians for contact with a wait period. So, I mean, we're just going to stretch this and see how far this can go. Because guys, this is really helpful. I'm going to be using this all the time. Okay, you saw that one was fast as crap. Whoa. Okay, I actually haven't tried this one. That is sick. It actually has the weight. That is awesome. Look at that. I mean, that is not something that you can even get in the recipes. That beautiful little repeat thing right there. Look at that. That is insane. I'm telling you guys, the future is here and it's coming fast, and AI is amazing. I mean, that's insane. Now, obviously, you got to go and you have to make sure you have the right templates, but like it built out the entire wireframe, and soon, very soon, this is what I'm predicting, is you'll be able to put in a big prompt in here, like a really big, and be like, I want this email snippet, I want this email template, this text message snippet, and it will craft it for you. I mean, guys, this is one of the best new features I've seen HighLevel release in a long time because it actually works well. Usually when you get these new features in HighLevel, it like barely works. That worked. That was really good. I gave it a complex thing and it worked. So guys, drop any comments down below if you have questions on this. This is insane. You got to check this out. You got to play with this. This is awesome. So one last thing I want to show you, if we click into the automations, is just this right here. So this is another part of AI. You don't have to use this, but this is actually helpful to help you basically guide you through your automation. So in here, you have 8 different boxes. Number 1, you can ask it questions and it will just guide you on building workflows. Number 2, you have assist with building. This can help you build workflows out here. Number 3, you can add an action, okay, which will help you come and go through which actions and triggers, guys. Then configure action, okay, going through the same thing with recommendations for you to do. Suggest the next steps, like how do we make this better, improve it. Describe the workflows to go through so you basically can fine tune it. You can optimize it, and then you can get support articles, or you can just ask it questions like, how do I make this better? This is part of the AI suite, the AI employee, to help improve. It's pretty cool, but like this is a game changer. So obviously this helps a lot. You got your 8 different suggestions here to help you build anything else out on your workflows, which does help a lot. But really, the real winner here isn't this workflow AI that helps you with your automations, though it is great, and I showed you how to do it. It's this right here, which is building automations from a prompt. I mean, this is like N8, N level stuff, but better because it's part of HighLevel. And HighLevel's better, all right? So this is awesome. I mean, I am blown away by this. W to the HighLevel team, okay? This is dope. I love it. Super, super cool. And actually works well. Like, I was blown away. I'm telling you, HighLevel's new features almost always don't work the way you want them to work. This one's working pretty well right off the bat. So the last thing I want to say is when you build these automations, make sure you test them. You come up here, you can click test workflow, and you can go through to make sure it's actually working. You can also have the AI over here help you make sure it's right. And I recommend you do that. Don't just immediately generate with AI, then think it's working, because you have to configure stuff. Always, always test your automations, because once they're working, you are good to go. Okay, we've now made it to part number 5, action steps. As always, guys, pause the video and do these, please. Okay, I talk about this so much. You got to take action. You can't just watch videos and mentally masturbate. You got to actually do the work. And that's why I've set up these action steps, so whether you're a beginner or not, you can get real practice immediately, to get a little win under your belt, but also to give you that experience, which will give you confidence, which will help you sell more. Okay. So first up, you need to build a workflow triggered by a new lead. So then when a new lead comes in, that can basically move into an automation. That's big because a lot of triggers will be based off of that, especially for service-based businesses. Number 2, add one automated task or follow-up sequence. Go in and add that. Number 3, test the workflow with a test contact to make sure it runs automatically. This is an interesting one because this connects all the way back to the video where we went over the contacts tab, okay, and you built dummy contacts. So this should work just well with that. And if you didn't do that, go back and watch that video and do that checklist. If you're new to all this, you guys go back and watch all the other videos. We have a 5-part free series, guys. These are internal documents that I've used to train myself, my team, and all this stuff. And you guys are having it for free on YouTube. Like, this is really in-depth stuff. So please go check it out. All these other videos, because they are awesome. But yeah, make sure you do these because it's going to help. So again, quick recap. Number 1, build a workflow triggered by a new lead. Number 2, add one automated task or follow-up sequence. Number 3, test the workflow with a test contact to make sure it runs automatically. So pause the video and go do these. And once you're done, drop a comment down below. You could say, hey, and again, I give away a lot of bonuses. Those who are commenting, those who are taking action. I look for those people and I am biased and I will reward them. So make sure you go down below and do that and make sure you actually complete the action steps. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you complete the action steps that we just went over. It's very important. If you're interested in high level, check out that 30-day free trial. I want to let you know you've made it to the end of this 5-part free series on mastering high level as fast as possible. You're a rock star. I applaud you. Your hard work, your perseverance, it is all admirable. But if you do want to take it to the next level and you are interested in getting, that coaching, that experience, more courses, and really taking your high level game to the next level, I have my free partnership video that's going to pop up at the end of the screen that I recommend you watch, okay? Because what that video is going to do is that's going to go over everything we give away in our free community when you sign up under high level with us. So we also have some options if you already have high level, okay? So check it out. But you're going to get all of those amazing bonuses for free if you sign up on that high level link. So it's incredible. And I recommend you watch it because it's going to walk you through it more in depth and show you, not tell you what's inside. And I really think it's going to help you, whether you are beginner or advanced. We got all kinds of amazing stuff in there. So please check it out. Thanks again for watching. If you have any questions, drop a comment down below. I answer very, very fast. Make sure you watch the video. It pops up at the end of the screen.